think he's about 20 years too young.
And a very good morning to everybody that's joined us on the live stream. Here we are. Tom, would you want to ever be a passenger in a car going up the track? Or is it like you want to be in control?
No, I'll do just about anything. Yeah, no, I'll be the passenger.
As I say, a very good morning from Santa Pod Raceway. Those of you that joined us on the live stream, I know it's going to be extremely popular out there today, as Daryl, Thomas and myself will call the action here for Eliminations Day at the main event. A low 8 coming up here, around about 165 miles an hour plus.
And you say he's still a teenager?
Yeah. That's his life changed forever. 803, 166. Dad, I want a dragster. Okay, let's let you know what's occurring this morning. Slight change in the run order because of extended play yesterday. We have Super Comp as our first class round this morning, and then we go into eliminations for Street Eliminator. So, round 1, eliminations for Super Comp this morning then.
Well, it's going to be a solo for Andy Clifford.
Who should he be alongside?
Warren Watts, but as we know, Warren is totally has a destroyed engine.
Well, I saw Phil Bennett trailered this morning as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, we obviously didn't make it down in Super Pro yesterday, so yeah, gutted for Phil. Oh, sorry, wrong Phil.
Yeah,
Phil Bennett.
Phil O'Brien,
Oh,
Phil
no.
O'Brien, you were thinking of.
Yeah, Phil O'Brien.
Yeah. Right, that's it, Andy. No lift. See what he'll do out the back.
I think that's what he's been doing without giving it away too much.
Wow, 824.
I love they think it's funny, but it really is. It's fantastic. So, Nathan Hulks and Andy Flower. Now, has Andy made an elimination round?
No,
yet? Could be. I'm just thinking, could it be his first elimination race?
Well, he only started
he was
at
running at the Nostalgia Nationals, but he wasn't in competition there. He was a run what you've run.
Up against Nathan Hulks. Well, Nathan away. Bear in mind the tree came on at the same time. That looks like a bracket race. He's going to back up. Technically a whole shot win. 9:15 takes out a 9:12. Good driving job, Nathan. Yeah, Andy with his first, like we said, elimination round. Thank you very much, Andy. Can I just have a quick scan of those?
Yeah, that would be sorry.
Oh, we've got 2. Oh. I'm just only looking at them. I can't realise I can't read. Right.
Right, Ronnie Mercer, Till Schoninger. I wonder if these two have raced in other countries.
I was thinking the same thing, actually.
Because Ronnie enjoys a good holiday around the continental of Europe.
And rumour has it he's doing it again this year.
Ooh.
Maybe not as extensive as before. Can we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Top Speed Automotive, Street Eliminator. Can we have you into the pairing lanes?
Well, no one's budging first.
That's a proper old staging, Jill, isn't it? Look at this one.
Still waiting. Ronnie goes
There we
in,
go,
Till's
play
in.
it. 893 brings to 903, but the win margin was 0.04. Ronnie was a bit late there, but manages to get the win. Wow.
Got away with that one,
Yeah,
I
he
think
did.
is the way he put that. Okay, Mr. Dave Peggy Fulton. In the Fuel Tech lane, 890 is the number for both of them. And Sarah Unsworth, who went 860 yesterday. I can't believe this car is ages ago, not that long ago. I think it was last year. She was having a hell of a time trying to get it to run a super gas number, and now.
Up against the formidable Dave Fulton. Surprised me if Sarah didn't get their first break out. Dave Fulton takes the win.
Sarah does a really good job of running the number though, 895. However, 0.3 reaction time.
Yeah, I can't imagine launching from the clutch on a pro screen that easy.
But we do need to say a special thank you, of course, to the team lemon drizzle for the most exquisite lemon drizzle cake ever. Phenomenal.
Yeah, my wallet's not going to thank you because my waist size has gone up. But it's cool. Managed to make Colin break his diet as well, I think. It was
yeah, but I didn't need anything else. That was a great thing.
That was a good point. Yeah, I suppose that. If you're gonna have a diet, just have a lemon drizzle diet. That sounds good, doesn't it? Sarah, new business marketing idea. Leah Kellett and Rory Hart. This is going to be a tough one in round one.
I was just thinking that. Yeah, welcome to Supercomp, Rory. You get the previous champion.
Wow. I was going to say, it looked like the race to win.
Oh, breaks out. He had 700s in the bag off the line, but goes 889 and just, oh, that was so close. But congratulations to Leah.
He took a bit more than he needed at the finish line as well, with a 0.12 over the stripe. Just backed off slightly. I know that's very easy to say sitting up here. But yeah, Leah moves on.
Ellie Mae Brown on a solo would have been alongside John Turner, but we know John, unfortunately, out for the weekend. Missed him in Pro ET, and obviously we're missing him here as well. Big old front top. Needed a bigger one though. He's 77. Right, John Bean. We were expecting Phil Bennett, but obviously the update from Darrell advising us that Phil was on the trailer. So it will be John Bean that will go through into round number 2 here. Got eliminated in round 1 in Pro ET. Number at the top end, 893. Nicely judged there, John. Back to a race end, Sky Collier and Clement Dubois. Winner of this will face Dave Fulton in round number 2.
Clement will break at the finish line. Whether it will be enough, we shall see. Sky's closing him down. Clement with an 892, takes out 913. Well, Sky actually had a lot on the tree. She was 0.4 to a 0.18, and the only way Clement was going to do that was to do what he did. Each run, bang on the line.
Can we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, let's have you into the lanes.
There's a few of them here.
Yeah.
You're going to have to turn around and come straight back,
I don't
aren't
know
they?
if there's many that double class that got through.
Charlie Seward's in Super
Oh,
Pro
no,
now,
yeah,
isn't
Charlie's
he?
in Super Pro, so that's all right. John Bean was. Dave Fulton.
So, Richard Tunstall and Charlie Seward. The Jammy Dodger not being jammy at all. The win margin 0.006. Big chunk on the line went to the Camaro, but the better job of running the number was in the other lane. That was nothing between them. Okay, your last pair, I think, with Jeff Cowley and Stevie Gates.
Well, they're locked together the whole way. Someone's lifted. They're both lifted. Oh, expert done by Stevie Gates. Goes 8.91. Takes 0.1 at the stripe. And takes the win.
And bizarrely, that takes the pressure. Well done to Stevie Gates. He had a terrible weekend in Pro ET, but making good in Super Comp. Bizarrely, because of that result there are no double entries in Super Comp and Pro ET to worry about, because anybody that was in Pro ET got eliminated that went through in Super Comp, and those that got eliminated in Super Comp are still in Pro ET. Does that make any sense?
It does.
Yeah.
It's just on a weekend like this, where obviously
You don't want to run on the car too much. It's overheating.
right.
And the drivers, of course.
So, Joe Baxter, is this the 32 car ladder?
Yes, it is. And this is a predetermined solo for Joe.
Is it the first ever 32 car ladder for Street Eliminator? I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either.
Well, he's still going to go for it.
Yeah.
Just wants to check out the tune-up. He still goes 119 to 60 foot. Well, he's not taking that easy, is he? 712 at 200, and that boy's a legend, at 207 miles an hour, when every other street tyre car or bike is struggling like mad. Just leave it alone. Just do that every time. I'm actually surprised he nailed that.
I am as well.
The only reason I think he did was because he's going to have a race in round two. However,
He's going to be taking on this man, actually. Going to be taking on James Murray. Huge commiserations to Mark Sheridan. Unfortunately, didn't make it all the way around the cruise, as the, had brake issues, which caused a lot of overheating and, unfortunately, a lot of damage underneath the front end of the Cuda.
yeah, James has been stuck in the 10s all weekend. And again, 10.72, 130. Could we have Daniel Wallace, if you could please come to Bankside VIP as soon as possible, please. Daniel Wallace, you're not going to get money, but someone wants to see you. If you could please come to Bankside VIP. That's down here on the starting line, on the bank side, the spectator side of the track, not the pit side. If you could come to Bankside VIP as soon as possible. That's Daniel Wallace. So, Andy Bond with a tune-up run. Jason Weir, I saw Jason Weir on the way home yesterday too. I think there are a number of casualties on the cruise.
There's a lot of casualties.
Well, Andy just taking it as far down as he can. What I've got to point out as well, which will make the rest of everyone in Street Eliminator go, was that Joe Baxter's 60 foot on a stinking hot racetrack with a street tyre was 1.19 with no slip. Just went.
Andy Bond in round two has the bye, so he's got another test pass there. That's a predetermined one. All right, Nigel Hale and Rob Carter.
Well, it's always usually, if you want to see what the track can hold, just look at what Rob Carter can do, because he tends to be the benchmark for the 60 foot.
Just the way the car jumps up. 119 again. Same as Joe Baxter. They're both on it. 7:51 at 1:88. They look very happy with that. A 10:98 for Nigel Hale with the pickup. Unfortunately, his weekend's over. It's going to be tough to get around, though, wasn't it? Yeah. Maybe if you put one of those, put it up in a hot air balloon and dropped it out of that, it might have done it.
All right, Al Mack, but no Joe Stevens that I can see down there.
No, Joe Stevens opted out of the cruise.
Maybe a wise decision. Well, I'm sure Al McSweeney's going to take advantage of it to just try and get it past 60 foot, because that's where most of it is with these turbo cars.
Good run for Al Mack will be in the 7.4s. Depending on how far he takes it.
That was very soft off the line. 131. 762, but it looks like the hood has gone flying over the wall. You can see it sitting there in the Kestrel lane. There you go. They're just off to get it. The hood came flying off the car, I think it was, just before the finish line. Or just as he was going through the traps, actually.
In fact, if we can have a look on the gantry cam, the one that's facing forward, you'll be able to see it perfectly. I'm not sure if we'll have time before this pair.
Well, yeah, no, I was going to say they don't need to check the track because it just took itself out of the way.
No, not quite.
Yeah, but they're picking it up just over there. It was a nice big lump of something.
Yeah, I think it was definitely the bonnet.
Yeah, they're just checking the track to make sure there's nothing there too before they send the next pair. So Tony Higgs and Michael D'Souza. Tony's been in the mid-sevens, slightly off his normal mental pace. Michael D'Souza's been firmly in the low nines. Well, Michael gets the drop. You can clearly see that.
Tony's dumped the laundry early.
Not deliberately, I don't think.
Still goes 8.26, pulling the chutes across the line against 9.18. Lovely run for Michael.
Yeah, I think that was just the chutes that took the blocks out.
Okay, yeah, we just got to put the, retrieve bonnet and blocks as well, I think, after that one.
Hey, hang on a minute. 9.18
Yeah,
for
that
Michael
was.
D'Souza.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully, if the guys in the TV truck, if they can run Al Mack's run again, if you can do that, Alex, that would be awesome. If you can't, I completely understand, mate. Been doing this for a number of days now. But if we can rerun Al Mack's by run, that would be awesome. That's not that pair just gone through. It's the one the solo before.
Here we go.
Alex, you legend. Look at that. Right, okay. So if you watch the car go down the track towards the finish line, let's see if we can see it happen. There it goes.
Definitely the bonnet, only because when it cut to next camera, he wasn't on the car anymore.
Yeah. It was right at the finish line as well. The only thing I really hope is it hasn't broken the windscreen. Because that's one thing that happens, especially it will just slam back and hit the screen.
Yeah, we're looking at it again now.
Oh, look at that. And paused as well.
Oh,
there it goes.
Literally right at the finish line.
It probably made him jump more than anything else. Well, the blocks are back in place. Alex, thank you very much indeed. Alex is the guy who sits in a little room behind all of us, and if you're watching in on the live stream, he is the one responsible for thousands of you viewing it online at home and everything else as well, and chopping it all together, and he does an amazing job at it. Well done, mate. Thank you very much.
Well, that's good news. Hazel Carter has managed to locate a bottle of CO2. She had a problem on the cruise with that yesterday.
Just a quick question then. So this looks very stock, this car. What was the CO2 before?
I don't know.
Okay.
You're asking a non-mechanic.
Yeah, but you've got a car that runs in this class.
Yeah, not with CO2 though.
So Hazel should have been against Steve Venables, another one who had issues on the cruise yesterday.
Yeah, he did make it back, but I don't know if he made it back in the allotted time. Yeah, had a lot of overheating.
Well, 77 for Perry.
Right, Rob Carter would have been alongside Ash Cooper, but Ash fears he may have piston damage with the Transit, so he loaded up and got it back home. And he'll get the engine out and check all that through. So Rob Carter having a great weekend, to be fair. 778, best of the weekend, and PB for the car.
$125 to 60 foot for that big, heavy 57 Chevy is damn good. So that 779, 175 miles an hour. I'm not sure what his PB is, but I think it's about that.
I think.
Oh, in qualifying, yeah. Okay. And he's still going to drive it home, hopefully.
All right, a man knocking on the door of a 7-second pass. Jack Petley with a Malaboost. 8:02 in qualifying. Gary, Jack's dad, was just elated yesterday.
As you would be. They spent years building this, haven't they? It looks just the business as well, doesn't it?
Before that, they used to run the Camaro, which Pete Walters now runs in Sportsman ET, if you remember.
Oh, was it that one?
That used
Okay.
to be Jack's.
Well, that's definitely not going like it did before. I think it might be enough to get around Nick Hale, but not by much. Yeah, 985 at 123. Something did not work right that time. Nick Hale bows out with a 1067 at 124. Still a great to see the Hales getting involved. They're going to be real pests for the rest of the class soon.
So we've got a race and I believe, a solo coming up. And can I have Super Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET, can we have you into the lanes?
So Bill McDermott with the amazing Bentley. There is still so much untapped potential in that car.
Going alongside Damien Halliwell.
Damien.
The Jack of Speed, of course, the Street Eliminator student team, and there they are down there. Grace, Owen and Oliver.
Well, Bill very, very slow off the starting line. Not the other end. 835, 193. Go on,
Yeah,
Gordon, sorry.
and 1037. Yeah, once again, to Grace, Oliver and Owen, thank you ever so much indeed. A phenomenal story. Probably not the end result that you wanted. I know we really wanted to see a 9 come up on the board there and for Damien to have his head shaved, but we'll hold him to that. But yeah, it was a very, very interesting story, and I'm so glad that the three of you have stayed here all weekend long. I know you missed the early part of it. Okay, Jill Medley on a solo. Would have been alongside Davey Murdoch, but had a battery failure.
Sorry, Dave. What, on the cruise,
Yeah.
was it? 12:49, 108. So, matchups round 2, Mr. T.
Right, okay, Joe Baxter has got James Murray. Tony Higgs Banks will take on Jack Pentley. Andy Bond has a predetermined bye. Rob Carter against Jill Medley. Al Mack taking on Rob Slater. And Bill McDermott against Hazel Carter. We move on. The bun fight that is Pro ET. Caught up with a lot of, I mean, I'm camping in Pro ET. That's where I always am. And a lot of hilarity, as you would expect from the insult squads. But they're all having a fantastic time, loving it. So it is the Yorkshire Terrier himself, Bob Molden, dialing in a 958, taking on Reuben Dawson with the GTM Camaro 880. Difficult one to choose, this one. Reuben is obviously still in with Comp Eliminator.
Anyone that is here racing in Pro ET in this round has outlasted about 35 other racers already.
Well, if you consider the third of the field didn't qualify.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was.
That's right. So yeah, nearly 30 racers, no, more than 30 racers haven't got this far.
Well, 17 didn't qualify and 16 went out last time.
Reuben is already alongside Bob. I'm sure he's going to be shadowing.
Yeah. Oh, Bob Molden hits his number, but got treed by Reuben Dawson.
I bet he didn't have a big enough mug of tea this morning. I bet that's what it was.
So Reuben marches on a 903. Win margin 0-2 at the stripe. So the next pair, Andrew Brook with the distraction dragster 897. Going to be doing the chasing with Lucille the Camaro, Bjorn 945.
Bjorn Shedzina. Thank you, Benny. I had to say that because, you know. Benny spent so long coaching me to say it right. Well, no one is going to win a reaction time prize in either lane.
No, I think they both got their own billing.
Maybe a booby prize. Well, it is Bjorn closest to his dial-in. 949 on a 45. They had lights that started with a 3, but they both had lights that started with a 3, so it wasn't as bad. Like you said, they both got away with it.
Right, Mark Huxley underneath us here. You're taking on Alan Medley.
Just very quickly.
Alan's just making his way around.
Sorry, mate. Just very quickly, run order for this morning. So we're in Pro ET at the moment, and then Super Pro, I'm guessing, after that.
Yeah, Super Pro being called, and then we go into Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod.
Yeah, we have a lot of racing to get through today. A lot of sun cream to get through as well.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of after sun.
Probably more of that than sun cream.
Yeah, paddling pools are the must. The only problem with paddling pools in this weather is if you leave them out for a little while, you jump in them and they're hot. Because it warms the water up so quickly.
Well, Mark Huxley got into the show as number 2 alternate. He got through round number 1 on a bye, actually. Oh, no, sorry, no. He put Simon Innes on the trailer because Warren Watts, as we know, was broken. And here up against Alan Medley. Darlings then, 977 for Mark, 1104 for Alan. Alan's going to go first. Well, Mark's going to draw alongside. And just takes the win. 988 to a lose-out, 1085 and a breakout.
The only surprise is the actual margin at the stripe, which was 0.3. Mark had loads to play with there.
But Alan Medley, well, his best run for a while, considering we dialed in the 11s. Okay, next up then, Neighbours in the pits. I mean, their two awnings are tied to each other. Brett Featherstone, Billy Everett. 942 plays 975.
Billy's just
Billy
nudging
it in, yeah. Oh, Billy goes red. It's Brett Featherstone.
Both did.
Yeah.
Well, after a round of racing where hardly anyone left on time, we get two red lights at the same time.
Brett's is only a double over. They are still friends, of course. I mean, they've basically been living together for like 8-9 days now because they're all here for
That's
door
a good
slammers.
point, yeah. Yeah, when did that start? I can't. What day are we now? Monday.
10 days ago.
Is it only 10 days? It feels like months. In a good way, of course.
Alfie Ratton taking on the new superstar of Santapod TV, Mr. Dave Cherrett. I spoke to him this morning. He goes, I can see Darryl coming, but I had nowhere to run and hide.
That was just a complete opportunist moment. They were all stuck down there, and it's real nice because obviously the pros get a lot of lot of TV time, a lot of interviews. It's so nice to be able to do that because they're hardly ever down there at the head of the lanes when we have to wait for anything.
I asked him how long the autograph queue was outside his marquee, but he said, "Oh, I didn't realise there was one."
He's probably glad he had a wash that morning as well after that.
So 962, 918, and it is Alfie Ratton who takes that 929 win margin 0-2. Dave Cherrett did the better job on the ET, but a 009 reaction time for Alfie Ratton. Very, very good indeed.
As opposed to an 09 for Dave. Okay, we still have a few pairs left to go before we get into Super Pro, and like Colin said, I'm not sure which is first on. Oh, it's Comp Eliminator that's first, and then Pro Modified round number 1, which is going to be fun.
Yeah. 3 pairs to come at you in Pro ET. The clue is there 6 cars down there?
I think there's about 4, maybe. There's Tom K there.
Oh, yeah, no, there is 6. Yeah, we can see them. That's good. They are all there.
Yeah, the one thing that's been weird about this weekend, okay, no, the weather's been hot, but the conditions have almost been the same.
Good point.
The whole
Very
time.
good point.
So instead of it being constantly changing, wind coming from different directions, picking up, dying down, early in the morning, cold, whatever, I've had none of that.
No, it's all been the same.
Yeah, sweaty. That's good. But again, same for like round 1 of Pro Mod or Super Street Bike is normally a bit of a coin flip in some instances because there's conditions that they haven't run on all weekend. Well, yeah, we've organised exactly the same weather every single day, so here we go. Do you remember Thursday when there was a cloud?
When was that?
Yeah, which Thursday?
Yeah, that's a good point. Last week it was.
Yeah.
That was the first Carl Cox and the test day.
Yeah.
And it was comparatively cool then. So was Friday. It's just been Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Heating up through the weekend.
So, first up then, Tom K taking on Kiwi. That is Stuart Thompson. As I say, 3 pairs to go in Pro ET. So Tom K dialing in 10.10. Stuart Thompson 9.76.
Yep, Tom K was your number 2 qualifier. Stu Thompson, your 26th qualifier. See, that sounds like a massive number, but when you realise there's 49 entries.
I mean, this is to put you into the last 8.
Oh.
Tom K will not be going any further. 001 red. So Kiwi marches on, 980 on a 76. Tom K broke out as well, but he'd already seen the cherry on the tree. Right, Jordan Cowley taking on Rob Cresswell. We've seen the Pontiac already with the Jeff behind the wheel in Super Comp. Now it is Jordan's turn. Dials 888. Taking on the man who ran away with $5,000 last weekend at the Door Slammers, taking the win in the big bracket. 1061 plays 888. The BMW will go first. And goes red. Oh, Jordan Cowley gets the win.
Oh, I'll tell you what, look at that as well. Dials 888, runs 887 with a 9. Up next, Jason Pickett, Adrian Portelli. Now, with conditions like these, Jason's got to be careful that he doesn't make too much horsepower, because he's got all the traction in the world. He will hike the wheels in the air. So I've just seen Jeff Cowley down there, and he's busy skipping around after Jordan's win. Right, Jason 994, Adrian 1009. But stop me if I've said it before.
Oh,
Adrian goes red. Jason Pickett goes 0.5.
yeah, he goes 995 against the 1013 as the two-seater dragster heads out. There is one racer that I really do feel for at the moment, Lee Huxley. Obviously a huge amount of damage, and they will be back at some point, but Lee did message me. He said, you know, I'm gutted that I'm not there, but I want to continue supporting all of my family and friends in Pro ET. Without Lee's sponsors, I don't think he'll be coming back out this year. So one down of Lee Huxley's sponsors, and that's Lovington Logs, VP Fuels, Barbertown, Worcestershire, Maple Rock Design and Web Developments, Drain Cure and Son, Pristine Panel Work, ASD Engines, The Open Ditch at Sinton Green, SB Plumbing and Heating, Zanatech, Willis Westcroft Roofing Supplies, TG Electrical and Maintenance, Davies Plumbing and Heating, Travis Perkins, Mark Twick Plumbing, ABC Tiling, Rapid Screed Limited, NDC Detailing, M Pinchers and Son Transport, Central Engineering and Hydraulic Services Limited, The Open Ditch, Mark Twick Plumbing, Truck Stop, Worcester, Your Property Box and SMT Transport. There we go, Lee. I managed to get it in. As the two-seater dragster heads off down the quarter mile with the second passenger of the day. And this is Will Johnson. 809 at 166. Will, that's just the second passenger ride because he had one 7 years ago.
Nice.
And thought, I'll have another go.
Can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes. Well, the two-seater wraps up Pro ET for us as we just wait for a moment for Super Pro to get themselves ready. I'll tell you what, I've just seen that front matchup. Josh Duncan versus Billy Gain. Oh, because that Rover's been on rails this weekend, 777.
7 and 778, yeah. But they've had a lot of issues getting to that point.
That's
That's the only thing. Matchups then for Super Pro, round number 2. Jacqueline Bartley, it's all about consistent. 780, 780, 780. Just been absolutely superb. Not only that, had a perfect ET as well. So really, really consistent. And Jacqueline has now, I had a chat with Nick Williams this morning, and Jacqueline has really immersed herself into the car now. What jobs she has to do, what she's got to do to get ready, what parts of the car that she's responsible for. And fair dues to Nick, said that Jacqueline is really adjusting to being not just somebody that will just jump in the car and race it, but she's learning all the time, which is fabulous. You know, she's really getting involved. So well done to Jacqueline, and well done obviously to Williams Brothers Racing for like teaching her how to run a race car, not just drive a race car. So well done. But Jacqueline has got a racer that is exceptionally good, which is Pete Walters.
Oh.
So that is a tough matchup with the two 7-second dragsters. Billy Gain, as you've already said there, has got Josh Duncan. Fabien Dubois taking on Nick Curtis. Tom Atkinson has got Barry Giles. I don't know what the score is between those two, but considering how long they have both been racing in Super Pro ET, there must be numerous times they've met in eliminations over the years. So it'd be interesting. Somebody would have a record of that. Thomas Haas has got Scott Hauser.
Oh.
Again, two former event winners. Well, Scott's been national champion 4 times, so a very, very tough matchup indeed. Callum Swinchat has got Mark Croussel.
Yeah, we were joking about this actually because we've decided Mark's not allowed to race any other colour. They have to all be black and orange.
Okay.
Because he raced Alan Durr,
Yeah.
black and orange. He's raced We're going to race Callum Swinchat, who's just pulling up to the front of the lanes now, which is black and orange-ish. It's maybe orange, but...
But Mark knocking on the door of the sevens. Never thought we'd say that, but
he refuses to dial a 7-second pass until he's run one.
Yeah, right. Mark Bailey has got Jack Williams, and Christian Schneebly has got Stevie Saunders. So some great matchups there to take the field down from 6 to 8. One car that would have been racing this weekend, but unfortunately is an absolute nightmare, was Paul Marston, and Sam has tuned in, basically saying that they left early this morning just to get home in the coolness instead of it being hot. So Sam now tuned in at home. So I'm just wishing everybody the very best of luck, of course. FIA top methanol, 90-minute warning. Various people have messaged. Morning, Sam Lou. Hot air balloons. That was really good yesterday, and it was true. The rumour that we heard was true. Keith Bartlett was actually up in the balloon, so he had a fantastic. Apparently, landed somewhere in Bedford. And obviously
hopefully not in the river.
That's what I was just thinking.
The phone call came through to go and collect him, but obviously I know the person who he phoned, but I don't know who went to collect him because that person couldn't go. So obviously Keith, well, I'm sure he's not still in Bedford, I'm sure he's back here, but Keith had a fantastic view of the facility here at Santa Pod. So the 3 hot air balloons yesterday was a fabulous backdrop. Nicky at Nitro, I think, got a fabulous picture from down there. It's been posted on socials, and loads of people saw those balloons go up yesterday and got great pictures of it. It was just something so different. But from our point of view in the tower, we thought that one of them was very, very close to the wind turbine. Very close. It went through, yeah. But it was, it was a wonderful sight. Just added something so different to what we normally see here. There was me talking about Sopwith Camels yesterday, the biplane. It's a Tiger Moth, okay, which is the only other plane that I know. And we do know it's somebody local as well, isn't it?
Oh, cool. Who is it? Sorry, I'm just excited because I said Tiger Moth.
We do see it it's not a regular visitor, but it does live around here.
It does, yeah.
So we have seen it a few times, but sort of added bonus, if you like. Meanwhile, look at the big screen. Oh, the advert's just come on, but we were just having a look at our wonderful crowd. A very, very good morning to you on the banking. How are you all today? Yeah, they've still got arms left, good, and they don't look too red. So thank goodness you've had plenty of sunblock.
You'll burn your armpits if you do that too much. Do you know what? I'll share a story which I really shouldn't say, and I hope he's not watching at home. But my dad fell asleep on a lilo with his arms up above his head.
Oh.
Yeah. Burn his armpits.
Was it you that was talking about the story of somebody had a key on the necklace?
That was in Finland. That's a very Finnish thing to do, just to make sure you still get in your house when you get home. But if anyone could take it off. So, also, hands up. Who has been here since Thursday?
Oh, wow.
Loads of you.
Who's been here since Friday? Is there any more that...
Few of you.
Yeah.
Who's actually... okay, last one. Who hasn't gone home since last weekend? Who's been here the whole time?
Who's done
Anybody?
a staycation?
There's about 3 of you,
On the top of the banking,
yeah?
definitely. Hardcore.
Absolutely that. Well, when we came to the Door Slammers over a week and a half ago now,
Yeah.
who'd have thought you'd have been going home completely red and cooked? after this weekend.
Oh, it's just
Well,
unbelievable.
it couldn't be more different, because I was talking about this earlier with somebody. Last week at the Door Slammers, the temperature on Saturday night was 3 degrees.
Oh, it's crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
You can now add a 0 or a 6 after that.
Yeah.
It is still, even though, yes, it's lovely and warm, it's still not as hot as Germany in the summer. I'm sorry, I know we keep saying that, but my God, 41 degrees in Hockenheim in August was murderous. It was really brutal. Anyway, back to racing, thank God, says everybody.
And two really, really cool, different style body styles. Both have actually run into the 7-second zone. I don't think Billy's going to do that this weekend. He has to use some of the fun gas to do that.
Giggle gas. That's his medical name, by the way. It must be, I think, for people like Bill, I know it's about the competition, but for people like Bill, it must be really hard not, it's like Josh has got nitrous on his now as well. It must be really hard to run without it, because it just doesn't quite do the same thing. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's like having a blown car and taking the pulley off and just.
I think it's okay because he's had a couple of seasons out or a season out where the hit still feels hard. I think if he got back in, hit the nitrous, and then turn it off again, then yes, definitely.
But also, someone like Bill's been doing this for a long time. He doesn't look old enough to have been doing it for a long time, but he really has. It's about the racing, it's about the competition, it's about winning. Even after all these years, they all get so excited and happy when that win light comes on. Anyone that wins a trophy at the end of today, whether it be winner or runner-up in any of these ET classes, absolutely earns it. So Josh Duncan, 775, 816 for Bill. He's going to take the tree first in the fuel tech lane.
Oh, a little bit of a stage duel, not too long though. Billy goes in, there goes Josh.
Well, issues instantly for Josh. Billy's going to go all the way through. Doesn't lift at all and goes 8.23. He was 0-1 on his reaction. That might have been a tough one to drive on anyway for Josh, but...
Well, we don't know what happened to Josh there. He's still crawling up the track. Not the way he wanted his weekend to end. Just putting the car over to the left-hand side.
That has died. It will need retrieving. At least we get a good look at all the races' pit areas. Look at that. You can see where they all are. There you go.
Those chalky whites.
That's right, yeah. All pitted by the fence. We're just about to go past the Colliers, I think, as well, somewhere down there.
They'll even get the wave, though.
Yeah, Josh is parked almost exactly by the speed trap at the finish line, so he will need to be retrieved.
All right, matchups. Well, Billy's through. Obviously, there's going to be 7 more to join him. Mark Courcelle just sitting there waiting patiently. And there's Steve Cassisi and Anna. And somebody that we hear more than we see. That is young Harley Courcelle. He's one of our team in Nitro FM.
I just think whoever that camera operator is, yeah, no, don't do that. That's why he's on the radio.
Yeah. Yeah, we leave the good-looking one out there. That's Steve Cassisi.
Proper old-school matchup as well. Look at this.
Yeah,
Slingshot.
both former Wild Bunch racers.
That's
as well.
great, actually. Yeah, you're right there. Well, not entirely sure how. Well, I'm sure they are, sort of. But how Ballbreaker is running down into the 8 zeros on a regular basis. If it cooled down 10 degrees, they'd probably be in the 7s. But that's really hauling for a small block slingshot to get that in that quickly.
So it ran 8 flat 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was 100th quicker to the 8th in the elimination pass that he ran yesterday. Mark lifted just after 1,000 foot. I'm on an 8:03.
Don't do that.
Do we know where it's come from?
The pace?
Yeah. I know he changed to a trans brake. That's one thing, wasn't it?
He's run a transbrake for ages.
Yeah. What was the other
An
part?
auto shifter.
Auto shifter, that's
Yeah.
it, sorry.
A lot of it is, over the last few years, there's been some sort of an electrical problem, fueling problem that they've had. And whilst trying to find that, they've fixed a whole load of other stuff in the hunt for what this one problem
Got it.
was.
Got
So
it.
the whole car's basically had a fine-tooth comb run through it. The performance has always been there, it's just been finding it, really.
Yeah. Okay, we give him the signal to fire up as Josh Duncan is now hooked up to the back of the quad. By the time these cars have done their burnouts.
See,
Josh
on
will
the
have
big screen, those are the people you don't see that do all the hard work up the top end, pushing the cars off the track. They're in fire suits all day. So if you think you're cooking, think about them.
Yeah, they're cooking more.
Yeah, it's not. I completely get it's not a contest, but my goodness me, they are probably really glad at the end of every day because they must be cooking. So, Callum Swim Chat was your number 29 qualifier. Mark was number 3. Mark dials an 8.01 this time. Has he ever dialed quicker? I don't think he has.
Not in eliminations.
No.
Not when it matters. Then again, I don't think Callum Swim Chat's dialed any quicker either.
881 is very quick for that little altered as well.
Yep, these two cars couldn't be more similar for being so different, really. Both injected small blocks. Both run nostalgia chassis and body styles.
So what's the difference? What's the difference between the two that one makes one almost a second off the other one?
One's got a lot of trick stuff in it.
Okay.
That's literally all it is. So 400 cubic inches for Callum Swim Chat, 383 for Ball Breaker.
I was just going to say that doesn't make any difference because it's bracket racing, but I just wondered that they're the same basic engine. Not much on the tree. Will Mark drift and coast? He's got to get there first. Wow, it is going to be Callum. 0-2 win margin, 881. They were both only a couple of hundredths away from their dialing, but Callum's reaction time was slightly quicker. That was what made the difference at the finish line. I think Mark did keep his boot in it as well, because that was 160.
What a weekend, though, for the team. Just so pleased for them.
Yeah, you could if you could go back in time and say, right, you did lose in round 2, but you did qualify, and you went 8.04 when you lost. They'd have been doing handstands, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So 2 dragsters this time round, one with a blown engine in, one with a big block. Jacqueline Bartlett in the fuel tech lane. Sorry, Jacqueline Colleen Bartlett, otherwise I'll get a clip round here from Mum. I get that anyway, but, might as well not be for that. So the big blown car in the Kendall lane will be going second.
Yep, you've seen how it was. This is how it is now. Supercharged big blocks, Pete Walters. Naturally aspirated big blocks for Jacqueline Bartlett.
2 ex-junior drag racers, one more recently than the other. Right, whatever you do, Jacqueline, don't go 781. She didn't.
Well, 782 on a 781 dial, but Cherry on the Tree told the story. Pete Walters into round number 2. Coasting at the stripe, but he knew he had to win.
Quite a big red for Jacqueline as well, but still a fabulous weekend. The car running so well. So Fabien Dubois, 7.04, pegged the dialing back slightly for this morning. 7.89 for Nick Curtis with the Lawbreaker. Blown big block Chevy in the Malibu.
Yeah, Nick Curtis took out a returning Joe Kellett in round number 1. Fabien Dubois took out Nick Good.
Yeah, also dialed 697, I think, and went 697.
Yeah, he's dialed his number back. Nick Curtis hasn't.
In a row, unfortunately, in the fuel tech lane. That one.
Well, double breakouts, but the red light tells the story there. And as Daryl said, 2 red lights in a row in the fuel tech lane. 787, too quick on a 789, but a 699 for Fabien. As I say, the result already declared as they left the line with that red light.
Well, Christian should have been alongside Stevie Saunders with the rusty dog, but no Steve.
Oh no, that's because I said he was running well.
Well, we've had a fabulous weekend until right now. So Christian was here for all the door slammers and making a long trip from Switzerland worthwhile. .78 on a 72.
Yeah,
Thomas.
Because I said Stevie was running well this weekend. My fault. But he was, to be completely fair.
Running very well indeed.
Yeah, so door car against dragster once again. Thomas Haas from Switzerland with the Valiant. This is their last racing day of a couple of weekends here. They come a long way, but by goodness do they make the most of it. So he's in the Valiant in the fuel tech lane, 8.21. Could we have FIA Pro Mod into the lanes, please, if you're not already there for round number 1. FIA Pro Mod, please, round number 1. Up against Scott Hauser. So someone that's travelled for days to get here, and someone that's travelled for, well, if he walked here, it might take him, I don't know, half a day, maybe. Scott Hauser. Both of these very, very tough races in this class. Someone's going to be going home now. Will it be a long journey or will it be a short one? Yeah, that was good.
You had to think about it, didn't it?
It did. The time is just had to think about Scott's line.
Tight. 737 on a 34. 822 on a 21. In effect, a whole shot win for Scott Hauser.
That was all on the tree.
It was.
One thing you'll find interesting, you know, we always mention about Barry Giles' routine, as in back up everything slowly. Even when the weather's like this, still the same.
Yeah.
Never changes.
Why change your procedure? Why change it? If you do the same thing absolutely every single time.
So it's at the right temperature.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've just got to say, Tom Atkinson does his burnout. Got to admire the dedication of a lot of our fans that are tuned in. I mean, some of them came either yesterday or just only came Saturday, but still managed to tune in and watch the rest of the racing that maybe can't take the time or can't afford to take, you know, the money to come out, because obviously funds are tight for a lot of people these days. And various other things, but it's good to see that a lot of people still tune in and watch all the racing as well. And they think, oh yeah, I was there, I watched that car live a day or two ago. Big shout out to Perry. It was good to see you on Saturday, Perry. You and your brother Tim, of course. And no doubt we will bump into you probably at Dragstalgia. So we'll see you then. We have Super Street Bike into the pairing lanes, please, for FIM. As we look at Tom Atkinson, who dials 8:39 against Barry Giles 7:42. So the Time Is Money Cortina Estate will be going first, and then Barry Giles 7:42. Going to close that gap. It's a case of who gets the strike first without breaking out.
Barry having a bit of a wander around. I don't think it's going to matter though, because he gets there first and turns the win light on.
Yeah, reaction time advantage by 800 to Barry there.
Tom was closer to his dial, but a 108, like not that bad, but when the guy in the other lane is 02, that's an advantage you're going to struggle to make up.
Right, looks like it's going to be a solo here for Jack Williams. No, Matt Southcott. That's a shame because Scampy was absolutely hauling this weekend. But Jack Williams going to be into the last 8, and he's from an alternate as well. He managed to
2 alternate.
get in, yeah.
Just going to say, Scampy hauling the fish this weekend. It's not a thing though, is it? I don't think you haul fish. Anyway.
No.
7:23 on the dial in. Let's see how close it is. 7:31, 189. Matchups for Super Pro, round 3. Pete Walters has Billy Gain. Fabian Dubois has Barry Giles. Scott Hauser is taking on Callum Swinchat. And Jack Williams takes on Christian Schneebly.
Oh, that's all of them.
They're all awesome
Tom's
matchups.
going to start off the chair in a minute. Dear me. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, that round of racing, no matter when it is, at an event like this, is always going to be killer matchup. So we have Comp Eliminator round number 1 of is it a 32 car ladder or 16?
16.
No, 16 car
I
ladder.
can't believe I had to count that. I know what a 32 car ladder looks like. And I'm thinking, Never mind.
So, Lloyd Perkins down there, they've had a hell of a weekend with that Olds Cutlass. If you haven't heard me mention it 1,000 times, this was Europe's first 6-second door car way back in 1993 with Tony Rose at the wheel. And is still living on in Comp Eliminator these days under the super modified designation. They've both gone Colin, it's not just us. Yeah.
Just double checking.
You're going to see a lot of lifting and coasting. This is a class that I compared to high jump the other day. Basically, you set the bar, you've got to try and run as far over the bar or under the number as you can. Now we're into eliminations. If you do that by too much, they simply raise the bar. No armoured jam shed, unfortunately.
Yeah, split the block.
He had a new engine in this morning. Obviously issues when he was warming it up. Yeah, I spoke to Ahmed last night and he said it's all ready, we just can't start it.
Oh no.
And now this morning, obviously, first attempt didn't work, so Lloyd Perkins goes through, takes the win.
That is a real shame because Ahmed was the number 1 qualifier.
By some margin.
Yeah. He had what it took this weekend. The other good thing as well for him, it's the first time he didn't get the run thrown out because it was too quick.
Yeah, true, yeah.
So Darren Dewhurst and Dan Williams, your next pair. So the numbers that you see on the board at the finish line are their indexes, they're not dial-ins. Based on the size of the engine and the type of car, they have an index, i.e. that they, and then they tune their car to go as quick and as fast as they possibly can. Dan will leave first, but there are no breakouts. When the win light comes on, that's the end of that.
No doubt Dan's going to get off the throttle back now. There we go. Goes on through. 10.34 on the 78. Doesn't hurt the index. Takes the win line.
And 10.20 for Darren Dewhurst. A little bit off pace. I think he lifted at the finish line. It must be really strange to see someone that far out in front and trying to catch him. So Chris Todd and Rob Smallworth. Interesting as well that I noticed they run a sportsman ladder. Obviously it's a sportsman class, kind of. But Rob Smallworth was number 8, so he gets number 16. It's the way it used to be in every class actually. 1, 9, 2, 10, and so on.
Do we know why it changed for the pro classes?
It was basically because they thought it was fairer to people that have done really well and qualified really well
To get
go
the
against
slowest.
someone, exactly, to get the slowest in inverted commas car. However, the people that qualify like 15 and 16 don't tend to agree.
No.
But it is what it is, isn't it?
So, Chris Todd, Rob Smallworth. Rob can run under his index. Chris can't. If you think the Dirty Dog's going to be leaving first, once you know they just... they left at the same time.
Yeah, Rob was supposed to get the green first. That didn't happen. Nice, 760. That'll work. Really nice looking run though for Chris Todd. 863 at 156. Cannot be unhappy with that. This is going to be fun. 863 for the Honey Wasp of Reuven Dawson in the Kestrel lane against the fraudster of Kev Jenkins. Now, Kev's car can run about a half a second underneath the index. It's just whether they've got it in the tune at the moment.
Reuven's car has run 8/10 under his index. You shouldn't do that in eliminations because you're going to really hurt your index.
Yeah, basically it's called competition index control, and if you go more than 0.5 under your...
I think it's 0.6.
It's yeah, they shifted it a bit.
Yeah.
Then however far you go under, it moves your index for the next event.
However, a car like the Fraudster is scary for Reuven.
Because of the closing speed.
And he can make him hurt his index if he's there and pushes him all the way. Which he's going to.
He has. 744 for Kev Jenkins at 184 is his best run for a long while. Reuven Dawson, Reuven Dawson went exactly 6/10 under. Exactly 6/10 under his dial-in. So Kev Jenkins did everything he could. Reuven took the strike by 0.15. But Kev Jenkins is back. 184 for a four-cylinder. That was Kev's best run for a long while.
Yeah. That car had PBs down in the 7.2s. That's why it's extremely scary for someone like Reuven.
And the closing speed as well.
Well, you've got the closing speed and the fact that he's not really been there yet. So you make this plan of, I'm just going to win by as little as I can, but if that's 2/10 like it was, quicker than you expect, you end up having to judge it just like Reuven did, and to be fair to Reuven, that was spot on.
Another one doing it for the front-wheel drive gang is Emma Goddard. Emma has a great chance this weekend because she went almost exactly 6/10 under in qualifying.
Who's your money on, Luke?
Of course it is, on Emma. Rene Erzman, though, is got a big ask because that car, which is an A nitrous altered, has an index of 7 flat. Now, to be competitive, he needs to be about a 6.5. His quickest run of the weekend was still very quick, but it was a 7.02. It needs to be a lot better than that. But Emma goes red.
So does Rene.
Shakes the tyres.
Rene went red as well.
Oh, and Emma almost a perfect 6/10 under. Well, Luke is pointing out something that blue line violation. He might have gone. I don't think he did. No, go and look at the tyre tracks. The tyre tracks don't go nearly that far. It's all right. It's worth...
We're going to have a look at the replay anyway.
Yeah, repaint the line a bit. Move the line a bit. Yeah, in slow-mo, you can see Emma goes first, and Rene shakes the tyres, but he doesn't go. No, he's well away from the white line.
Oh,
he's fine, and he doesn't get the wall either. So it stands, in our humble opinion, but it's not up to us. Couple more pairs, round 1 Pro Mod around the back of the tower.
Well, Amir should have been against Simon Crowley, but no Simon in this matchup. They were telling me as well last night that this car's still on low boost.
864 is what you went in qualifying. Wow. 873 at 170. Check that out. Right, another one that should have been a race, I presume.
Yeah, it should have been against Marcus Welp.
Well, Marcus went home on Saturday, I think. Marcus and the whole tuning team from Germany, if you're listening in, thank you very much indeed for the show. You did manage to go home with a 6-second 200-mile-an-hour Golf. Got one more pair and then a run from JC, and it's Pro Mod. It's going to be lively. So, Nick, probably run it to about 1,000 foot and then back off. Out there. Nicely done. That's kind of the plan.
It was moving quite a lot compared to what it usually does. And I mean side to side, not forwards.
Yeah, moving's what they're supposed to do, mate. So, Robin Orthodoxu will be your last solo run. Now, who was Robin due to race?
Simon Goff.
Oh. Simon, if you're out there, mate, it's been a pleasure to have you back. And just for the record, if you're watching, I was at the top end to interview you in the second session on Saturday, and you drove straight past me as I waved at you. He's been, for years,
Did you see him waving at you?
No, he wasn't supposed to wave. He was supposed to get out and talk to me. So for years, he's been saying to me, why haven't you interviewed me? And I mean, all the excuses about we don't want your face anywhere near the camera, mate, that sort of thing didn't work. So I said, okay, yes, we'll do that. I was there, and he drove straight past me, unfortunately. Drove back to the pits. But anyway, commiserations, Simon. Sorry it didn't work out, but I hope you got lots of data from this weekend to come back faster, stronger, and more competitive, ultimately. He's a very competitive soul, Simon, which is a really good thing. So Robin has a bye run. I love the way there's factory somewhere in this car, as in the name of it.
Yes.
As in AFA, because factory parachutes, maybe. Factory helmet.
It's the dimensions of the engine are factory in inverted commas.
Yeah, it's also the loosest form of an altered I've ever seen. It's basically that sort of the chassis, but with a tiny little bit of bodywork around it. That's all it is. Anyway, Robin, 6-second runs have happened many times before with this car. He went 7.06 in qualifying, which is already super competitive.
A bit bouncy at the back, but coasts at the top end.
Saves it to get ready for round 2. So, matchups for... Sorry, Colin, you put it away now.
No, it's all right. No, I've got them right here for you. Lloyd Perkins going to be taking on good friend Nick Williams. Mir going to be taking on Dan Williams. Ruben Dawson against Robin Orthodoxu. And it's going to be Rob Smallworth taking on Rennie Ershman.
Every single one of those is going to be fun.
Yeah. Every one of those can be index bashing.
Which
So
is
it's, going to be tough.
So, JC Grant with just an exhibition run, tagging on the end of Comp Eliminator. I would love to know what would make this legal for Comp, because it's the perfect class for this car.
Basically, it's a Porsche with a Toyota engine, so you can't have to have...
No, you can.
Sorry, you
Yeah,
can.
yeah, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
I keep getting this confused with
I was thinking, hang on.
super stock. Yeah, my apologies.
It's
yeah.
okay. But yeah,
I don't know.
Because the car is absolutely, it's pro mod legal because of the chassis. Go on.
I think it is legal for comp.
Okay.
But it's not competitive yet.
Oh, it is. Well, by
It's
comparison.
It's not.
Okay.
Because I think its index is somewhere around 6.7. Someone in Sweden has got one of a 2JZ in the front of a Camaro that runs 5s, and that just destroyed the index for the BT-A.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, JC Grant yesterday, personal best 6.45. 103 to 60 foot, takes a little wander towards the centre line, but pulls it back perfectly. 6.42, chipping away, 220 miles an hour. He's had a fabulous couple of weeks, hasn't he? What with the door slammers and here this weekend. If you wonder, a lot of people wonder why cars like that aren't in Pro Mod as well. It's because there's a whole bunch of stuff in there that isn't legal, the overhead cams and all sorts of other stuff as well.
Great thing about that is the clutch lasted the whole run, and that's because that's been their bugbear this weekend is clutch.
I've
Well
just
done.
thought of why it might not be legal.
Go on.
Gary, can you hear me? Hello. I've got a question for you about Dracy's car. Does it have nitrous on it? Nitrous. Oh, you can't even because of the tractor. If he runs nitrous,
That's
Yeah.
two power adders.
to spool the turbo, that's
Yeah.
2 power adders. Can't have it.
Plus, it has to be, need to have a V8.
For Pro Mod, yes, but we're talking about comp.
Oh, I thought you were.
Sorry, yeah, no.
That was 2 conversations at once.
Right answer, right answer, wrong question. I think that's what that was.
Yes. yeah.
Or right answer, wrong class, or something like that. So we've just got a couple of minutes track prep before we get to round 1 of FIA Pro Modified, and how much fun are race days in the summer, Dick?
In the summer, yeah, the summer is nice.
Yes,
Yeah.
summer's good. Thank you very much indeed. So, pairings. Number 1, Mark Hartveld. Everything okay after yesterday?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
The he's up against Lars Schellholm, who's on his first trip here to race at the main event, or to race at Santapod full stop actually. Door Slammers last weekend, he was in the 590s. Have they any idea what the issue has been so far?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
They might. Hopefully, they're
Yeah,
going to find
yeah.
it now.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, all the power will be back, and then
Yeah, and then it's going to be hard for Mark.
yeah.
He has to go fast.
He has to go fast every single round. John Webster going to be taking on Kev Slyfield, 2 guys from the UK. Hopefully Kev's got the transmission fixed, because I think that's what broke yesterday.
Yep,
David has got Michael Winter. Andy Robbins against Bruno Bart. Seriously?
Yeah.
Against Bruno? They've been sparring for ever, what seems like, over 20 years now. Michel Turenne against Kim Christiansen. Do you know what happened with Kim yesterday, or was it just...
Yeah, there was an issue in the clutch,
Yeah.
and so yeah, they put in a new clutch, and well, hopefully it works now.
Hopefully it works. So it didn't break the engine or anything like that yesterday? A little bit,
I don't
maybe.
know that. Yeah,
No
because
problem.
it wasn't happy.
He wasn't happy at all. Michel Turenne.
Oh, I know.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Kim, one of the breather hoses from the valve cover came off,
That was what it was.
or it's blowing off, or it just came off.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Michelle, were they happy with how everything went
Yeah,
yesterday?
yeah, everything. The engine stays on, and the engine stays happy.
Yep.
But now they need to to power it up again. But they have a bit of an issue with the chutes. The chutes didn't came out yesterday.
Oh,
Well,
of
they came
course they
out,
didn't,
but they
yeah.
fell on the floor.
Yeah.
So they've been asking around to see if they have to pack it differently. But nothing changed on the car. And one of a sudden they didn't come out. So.
Well, at least he had the presence of mind to get it stopped as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, and good brakes.
And good brakes, yeah. It's funny that, because I remember reading a comment where a lot of people said, well, you know, Pro Mod cars don't really need carbon brakes or anything like that. They do. Which saves, it's an expense, like everything's an expense, but it can save the car.
Yeah.
That's the difference. you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because if
Yeah.
he didn't have carbon brakes to get him stopped, he would have been way down the end. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
240 plus miles an hour with no parachutes is not
Yeah.
funny. at
Yeah,
all.
for people watching, that's over 400 kilometers an hour.
To get stopped in
Yeah.
half a mile.
Yeah,
Same as
exactly.
everybody else. Okay, well, Michelle's ran there to race Kim Christensen. Andre Arnova against Sean Delemont. Andres hasn't had his normal clockwork weekend, really.
No, he changed from the inner liners to the 18-inch bead locks,
Okay.
and he's struggling with that.
So what does that change? But without giving too much away, how does that make the car react differently? I know it's a weight thing as well, isn't it?
Yeah, also, yeah. But the 18-inch wide rims are a bit more forgiving for the sidewalls of the tire,
Yeah.
and it should take away tire shake. Well, that shouldn't take away, but it makes it easier to tune. It's the idea.
That's the idea.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think they might agree with that
Yeah,
at the
that was
moment.
also the reason they switched to liners.
Yeah.
A lot of guys did. Also David and Michel. But now they are going to try the 18-inch wide rims.
They're going to try the bead locks, yeah?
Yeah, the bead locks, yeah.
Okay. And Jean Delemont in the other lane, he's had a clockwork weekend for him.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, he's,
possibly not quite as quick as he wanted.
No, but first he had to get comfortable in the car again.
Before they turn it up.
Yeah, after the crash he had, it was a big crash. But he's back to it now. So now they can start tuning it.
the only nitrous car in the show, again.
Peter Walker.
Oh, sorry, and Peter Wacker, who was up against Jari Rantaniemi too. Jari Rantaniemi's team, I saw, had
Issues.
oh, dearie me, yeah. So they found something. I read it as I was going to sleep, and I thought, I'm tired just looking at that. So you go on, you say.
They found, well, there came some pieces of the valve springs.
Yep.
That came in the oil pump,
Which
through,
is
through the oil pump. So destroyed the oil pump, and then a lot of other parts were found in the sump.
They got away with it, really.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, because it could have been an awful lot worse than that, I suppose.
Absolutely, yeah.
So fixed for round one, up against Peter Wacker, who we just mentioned. It's great to see Peter back here again. Completely outgunned, however, doesn't stop him trying, and he has qualified. And the last race, Stian Rusanis against Marcus Hill. That's going to be a tough one.
Absolutely,
because,
yeah.
Well, Stian has only got down the track once in 2 weeks, so we'll see. Thank you, Colin.
Ooh, that's just lucky for Mark.
Lucky?
Yeah, the burnout didn't start really good.
I think the thing is, because the distance between the burnout box and the start line is that far, they don't start their burnouts till out there, and the tyres dry off.
Exactly, yeah. It's a bit tricky.
It's the thing I still can never quite understand is how something with this much horsepower that can smoke the tyres over there when they're warm cannot smoke the tyres here, you know, just when they're dry. But anyway, Lars Schellholm with that amazing looking LSR. Credit to Darren West, Power Race Graphics, for designing and the whole concept around this with the shirts, t-shirts and everything too. The car looks absolutely beautiful. Everybody in Matford's glued to their TV screens this morning for this round one matchup. Let's hope he can get a good run down the racetrack. Mark Hartwell hopes it's not too good. Well, Mark went 581, which is his personal best in competition or anything on the first run Saturday. Yesterday was good too, actually, wasn't it? Both runs. The second one was at 590, slightly off pace, but the car just doesn't. It's really strange. You can hear it. You can hear the clutch just drag the engine down off the line.
Yeah. Too less wheel speed, or too less clutch.
Or both. Sweden and the Netherlands. Didn't find the problem. Mark Hartwell with a very nice 584 at 237 miles an hour. Well, that Camaro of Lars Schellholm has never looked better. However, it might be going in the bin sometime soon after that, I think.
Some of the ignition parts.
Yeah. So it's almost definitely ignition related because it just doesn't fire for whatever reason.
Could be a punch box or something like that.
Well, 961 to 60 foot for Mark, 255, 382 to the 8th mile, 193, which is moving for that Superbird. Lars was trying his best, 08 on the tree, 104 to 60 foot, but the car just hasn't behaved itself for the last 3 days. No issues last week at the door slammers, other than a bit of tyre shake, but we can live with that. So, Mark Hartwell through to round two. That was a great run as well. Give the team a round of applause, please, everybody in the grandstand. Also, to Lars's team as well. It's an awfully long way to come to have that happen and not run better than an 8-second run all weekend. That's rough.
Yeah, that's sad. Kev Schutz came out.
Oh no, stop him.
Stop at the car.
Stop. Don't let Kev come back. Marshall, stop him before he rolls over him. Oh no, I think the crew have been on the radio and told him, yeah, the last thing you want to have happen, if you roll backwards,
then
and the chutes just get tangled in everything. It's I've seen it happen a few times and it's just horrible. It really, really is. So Kev Slifer, what an unfortunate end after all the hard work. Well, he's just going to have to stay unretired and try again. On the bright side. Yeah, Kev, they can't send John down the racetrack with Kev stranded over there. So what they'll probably do is push John back. He will come round for his now bye run, unfortunately.
Yeah, at the end of the
end of the session. Or he can just stage it up and take the green if he wants to. I think that's probably what Dave's having a chat with him about, whether he wants to just do that, or he wants the data. He wants to run the car all the way through. Well, Kev's team going for a morning jog they didn't want. Look at them.
To warm up a little bit.
Yeah, to warm up a little bit. I mean, that's a good way to get ready for. So yeah, the team just deciding what John wants to do. I'm sure they would let him just stage up, take the green if he wants to, which is all he needs to do to move on. It's just whether John wants to take it all the way through for the run data. Yeah, Kev Slifer would need to be retrieved. That's where you can see the quad coming from up the other end of the track.
The only thing that would benefit John, obviously, if he gets the data, but lane choice. But he will be taking on Mark Hartveld in round 2. So
yeah, but he's got to run 583 to do it,
yeah.
which he has done.
He has,
actually. Yeah, he's done that.
Yeah, it's, you know, his best is 583 with the 9, so he would literally have to run a PB to
have lane choice. I'm not entirely sure lane choice matters
No,
today.
not here.
Any time.
Just prefer what you prefer.
I cannot remember the last time lane choice was ever an issue. It's just, yeah, like you just said, preference, isn't it? It's just like which side you like lining up. Commiserations for Kev and the whole team. He had a good shout of doing that as well. Okay.
I've got to say, Dick Costa, very well spotted. I didn't see that the chutes had come out there, but you obviously your eyesight is even better than mine. I'm going to get a refund.
You
on
have
these
to take off
bionic
your sunglasses.
I even cleaned these this morning.
Yeah, well, the chutes are rolled up. That's normally the job you're watching them do there. That's normally the job they do after the finish line, all the way down at the turnout right at the end. They're going to be hooking the quad up and taking Kev out the way. We still have all of the rest of round 1 Pro Modified to go. Mark Hartveld's team. The other good thing about running first as well, Mark Hartveld's team get a real head start on servicing the car for the next round.
Yeah.
That's a big thing on race day as well.
Yeah, especially in Pro Modified, because we run the 16-car field, and all the other FIA classes run the 8-car field. So we make a run now, go back, and then we have an hour and a half maybe, and then we have to show up again.
Well, that's why a lot of the time you'll see. Sometimes you see like only 6 cars show up for round 2, and it's, you know, not for want of trying, but they have engine damage or something like that, and they can't fix it in time for round 2.
David decided to go in the last pair. Well, hopefully that without any
We're
damage.
just talking about, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm assuming then, from what you just said there, whoever qualifies highest, i.e. Mark Hartveld, has the first choice as to when to run. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
So, and he decided, right, I want to be out in first pair, so I can get back to the pits, get myself sorted out. And then it goes to number 2 qualifier?
Yeah, just
so they pick
until
their
number 8.
run,
Yep.
they select their own run order according to where they qualify. Okay.
Yep. And lane choice.
Yes.
Yeah, Kev's crew are having a discussion on the starting line because I just have a sneaky feeling why the chutes might have come out.
Oh? Tell me.
Well, I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to preempt anything they're discussing about, which is, so, you know they have safety systems on the car.
Mm-hmm.
Something may have triggered it. That might be the reason that they're having the discussion. But anyway, that's up to the race director to decide and sort out, as in to say, look, it wasn't us, it was the safety system that did it. Which I can only think is why Woody's down there and all the team are down there having a chat with Dave, who's relaying it to the race director up here. So we'll see.
Well, John Webster is in the water box, so he's going to make the run immediately after Kev is gone off the track.
So you can see on the big screen and on the live stream at home, Kev, that's the scrutineering turn-off. That building you can see there is where the scrutineering is, where the weigh station and everything is as well, like a lovely, beautiful, flat piece of concrete to weigh the cars. It's also a good tuning aid, isn't it, that? Because it tells you what the weight is on each corner and everything else as well.
What David did, and most of the cars do that on every event they are, whether it's Santa Pot or another track. Of course, there's always a bit difference in the scales. Shouldn't be, but there is. So can happen that when you raced here, the weight is exact, and you go to tier, and then you're too light or too heavy.
The other thing as well is that one of the definite differences is that the weigh station is inside here, right? And these cars create downforce sitting still, almost, don't they? Because if it's windy, it can push the car down to make the car heavier, can't it?
Yeah.
Exactly what you said. Well, John will be making his buy run, just reheating the tyres slightly. The wheelie bar was in the right place already. It's just going to be interesting to see whether he does run it all the way through. I'm guessing yes. They probably want the data for the start line more than anything else as well. However, knowing John and John's right foot, .99 to 60, 8th mile 394. That'll be a 595 again.
Nice.
244 miles an hour. Well, up against Mark Hartvelt in round 2. Any mistakes? Big shame for Kev Schleifield. Really big shame for the team as well, especially after their morning jog. Just trying to see who's fired up next. Obviously, it won't be David because you said he's in the last pair.
Yep.
So, nitrous car against turbo car this time. France against Estonia in the UK. That's what you call a proper international drag racing series.
And France, of course.
And France, of course. Thank you very much indeed to Luke Stevenson, mate. I do apologise, I didn't see your message in time. Ahmed Jamshed we're talking about Comp Eliminator. So 2 things. First of all, Ahmed didn't make it because it had a fuel leak. The second one was why JC Grant's car isn't legal for Comp Eliminators because it's got a lock-up clutch. That's why. Thank you very much indeed, mate. The one time you provide useful information, you're not here. How's that work? Yeah, so John Doulemont with a big nitrous Camaro. This car will be a front runner sometime soon. It's just the when part. He's down there in the Fuel Tech lane from the southwest of France in Tarnos, literally a couple of kilometres from the border with Spain, which is funny enough, I'm going on holiday tomorrow.
Oh,
not to Tarnos, but the other side.
Nice.
Well, I was going to say hopefully, yeah, the weather just needs... It's brilliant, isn't it? Look, the weather in the UK is like this, and I'm going to France. Anyway, whatever. Andres Arnova with the twin-turbo Mustang. He was our number 7 quality. Andre was number 7. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. A best of 594. Goodness me. 0.2 of a second slower than he was at Door Slammers. I appreciate why, but, you know. So one's going to spool up, one will bump in. That's a really good looking race. 588 and a 612 for Jean Doulemont. Shoots out way down the shutdown area. That's more like it for Andre Arnova. They found the tune up exactly at the right time in round 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, John was a little late on the tree, 0.26, but finally it came off the line like it was supposed to. 0.99 to 60 foot. There's not much in their 8th mile times, but that turbo car just back halves like a bandit, doesn't it? Look, sub 2 second back half.
Holland against Denmark. And a little bit of Holland in the other car as well. So
Is Joe Harry tuning it again as well?
Yeah. Yeah. And Mark doing the clutch.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yep.
That's King Christensen from Denmark. That team just make a massive effort to come over here. What they just lack is track time.
Yeah.
The car has everything in it to run. It ran 590 more than 10 years ago with Mark in the seat, didn't it? That's right, yeah. Actually, I think that was like 2013, 14 maybe, something like that. However, at the time, that run was absolutely amazing. Whereas now, it'll be mid-pack at best, something like that. So is the car pretty much the same as when Mark ran it back then?
Yeah. No, it's been back to Andy Robinson to make some updates, to make it lighter and stiffer at some point. But the chassis is still the same.
And the body and everything else too, yeah? Okay.
It's actually almost the same as David's car.
It's almost got
It
the
just
same,
has a different body.
got the same tuner as well, funny enough,
No,
from back then.
no, I mean David's Camaro.
So in the fuel tech lane, it is Ken Christensen with a 68 from Denmark against Michel Turenne with a Pro Dutch Camaro. I keep going to say Cuda, but in the low 580s for Michel. Here we go. Well, did his crew shut him off, or did he shut that off?
I think he saw the wind light.
Just to save it, yeah?
I hope.
Well, the numbers were as we'd expect from that car. 0.94 to 62, 252 to... I mean, seriously, 252 every
crazy.
time. It's really good. 383 at 175 to the 8th mile. He'd probably actually backed off by then.
Yeah, I think he saw the wind light.
Yeah. Still goes 669. So Michel Turenne with the Pro Dutch Cuda. I did it again, didn't I? Camaro moves on to round 2. So
Next year it will be more difficult.
Yeah.
Because then it's Mark's Cuda.
Supergas in the lanes, please. Could we have Supergas into the pairing lanes for round number 1, I do believe. So we've had a number of 580s already. I'm pretty sure that would have been an easy 580, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So what do they do to make the back half of the racetrack safe? Because that's where they've had the problem with destination. Give them a big round of applause, please. Pro Dutch team moving on to round 2, and Kim Christensen's guys as well. Yeah, what do they do in the second half of the racetrack just to keep it safe?
They take out a couple of degrees ignition to cool the engine down.
Just to make sure it doesn't get too hot and start expiring, yeah?
Some retards at the ship points, and then a little bit fuel out to get the extra power, and then take away a few degrees of ignition.
Okay. Or just shut it off, but then that doesn't win races.
No. Well, in this case, yeah, but... Oh, again shoots out. Oh, they have a radio.
Yeah, Peter Wacker.
I remember so well. Also, Peter Wacker. He had it once here after the burnout. He went to the stage. The chutes came out, and his starter went to him. He shut off, and Peter was looking at his gauges. Well, everything is fine.
Go.
So the starter again, shut it off, and still he kept it running. And so the guy picked up the chutes, opened the driver door, put it on his lap, and closed the door. And then Peter shut off the engine.
Then he went, okay. Well, that's going to be a long pushback for Peter Wacker. Going to be interesting to see as well whether Jari Rantaniemi takes it easy or does take it all the way through.
I think he's going back to the water box, for sure.
Yeah, they're going to click it off and let Peter get out the way. The only thing is, though, Peter would have been out of the way in time for Jari to run.
Yeah, they take quite a while to get it race ready in the line. It's a bit typical that it's second time in the right lane.
That's a weird one. Definitely that. That car looking as good as it ever did. But unfortunately, shoots out on the burnout. Jari Rantaniemi has pushed back past the water box, just waiting for the signal to refire. In fact, he could have just made that run, to be honest with you, unless he wanted to make sure the engine didn't run for too long. But they had hold of Peter Wacker's car and brought him all the way back as quickly as they possibly could. So with the turbo cars, did the turbo cars get a rule change over winter as well? Because I think they did, didn't they? I think. I only know this by reading Andres Arnover's posts, and I think they went from 91 to 88 millimeter turbos.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they had to change the turbos on the cars to be legal for this year again?
Yeah. Or the housings.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah,
Is
it's
that you
just the
can
air
change that?
intake, a restriction in the air intake.
So it isn't all new turbos, it's a...
No, I don't think so. No. Maybe they get modified, like the superchargers, got some extra overdrive allowed. And then you should modify the housing of the supercharger to get the benefits from it.
So what difference does that make? So what did it go from 16.5 to 18, I think, is overdrive? Yeah. What difference does that make? Is that
Well, the blower supercharger spins faster, 2% faster. So it should make more power, more boost, intake pressure. But it can also bring more heat because you're compressing air. And David is not really seeing the benefit of it yet. Not a lot more boost. Michel does. So, and they seem to be like the same superchargers.
okay?
The same manufacturer. Oh,
Well, Yari is just going to, by the looks of that, just take the tree then.
yeah.
That's all he has to do to be into round number 2. Well, one of the more bizarre first rounds of Pro Mod.
Yeah, that's really weird.
I don't think he's not building boost, just takes the green.
He could have just stopped it and pushed back.
Well, it's probably quicker if he goes that way, because then he's already there. The crew have got to go up and get him instead of towing down the return road. Okay, so we got 4 cars through to round 2. Commiserations to Peter Wacker. I think your next pair is going to be Bruno Barda against Andy Robinson. Hopefully Andy and Luke. Yeah, Luke standing down there. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, they were very poorly yesterday. Spoke to Stephanie, and no, they were really bad.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It must be to stop and run in the car, especially when they're here. Round of applause, please, everybody in the grandstand for Peter Wacker with the gorgeous Rufus toy. Sorry that happened, Peter. Too busy waving to the crowd, don't hit the tow car. So Andy coming round into the Kestrel lane. Andy was actually, I think he was number 5 qualifier yesterday in the middle of the 580s. Up against Bruno for the nth time. This is one of those races I'd love to know how many times this has happened over the years. They've raced at tracks all over Europe. Alessaro, Hockenheim, Gardermoen.
Yeah. Yeah, David also had Bruno quite a lot of times.
Well, I guess when you race with the same people in the same class a lot and you're both pretty successful, it's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Bruno's personal best, thank you very much indeed, Robin, as always. He's down in the 580s, but he's not been there for a number of years, actually. Seems to have found the combination to make the car really quick and fast. And now just seems to be a 590 bracket car once again. However, this weekend, I think his quickest run was, let me just have a look. Really?
6:32.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, okay. So Andy, on qualifying, has got half a second on Bruno, but as we might have mentioned about a few thousand times as well, the golden rule of Pro Mod is never count out Bruno. There are lots of great Bruno moments over the years, and one of the best ones was the first ever event at TIAC with a massive amount of Pro Mod cars. And guess who won? So, UK against Switzerland for the place in round 2. No shake in either lane, no problems. Looks like Andy's out front, but not by much. 587. There you go. Look at that from Bruno. I told you he'd get it right. It's the moment he needed to. Check those reaction times out as well. Andy, 0.32. Bruno, 0.44. That's the sort of race we're used to seeing from those two. Also, Andy, 3.88 to the 8th mile and a 5.87 at 2.45. Bruno was 3.89. They were looking at each other all the way down.
It was a proper drag race.
That was a proper drag race, yeah. Win margin, 0.8. That was good. 9.6 to 60 foot and a 9.7 as well.
would love to see the top end, the finish line picture.
I think Andy probably had a couple of car lengths actually by the time it went through, because nearly a tenth of a second is quite a lot at that sort of speed.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Bruno, as if by magic, look at that, an 04 light and a 594 in round one. He would have won just about every other race apart from the one he was in. But, you know, you don't race against everyone else, you race against the guy in the other lane, or the girl in the other lane. So, the next pair, go on. Oh yeah, thank you very much indeed, Colin. Yeah, look on the big screen. Oh, it's about a car and a half actually. It was closer than I thought it might be. Thank you very much indeed again, Alex. And another replay too. Yeah, there was nothing in that on the tree. They were dead even at half track. Then Andy, just with a bigger speed, started pulling away at the finish line. There you can see what the win margin was. Bruno just looking at the Camaro in the other lane through the traps. And that's the end of his couple of weeks here at Santa Pod Raceway. I think the crews have cleared the top end. We're just waiting for the next pair to be fired, which will be Marcus Hilt against Stian Rosanes. Again, in qualifying, there's about 0.3 of a second between the two. Stian went 5.93. Marcus went a best of 6.25. Give the Robinsons a round of applause. That probably makes them feel better as well.
Hopefully.
That was a great looking run and a really, really good looking race. 03 to an 04 on the tree. Experienced guys definitely rock when it comes to reaction times. I'm not going to say old guys rock, but you know, that. You do. How you doing? I might get round to seeing you eventually. Sorry, I keep coming to find you. I think the quad's out on the top end. Is somebody out on the track up there? Are they stuck? It is hard to tell. Let's have a quick look at the matchups we got already. Thank you very much indeed, Colin. Oh, look at that. And they bring the ladder up as well. So Mark Hartbelt will be taking on John Webster. The winner of not the next race, the last race actually, David Vector and Michael Winter will be taking on Andy Robinson. We now know that. Michel Turenne will be taking on Andres Arnova. That's going to be a big one. Well, it's all like that, isn't it, really? And Jari Rantaniemi will be taking on the winner, thank you, Colin, of the next matchup coming round.
A very smoky Marcus.
It was doing that as well
Marcus
yesterday.
Hill. Oh.
Well, he's had a couple of quite big pops at the finish line. Was it his car that was really breathing heavily yesterday? I can't remember. It was Jari. Okay. Well, no real burnout for Marcus. The car's tyres spun.
And then he fed at the throttle and then they got stuck.
Which is never good. And the other problem is if they stick when you're in third gear and you try and blip the throttle again, it just... the clutch just gets really hot.
Clutch, yeah.
Yeah, just destroys the clutch. Well, not destroys it, but just makes it too hot, which means it's not going to react the way you want it to. I'm not sure whether his backup girl is waving the flag for him to go that way or something else. I think it's
I don't know where she's looking at, but sorry.
Okay, Stian Rosanes has been here for 2 weekends in a row. I think they managed to put in something like 15 or 16 runs over the last 2 weekends, which is, for a lot of them, more than they get in a season. Just hope Max, who is the crew chief, and the team have got it right. Marcus doesn't. Marcus Hilt from Switzerland really, really wants to be around for round number 2. I can't remember the last time Marcus had a round win in pro modified competition.
That's been a while.
Doesn't stop him trying, though. Well, they're both in pre-stage. Here we go already. Norway and Switzerland.
Belt came off.
Well, lucky one for Stian. 642 at 235 miles an hour. The car almost instantly spun and shook that time. Marcus was away, but it was ill from the moment he hit it, really.
Yeah, and then the blower belt came off.
Oh, and the one thing we missed was he red lit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Marcus Hilt did actually put a red light, so Stian was always going to win that round. But yeah, the car got that's the least amount of distance that car's gone this weekend, unfortunately. Back to the drawing board again, unfortunately, but a round win might make that feel a little bit better.
No.
Probably not. So Stian will be taking on Jari Rantiniemi. Michel Turenne against Andres Arnova, which could be the marquee matchup if we had one. Thank you very much indeed. Or, yeah, Mark Hartveld against John Webster. And Andy Robinson will be taking the winner of the next race, which is David and Michael Winter. Give them a cheer, folks. America and Switzerland doing it here in the UK. Camp, thank you very much indeed for making the trip again, mate. I love it, that the fact that the weather is probably warmer here than where he's from, which hardly ever happens. Is somebody stuck round there? I think, oh, is that Marcus's car? Just going round the corner at the very, very top end. I think that's what that is. And they're waiting for the signal to fire. Yep. The last pair. We've got all of our round 2 matchups apart from one. Andy Robinson awaits the winner of Michael Winter and David Vector. Once again, on paper, this should be all Dutch Camaro. But it's been rather unpredictable.
Sorry?
It's been rather unpredictable.
Yeah. This weekend it's been pretty consistent. One run really did go bad, but the rest was okay.
So we mentioned it a number of times now. David's got a brand new body on that car.
Yeah, the rear half. The front end and the doors already were carbon fiber.
Okay.
And now the roof and the side panels.
Well, when I saw him at the top end after one of his runs, I said, "Oh yeah, it's brand new." But look, there's that's cracked a bit there and there, and he went, "Yeah, and there and there and there, all over the place."
Yeah,
is it just the downforce that puts so much stress on it, really?
Yeah, and the vibrations.
Of course.
Tire shakes kill everything. But it's so extremely thin, this new body, and so crazy light.
Yeah.
So it's very fragile.
It probably doesn't like tire shake then, I wouldn't have thought. No. Then again, neither does all the other stuff. The drivers like it the least, let's put it that way. So, Michael Winter from Germany with the Red Beast. Hopefully they've had a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much for coming, Michael. Let's see what they've got against the Dutchman. Dave's been in the 580s. Michael, the 640s. That's the end of Michael's weekend. Look at that. 585, 241 miles an hour. Michael Winter bows out with a really good try at 646 at 214, which is, like you said, pretty much all he had.
Yeah, talking about consistent. Running 6.4 with a couple of runs.
Wow, David, check out David's short numbers as well. We won't mention reaction times. 0.95 to 60 foot. Give him a bit of ribbon about that one.
And Michael as well.
Yeah, 254 to 330. Maybe he was giving him a head start. He didn't take it. Who knows? 382 at 192 to the 8th mile. Again, very, very safe in the back half.
Yeah, that's what he did on purpose.
He did on purpose, yeah?
Yeah.
When does it get to the point? Give him a round of applause. They're moving on to round 2 with a match up against Andy Robinson, who have got 200s between them in ET, but more than that in reaction time. So we'll have to wait and see.
Who has lane choice on these two?
No, it was David.
Okay.
David by 200ths of a second.
Okay, cool.
From memory, anyway. So just again, matchups for round 2. Thank you, Cole. Mark Hartveld takes on John Webster. You've got blower against turbo, so that's a 580 versus 590. David against Andy, 2 580 cars. Michel Turenne against Andre Arnova, 2 580 cars. Jari Rantiniemi against Stian Rusanis. Jari 580, Stian 59.
Nice.
That's the way it should be. Absolutely that. Mate, thank you very, very much indeed for your time and knowledge, as always.
You're welcome.
It's great fun. It's
I
also,
hope I'm gonna
really
make-
really good to see you looking a lot better.
Yeah. I feel a lot better.
You do?
Thank you. Yeah.
Than this time last week, anyway. Give Michael Winter's team a round of applause, please, as they go up to get him.
Not sure if I'm here for the next round because I'm having an earlier flight than normal today.
Oh, okay.
Well,
oh, my
fine.
goodness me. We might have to get everything completely wrong like usual without Dick here.
Yeah.
Might have to.
Well,
So,
see you later.
so what time have you got to leave? About 1?
1:30. No, 12:30.
12:30.
Yeah, so-
yeah, that might be a bit of a push. It's only just over an hour away, so
And I have
that's
to
a shame.
start packing.
Thank you very much for all your help, my friend. It's
See you
great to
later.
see you as always.
And have fun for the rest of the
and
day.
no more naps on the starting line, okay,
No.
when we see you in September. Thank you very much.
You didn't see that one coming either.
No.
Okay, well, next up it is Super Street Bike. It's a ladder of 16 down to the ladder of 8, of course. Loads of alternates just in case. That was interesting just to sit back and actually watch Pro Modified and just enjoy that. And I think Thomas would agree. It was just nice just to actually watch it as fans for a
It
change.
was.
Just
I actually-
let those two get on with it.
Stand outside, which is great.
Well, that's where I went. I went down onto the just by the wall down there and watched the whole
That's
session. That was brilliant.
Good idea, yeah. You'll notice we're a little bit more organised up here today. Right, can we have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes. Live Action Arena up and running as well. Terry Grant out there at the moment strutting his stuff. So everything is happening on site. If not too late to get hold of the programme for the weekend, obviously today being the last day, but you can still find out what's going on and where. And of course, there's loads of information. I can't believe it's only £3 for a 44-page colour production.
I can't believe it.
Amazing. Brilliant memento. Here we go then. Super Street Bike, Simon Gourmedia, Margot Schmidt, the closest to in qualifying, 6.99 and 7.04. This is where the racing starts, and everything before it means nothing.
Nothing at all. So, Margot Schmidt, Simon Gourmania, the Netherlands taking on Malta. And I think a lot of the bikers want to say a massive thanks to Margot. She's pivotal in the role of getting the Vanson sponsorship that a lot of the FIM and ACU riders are reaping the benefits of.
Grateful for.
I'm very, very grateful for. These two, number 8 and 9 qualifier, they are the two closest on paper in their qualifying numbers, 6.99 and 7.04, but that means absolutely nothing now.
But neither of them had a brilliant time in qualifying until their last runs.
No,
They were
exactly.
struggling like mad.
So speaking to a couple of the riders down there while I had a minute, the conditions are slightly better for them today. So expect some quick numbers if they've got it in the bike. Simon's on boost. Here comes Margot. They leave almost together. Well, pick and choose them at the stride. The scoreboard's going to tell us who's going to win. It's going to be Simon with a 6.78, 222 miles an hour. And the reason why I said on paper is because Simon Gourmania finally unlocking the potential of that bike. 6.96, 208 miles an hour is Margot's best run of the weekend too, but there was just nothing to be said for 6.78. That would have been good enough for number 5 qualifier even, sorry. As Jack Shook and Yanis Markzalis take the track. Jack is a bit of a giant killer, only 1,000 cc's on the Gixxer. He's been giving it to the boosters all season and all last season as well. He really, really is hot on the tree. He's really, really hot to the 8th mile, but that's when the capacity of the boosters pull round. Yanis was your number 4 qualifier, Jack your number 13 qualifier.
A bit of a duel. Building up the boost now. They're going to go in.
Well, it was Yanis with the jump off the tree. Jack's drifting towards the centre line. Yanis could go all the way through with a 6.69. His new best of the weekend and his best ever. We have a new 6.6 second bikes, ladies and gentlemen, and it's from Greece. Check the replay on this. Just as I was saying, Jack's hot on the tree. Yanis gets the jump. for Casper Racing, and it was just a Yanis show all the way. He powered all the way through. It actually looked quite sedate compared to what we've been seeing, but Smooth is fast, and Smooth is a 6.69. Al Morrison Jr. taking on Nicholas Christanthopoulos with the Triumph Tiger. Projected 6-second pass earlier on in the weekend. We say projected because he rolled off the throttle just after the 8th mile. Taking on Al Morrison Jr., who's been in the 660s. He went 678 in qualifying. And as I say, conditions better today for these riders. No one wants to flinch. Alan goes in, not on boost. In fact, so did Nicholas. Bunny hop at the half track for Nicholas. It's all going to be Alan Morrison and a load of smoke for Nick through the stripe. 682, good number for Al Morrison. He takes the win, moves on into round number 2 as we wait for the smoke to clear in the Triumph lane. A lot of experimental stuff on that bike. A lot of it is actually made by Nick himself.
Yeah, he was absolutely fine. I mean, the bike continued and rolled down the shutdown area. It's just that it looks like they just disappeared into the fog. It's like if you remember the TV series Lost, it just looked like moved the island. But yeah, absolutely fine.
Yeah, that bike's definitely one of the most impressive ones in the field. It's only got 3 cylinders, but it's still over 1,000 cc. Just a tick over 1,000 cc.
Al Morrison Jr.'s got Casper in round 2.
Yanis.
Yeah, Yanis, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, Casper himself it's a Casper team bike.
Ah, it is, yeah, sorry.
But Casper himself is the jigsaw that's coming around in a second.
Yeah.
So that in that team now, there are 2 6.6 second bikes. How cool is that?
It's insane. Well, as you can see, the smoke clearing at the top end.
Yeah, but all of the spotters out there as well. You're seeing shots of, I'll say we're seeing shots of Jake Michel, but that's the spotters down there, all the way down the shutdown area. That's actually the second exit you can see them walking off from. And then you've got the third exit right down the bottom. Half a mile away from the finish line, so it's 3/4 of a mile away from where I'm sat. That's Jake Michel on the JKE Raceworks machine. The thing's been an animal this season. He's made a few upgrades and tweaks. The thing's making more power than it ever has before, but more than the regular chassis components that he's had has been able to handle, so making some few chassis upgrades now.
Signal given to start him up, and let's not forget the riding job from Jake Michel yesterday. Wow.
Yeah, about that actually, we managed to work out what the wheelie speed record is. It's about 221 miles an hour. Jake was doing 163 mile an hour at the 8th on the back wheel.
Mad. What's even more incredible, there's no wheelie bars on these machines.
No, they're not even allowed wheelie sensors. I think some of them are. I need to get my facts right on this one because there's one rule set where you can run a wheelie sensor. I think it is FIM, which is a virtual wheelie bar. And then ACU, you cannot. So a lot of the riders just opt to not all the way through. Taking on Ricardo Grauer with a Kawasaki. Best looking run of the weekend for Jake. Still drifting over towards the centre line. Goes 671, 224 miles an hour. Takes the win. Nice, smooth, comfortable the whole way that one was. Well, as the cloud subsides behind the tower, we have a pair with high boosters underneath the tower. One from Greece, one from Italy. The Carbonera team. Rudy Zorzi on the bike. Have been deep into the sixes, qualified with a 695. Eleni was one of the quickest on the first session, managing to get down the track when anyone else couldn't. qualified with the best of 7.06. Going to need every inch of that against Rudy. Oh, drifting towards the centre line, having to peel it back. I think they're ahead. It is. No!
Oh.
0.4 of a second at the stripe. 7.05 beats a 7.09. Their reaction times were identical, both 0.105 apiece. But it was the 60 foot and 330 that won it for Eleni.
No, Rudy.
Oh, Rudy, sorry. Yeah. Eleni was actually ahead to the 8th mile, but the horsepower of the Carbonera team, 212 miles an hour, rolled the boost on through the stripe and took the win. Okay, Clemens Wallier, called him Wally, taking on Yanis Lampropoulos, they call him Casper. 6.6 second bike in the fuel tank lane. And you can't get more of an arrow straight run from the Super Street bike. What's it going to say? 667! 225 miles an hour. A new personal best for Casper. And just as we were saying the conditions couldn't get much worse, they get slightly better. And we get some PBs in round number 1. Casper, the friendly ghost, named because you can't catch him. And he ran away then from Clemens Wallier. 667, 225 miles an hour. Only 1,000 cc, by the way. Oh, Carl Thomas finally decides that his bike's a Super Street bike, running down into the 7.0 range.
No Morgan's Lund.
Oh no.
So our first alternate comes in.
Yep, that's Dimitrios. Personal best at the 7.4, so he's going to keep Carl Thomas honest. He's also going to keep his front suspension honest as well as he bounces it from the top. This is going to be close at the stripe. I think Carl Thomas got the legs. Yeah, 7.33. That was much closer than we were expecting it to be. Dimitrios' best run of the weekend. That would have been good enough to qualify him. He went 117 to 60 foot on the back wheel. And it goes through the stripe, tick over 200 miles an hour. Well, Carl Thomas, not only a member of Super Street Bike, he's a round winner. Okay, Evangelos from Greece taking on Danny Lentz from Hungary. Danny Lentz just on career form this weekend. Every single pass he made was good enough to be number 1 qualifier. 3 out of the 4 were by over a tenth. Evangelos was your number 16 qualifier with a 6.73. Danny's arrow straight, best conditions, what's he got? 6.58 again. 226 miles an hour. When you rock up to a weekend, and what's that now? 4 out of your 5 runs are European record pace. So, pairings next round. Daniel Lentz taking on Simon Gormania. Yanis Martzalis taking on Al Morrison Jr. Jake Michel taking on Rudy Zorsi. And Casper taking on Carl Thomas. As we get our breath back and ready for junior drag bike.
Indeed. Yeah, it is the 8th mile for the juniors, of course. You've got Cam Cordell and Anouk Bergering. This is a darling class for the youngsters. 11.81 against 8.44. Cam will be going first. There he goes. And here goes Anouk in pursuit. So 11.81, 8.44. And it's a win for Anouk, 8.62. Cam goes 12.16.
Next matchup, Ollie King, Brad Morrison. Walk around the pits last night, and I was watching Brad and Martin Hallett. They were playing swing ball. It's quite nice in the middle of the pits.
Some of the random things you do here, isn't it? We've had badminton, we've had swing ball, you name it.
So 8:46 the dial in for Ollie King, 10:05 for Brad. Well, Holly's got a long way to go, but I think she's just about there already. Sit up, lift and coast, and takes the win with an 8:49 breakout for Brad Morrison. So Holly King into the next round. Harry Isaacs and Jackson King. This is Holly's younger brother.
There's Jackson, give him a wave. Well done, Jackson.
So Harry Dial's 9:55. He's got a long old wait of just under 3.5 seconds for Jackson, who dials 12:95. Jackson's a long way out in front, drifting across the track as he looks over his shoulder. It goes to Harry Isaacs. Both were the right side of their number. Both were pretty good on the tree. But Harry gets there first by 0.7, takes the win. Kyle Lester and Leah Morrison, one of the youngest and one of the eldest in the class. JBM taking on JBP. Kyan Dial's 13 flat is going to be leaving first, and 5 seconds later, here comes Leah. This is going to be a tough one to judge at the stripe for Leah. She's already off, sat up, and perfectly judged. 8:03 on the 8 flat dial-in. Leah Morrison goes through to round number 2 as Alia Lester comes onto the start line. Dials 9:20. It's about 10th quicker than her personal best. So I think we know what they're shooting for. Alia is officially a sponsored rider from JKE Raceworks. Takes the win with a 9:18. New personal best for Alia Lester.
It's matchups round 2. Alia Lester will be taking on Harry Isaacs. Leah Morrison gets the bye, and Holly King has Anouk Bergering. 2-seater dragster time, and third run of the day for Paul Brown to take a passenger down the racetrack. It is Taisei Pembury from West Sussex. It's an 18th birthday present.
So that was 42 years too young to actually have it as a birthday present.
Yeah.
Because as we know, you have to be 60 years old to go in the back of the 2-seater.
Yeah, we've had quite, yeah. I mean, that's, even though we are celebrating our 60th anniversary this year, and the amount of birthdays, the 60th birthday presents going down has been quite incredible.
60s and 50s, I think, is the most common we've
Yeah.
got. In fact, what's the oldest we've had in the
We've had
two-seater?
an 80.
80?
Yeah.
Ooh. And I think 18 is
And
the
actually,
youngest.
I will be able to find that out because Paul Brown, I've never deleted his messages, so I'll just scroll through it later on and I'll find out. who the oldest is, and I will go through it. I will find out. And that's fact, this year, Martin Ayton, you know, the VW racer, his 70th birthday.
Well, I think 18 is the youngest you can be. And that's 166 mile an hour, 18-year-old.
Right, jet car time. Oh, Ian Mitchell, back in July, 75, went in the car. God, it's amazing. I'm even scrolling back through Paul's messages. The amount of 60th birthdays. I mean, I'm back into 2025 now, but these are all like, you know, verging on pensions. Oh dear. Nicholas Brook was 70 when he had a go back at the Festival of Power in 2025. Never too old to have a go. Right, underneath the tower, we have our jet cars. And can I please ask Super Comp to come into the pairing lanes, please? Let's have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please. So, side by side, jet dragsters. You have, of course, Martin Hill taking on Julian Webb. If you haven't seen jet dragsters before, they are absolutely awesome. They do their best to try and destroy the tower. Rocket backwards and forwards like mad.
Yeah, this is when everything that is usually comfortable in its place moves.
Main event 2 years ago. How about this? Graham Chin had an 80th birthday passenger ride in the two-seater dragster. So we are advancing in our years. But as basically what we're saying, you're never too old to have a go in the back of the two-seater dragster. So 80 is the oldest one that I've found at the moment. Well, there's Martin Hill. He is cocooned in Fire Force number 5. You just seen him giving the finger to spin it up, start the car up.
Going alongside Julian Webb with the Spider-Man. So 2 jet dragsters for your viewing pleasure here this weekend. They've been going along inside each other after every pro session for the last 3 days. This is day number 4, don't forget, that they've been doing this. Getting some cracking shots on the big screen and on the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, don't forget to message in on the live chat and let us know where you're watching from. This really is a worldwide broadcast. We love hearing from you guys. As the tower starts smelling of kerosene. They really are rocking the tower. Colin's actually holding the window in. I think that's the most I've felt it rock while I've been up here. Right, who's going to get the jump on the tree this time? Julian Webb with the Spider-Man. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Well, that one definitely goes to Martin. 4:51, 270 miles an hour for Martin Hill. 5.10, 240 for Julian Webb. And an 03 light in a jet car. How do you do that? Whoa, I've just seen the short numbers as well for Martin Hill there. 0.96 to 60 foot, 3.59 to the 8th mile, and 4:51, 270 miles an hour for the Fire Force team. As they wait patiently for Julian's team to get onto track before they drive in front of you. That's it. Give them a massive round of applause. They've been putting on a show for you all weekend.
Yeah, once again, the 2 jet car teams in convoy. And once again, the Fire Force team have got the jump on the Spider-Man team. Okay, a little bit of track prep. Coming up, though, we've got some sportsman racing. We have Super Gas in the lanes. We've also got Junior Dragster in the lanes as well. And, of course, we are not that far away from FIA Top Fuel Dragster and, of course, Top Methanol Pro Stock. We've got the Fuel Funny cars still to come at you. Top Door Slammer. And the rest of our bike classes, yes, we've had Super Street Bike, but we've also got Top Fuel Bike, Pro Stock Bike, and the Super Twins still to come. So loads and loads and loads of top draw racing to come at you here at the main event. Our 60th anniversary here at Santa Pod Raceway. It's been a fantastic weekend. Plenty of things going on. We had marching bands, we've had drone show, we've got loads of live music in the evenings as well. Everybody's been on top form, and not only that, the pits has not gone to sleep. Actually, I don't think the venue's gone to sleep over the whole weekend because the overnight temperatures have been so good. People been milling around everywhere. Loads of people are going to go away from here with a suntan. We just hope you've got enough sunblock. And it goes without saying, the message was put out yesterday by our medical teams, and we're going to put the same thing out again today. Make sure you keep hydrated. It's one thing putting sunblock on, but please, folks, keep yourself hydrated. Get plenty of fluids in you. So very, very important indeed. Talking of our medical team, actually, a friend of ours, Zach Johnson, got in touch. He just wanted to put out a special thank you to the medical teams yesterday. His little girl became poorly yesterday, and the medical team helped out there, and everything was good. So there you go, Zach. Those thanks are completely passed on for you.
So during the jet cars, I put a shout saying, let us know where you're watching from. Variety of places is a word I'm going to use. I can't believe how many people are watching from Australia. All around Australia as well. Geelong, Melbourne, Perth Western, Auckland in New Zealand as well. Yeah. This is a new one though. Someone's walking from Jamaica.
Wow. Excellent.
Yeah, I won't read out your username, but you know who you are. And then we also have the Closeness Award. Nitro FM.
No, you.
Oh, yeah, me. That's true, yeah. I'm actually here. Yeah, so many different places. Is he doing stuff behind me? Is that what it's it?
Oh, I know.
So just a quick sweep as we get the jet cars film that they leave off the racetrack. We're going to move on into Super Gas and Junior Dragster in a moment. As if on cue, here they come. What are the matchups then, Colin? Who have we got?
Right, we are in. Just had to double check to make sure what was coming around the corner, but my ears told me. Because obviously a Junior doesn't sound like this unless it's had a serious tune-up. No, this is Super Gas, of course. Martin Kirbishley gets the predetermined bye. We actually have a pairing where neither car is going to appear, but so we've already advised our timing crew of that. So we haven't got Don Scott or Laura Bainton. Dave Cherritt taking on Mark Huxley. Dave Fulton on a solo. Bill Wilson taking on Wayne Hiscock. Conrad Stanley against Chalky, that's Mark White. Bob Bold against Stefan Reffeltrap. And Jasmine Tunstall taking on Colin Morris. The pair underneath us, that's Bob Bolton, Stefan Rand. So the aim of the game then, Supergas, sponsored by Tony Morris Carburetors, is 9.90. It is a class index. Everybody runs to the same number. You'll see some cars that try and do it by going flat out. Some will have a throttle stop. So it looks like, oh, one car's pulling away, but the idea being at the stripe they're as close to each other as possible. And then the general, whoever's, well, I didn't quite go to plan for Stefan. Whoever is closest to I-19 and cuts the best line will win. Well, Bob Bolden gets the win there. Stefan just, well, didn't even take the tree, just went way before. So Bob Bolden into round number 2. Colin Morris with the Chevy Nova taking on Jasmine Tunstall, the Jammy Dodger. Door car against Roadster. Colin Morris, first weekend in this car, borrowed and loaned by Dave Fulton. Both away well, so although you can see Colin Fulton away, Jasmine's going to close in. And the win light goes to Colin Morris, 994, 130. Jazz with a 10-10. So Colin Morris going to be taking on Bob Molden in round number 2. As we look at Conrad Stanley and Mark White. These two have been in this a long, long time. Conrad took a few years out, short, comes and goes as he pleases, but it's great to see them both here, two stalwarts of the class. And it's Conrad that takes it at 995 to lose at 997. Dave Fulton would have been alongside Tim Moore, but Tim and Tina back at base now, and a very good morning and all the best to you both. I look forward to catching up at some point. So Dave Fulton.
Where does Kelvin find his hats?
996, 149. I like that. That's actually quite cool. it's like he's filled a marigold up and stuck it to his head, hasn't he? Right, Martin Kirbishley. He is on a bye run here, courtesy of being #1 qualifier. And he will get a bye in round 2 because he would have been taking on the winner of Don Scott and Laura Bainton, but neither of those are here. So 2 solos into the semis for Martin Kirbishley. Here, the throttle stop there. 991, how well judged was that?
That was a 400th package. Ooh.
Penultimate pair, Bill Wilson, Wayne Hiscock. Well, fair to say Bill is absolutely loving life. Now he's got the nitrous and the torque converter all working together in perfect harmony. He didn't qualify in Pro ET, that's because it was such a tough crowd. He was only 0-3 off in qualifying, but didn't make the show. But here he is on a beautiful Sunday morning. And he's going alongside Wayne Hiscock with the Chevelle. Bill qualified 2, Wayne #9 doesn't mean anything. There's only 0.04 of a second between them. Bill's struggle is off the line. There we go.
Yeah, I could see Bill through the rear window. He was fighting with something. I can only imagine he was fighting with the nitro system or some part of it.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, we were chatting about it last night, and we just know that because of it's on a Pro Tree, not on a sportsman tree, the truck can't react that quickly.
No.
So he knows when to go in Pro ET, but he's still finding his way. So he's almost having to guess when to go.
Yep.
Your last pair, Dave Cherritt and Mark Huxley. Winner of this gets Dave Fulton. Matchups for round 2, Bob Bolden against Colin Morris. Wayne Hiscock against Conrad Stanley. Martin Kirbishley gets a bye. Dave Fulton gets one of these two. Oh, breakout for Dave Cherritt, and he was only 111 miles an hour at the stripe. The win light goes to Mark Huxley.
He was actually already doing 111 miles an hour at the 8th.
Yeah. Strange old world. Right. It is the youngsters, of course. Junior Dragster for Carl Cox Motorsports.
Yeah, this is round number 2. They had a round in the evening last night, so you've already halved the field to get to race today. Or beaten half the field, should I say. This is Finley Fagg, Jake Cooper. Finley looking for a 795, Jake Cooper looking for 790, so Finn should be leaving first. These young'uns race to half track, so it's the second blue marker you can see out there on the wall. Or the first set of 2 blocks, but the race is decided before they get there. Jake Cooper is going to take the win. Finley Fagg goes 0-2 red. Goes too quick as well. Right, next pair, Molly Openshaw, your number 1 qualifier, had a bye run through the first round of eliminations last night. It's probably got to be the worst time to get your bye run is in a session where there is no advantage to running on your own. You've already done a run today. You know what you're going to run in the evening. You're not learning anything by having a bye run. It's just a freebie. But then again, there's never really a bad time to have a 3-round win. $8.65 the dial-in for Sam Hiscock. $8.05 for Morley Openshaw. Nice and easy maths to do. Sam's going to get the tree. 0.6 of a second first. That's about 1 bulb. So if you watch the Christmas tree, you'll see Sam's first bulb come on. And as his second bulb comes on, Molly's first bulb is going to come on.
Sam's been pulled back. What a shame. Just saw Dad go through in super gas. So, Molly.
Well, with another bye run.
$8.02 on an $8.05. Breakout doesn't matter.
All right, Max Taylor taking on Neve DV. Neve dials 8.00. We can't quite see what Max's dialing is. 7.90. There you go, Steve. You did turn it. You just turned it the wrong way. So 7.90 dialing for Max Taylor with the Black Magic number 2. And Neve DV dials 8 flat. 1/10 of a second. That is a noticeable difference on the tree. So Neve goes in. Here comes Max. Well, figure it out at the stripe. It's Neve DV. She had a 500th of a second advantage on the tree. She was 100th closer to her dial-in than Max. And takes the win by 600ths. Yep, Neve DV took the one on that one.
All right, Tom Peters and Kai Cooper. Is this the pairing that you mentioned about 2 of Matthew's former cars?
Yeah, they both are, yeah. Yeah, you can see how much he grew. So Kai Cooper down there in the Fuel Tech lane, dial 793, Tom Peters, dials 792. You can also see that he had the same sponsor in both cars because they still run the same paint there when he had it. From when he had them in either. Right, hundredths of a second this time difference on the tree. You won't notice that as Tom flickers the bulb. But you can notice who left first. They're both pedaling it at the stride, but it's Tom Peters taking the win. He had a 6/100th of a second advantage on the tree. Took the strike by 2/100ths. Took the win light too. Sydney English, Ted Sullivan. This is the only car that Ted has ever driven, all the way through his career. So he went from junior stock to junior modified advanced.
He must have had a lot of cushions in there to start off with then.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's grown over the years.
Yeah. Well, it was a long old wait for Ted, but he managed to hold his throttle foot back just enough to take the win light. Sydney English actually breaks out, got their second and broke out. But at least they got to play on race day. Lola Bell in the Fuel Tech lane looking for an 8.00. Daniel Todd looking for 7.97. Lola gets bragging rights in the family at the minute because she took out her brother in round number 1. Family full of racers. That's Grandad out front. He races a Gasser in Gasser Circus. Mum Shelley races Top Fuel Dragster, when she feels like it, that is. And Kevin Kent, the dad, here this weekend, Nitro Funny Car. Almost the whole family of the Todd's race. It's just a father and son for those two. As Mark out back on the crutches. If you can't work out why he's not racing in Street Eliminator this weekend, you can now. So 300 second difference on the tree. And it was almost a bit more than that difference as they left. Because Daniel Todd goes red. The win goes to Lola Bell Kent on into round number 2. Oh, and a massive breakout from Lola there as well.
Okay, matchups for round 3. Molly Openshaw is going to take on Lola Bell Kent. Tom Peters is taking on Neve Deavy. Ted Sullivan, we take it on Jake Cooper. The matchup there between Ted and Jake, whoever wins that gets a bye into the final.
Ooh. Right, Fuel Funny Car and the Nostalgia Eliminator. You have 30-minute warning. This is Emily Kuno here for a quick time trial as the air filter is collected from the top end. Not entirely certain whose card that came off. Emily goes through, 11.28. That rounds off Judah Dragster, and we're in, once again, to Supercom.
Yeah, this is round 2. And first up, it is number 1 and number 2 in the championship standings from the end of last year. Well, yeah, Kellett and Ellie Mae Brown, but she's gone a long way.
Very quickly, while Ellie's car is out on track, I just want to say a very happy birthday to Laura Grace Turbeville as well. Thank you very much indeed for the message, Ian. This is Laura's previous car. Ellie is stranded out there at half track by the looks of it. So
she is coming back.
She is, okay. Big happy birthday
No,
to
she's
Laura
not.
Turbeville.
She's climbing out the car.
Oh, she's giving everyone a wave as well.
Yeah. Oh dear, what a shame.
Lee gets to go for a nice warm-up jog because he's not warm enough already. So Lee's had to click off while we go and fetch Ellie out there in the fuel tech lane. Sorry about that, didn't mean to interrupt, fellas. I was just sent a message from Ian this morning and just wanted to mention it at the right time, but sadly, Ellie not going to make the run.
Yeah, I think the throttle hung open there actually on the burnout, so it did stop spinning the wheels, but then just carried on driving. So Ellie doing the sensible thing, clicking the car off. Climbing out of the car to assess what's going on. That's the one negative about having a rear-engine dragster is you have got genuinely no idea what's going on behind you. You've got a couple of gauges that will give you a rough idea, but as long as they're all showing right, you've got no idea about literally anything else. Probably a good thing because you don't know if it's blown up.
Now, as Daryl shouted out Laura Grace Turbeville for her birthdays, we've got a few more in the drag racing family. Yannick Richard, the bike racer from France, is his birthday. Mick Elshaw, Reese Finney from the world of VW Sportsman Racing, David Barton. We know when he comes over here to run Comp Eliminator in the Copo. Gemma Harrison, her birthday. So yeah, a good crowd of people celebrating today. Well, the quad has reached the stranded dragster up there in the fuel tech lane. Looks like they're on the move. Indeed they are, yes. So that'll be towed up just past the gantry. Turn left at the scrutineering exit.
Colin, the sat-nav. Yeah, do you remember, it wasn't actually that long ago that scrutineering gate didn't exist. So you used to have to tow them either back to the start line or all the way down to the first turnoff, which is about a quarter of a mile away from the finish line.
Yeah, we've got to say thanks to Angie and the gang that take care of our exits, if you like. And it took us a few years to be corrected that we used to call the the scrutineering exit 1, and it confused everybody because it's not. It's the scrutineering exit. Exit 1 is further down, and then obviously the top end as well. So that's the explanation there. So you can see, as you look at the big screen, and of course the live stream. Ellie Mae's dragster now turning left, being towed by the quad, and now clears through the scrutineering gate. So track is clear. And Leah gets her opportunity to put a run in.
Yeah, I can't imagine that was very comfortable for Leah being sat there in the sun that whole time. Still goes 04 in the tree.
That was a humongous throttle stop off the line. 894, 176, that'll do. But it won't do going forward. You really got to be on it all the way through. 890 with a 0 is obviously preferred. But Leah safely into round number 2. Ronnie Mercer coming around the corner again, really taking on Stevie Gates. A crucial one this, because there's a bye in the next round awaiting them, so that'll give them an easy passage into the semi-finals. Mick Elshaw's just messaged. He goes, "Thanks very much for my birthday shout out. I'm sat on the banking, feeling I'm about to burst into flames." Yeah, it is that hot out there. So your number 1 qualifier then, Ronnie Mercer, taking on Stevie Gates, but there's only less than 200s in qualifying between them. So the Ford Pop taking on the Chevy Camaro. It's Annie versus Ziva here in round 2 of Super Comp. Charlie goes in, and there we go. Proper fight to get into round number 2. And it's Ronnie Mercer that does it. 8.92 to lose out 8.96. Win margin at the stripe though, 0-0-1. Very, very tight race indeed. I mean, we're talking an inch or two difference between them up the stripe there. 0-0-1-0. Ridiculously tight.
Indeed. As Richard Tunstall starts his burnout. Quick shout out into the pits for all of our Burnout Babes members. Black and Photography have an awesome photograph of your photo shoot that happened on Friday evening down there in the cabin. And they also are stocking Chaos Brothers merchandise as well if you want to check them out just behind the grandstands. That's Black and Photography.
And also for photographs of all the cars and bikes running this weekend.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a great place to go and check out some awesome images from Ian Blackett. As we look at Richard Tunstall, Andy Clifford, it's a green light race. Andy Clifford pedaling. But it's Richard with an 8.95. To Andy's 9.05. Nathan Hulks taking on John Bean. Well, 2 Mustangs, different vintages. But the aim of the game is still the same, 8.90.
Yep, all of the cubic inches for John Bean and a little bit of giggle gas, that's nitrous oxide, to help him run the 8.90. Nathan Hulks, LS powered and a turbo. And didn't spool the turbo up before he was in stage. He is alongside with risks of breaking out.
Oh, Richie just, well, and actually got their second and broke out.
Yeah. Yeah, the 0.3 on the tree, I don't think it helped that one. I assume issue with the bump box or something like that.
But the good news for Nathan Hulks, he's taking the car home in one piece, and they can just work on it now. Right, your last match-up then. Clement Dubois taking on Dave Fulton. The Roadster taking on the Slingshot. A match-up with Richard Tunstall awaits the winner of this pairing in round 4, would you believe? Sorry, round 3, which will lead him into round 4.
Well, you can visibly see the Roadster move first. They're both on and off the throttle.
Oh, both of them hit 890. Unbelievable. 890 with a 6. Dave Fulton, 890 with a 7. Clement Dubois, but the 10th reaction time advantage for Dave Fulton. Struth, I mean, that was tight. Both of them going 890. Dave had loads of wiggle room, and that was almost curtains.
Yeah, Dave actually managed to lock Clement out of that race. The 0.15 light, and David's package was 896.
Yeah. Right. Well, awesome sportsman racing, but now it's time to go real fast. And so we got ourselves ready to really kick off our 60th anniversary celebrations. Next up is FIA Top Fuel. Darryl is down on the start line. A little bit of track prep before we go into that, though. Thomas and myself in the tower, and the most colourful of colour commentators ever has come to join us. And here he is, Mr. Liam Jones. Liam, a very good day to you, buddy. How are you?
I am very well, and
Yeah.
I'm also very hot. So
Yeah, that's why you came up here early,
it's
wasn't it?
literally the only reason.
No, Liam, obviously a racer that spent a good few years, I think it was 7 seasons, in continuously behind the wheel. a few years out, came back, had another season last year, a year out this year. Do you want to, I mean, I know you want to go back into it, but is it on the radar in the future? What's
Yeah. I'm not. I just fancied a year off again, really.
Yeah.
The thing is that I love drag racing for what it is, like being a fan as well as being a driver. Do you know what I mean? So I was at home, sat on the bank having a bevy and having a chat with people, and you know, and sat out in the sun, obviously, when the weather's like this.
Yeah.
As I am sat in the car.
Yeah.
I mean, on balance, I'd probably rather be sat on the bank than in a car this weekend because it's boiling.
fair dues, mate.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, one of my highlights of my event this weekend, well, it's all been a highlight, but just bumping into you over before the drone show, we had such a laugh, and having all your team with you as well.
Yeah,
and you know, I was hoping you was going to come up yesterday, but you didn't, so I had to insult you over the PA to get you to come up today.
Maya was telling me it's like a red rag to a bull, and here I am now, Cole. So be prepared.
Oh dear. No, it's good fun. I mean, you know I've got a huge amount of love and respect for you, but if I can get the odd insult in as well, I will, you know that. But no, it's all good fun. But that's drag racing. This is what the family is about. We all know each other so well.
Yeah.
We all hang out together a lot. And it's not just trying to beat each other up on the racetrack. It's the camaraderie. It's the help that everybody wants to give everybody else. It's the friendships that you build up along the way.
Yeah.
And they become mates for life, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And this is what I was saying about just sitting on the bank speaking to people all day. And it's like I brought my new missus with me this weekend, and she's loved it. Do you know what I mean? She didn't really get what drag racing was. I still don't think she really does. Do you know what I mean? But what she loved about it was she said it was like just being at a big festival, but instead of bands, there's just loads of massively fast and loud cars going up and down drag strips. So, yeah, she loved it.
Oh, brilliant stuff. That's always good. It's always good news to bring new people up to the drag racing strip and to show them a totally alien world.
Yeah, there's nothing
and
else
realise
like
that it is actually human beings that do it, not just animals and you know what.
Sort of human beings.
Yeah.
They look like human beings.
Yeah. Behave like creatures most of the time. But I certainly do.
Well, as I say, we're just getting ourselves ready. Our 60th year of drag racing here at Santa Pod Raceway. 60 years. I mean, I was around for the first one, but I was only 1 year old and I didn't know anything about it. I didn't find out until I was 14 years old what drag racing was. But Liam, your first, what's the word? Your introduction to drag racing, when was it?
I remember, so it'd have been about 96, I'd say.
Yeah.
So, 30 years ago, yeah. I was with Chris Hope. It was before he'd started racing Pro Stock Bike. And he used to come religiously to the main event, and it was a World Finals before, wasn't it? Before
It
the
was,
European
yes.
Finals,
Yeah.
And I remember sitting on the end of a bank, and because everybody used to park the cars, and then there was a mad rush after the top fuel final to get out as quickly as possible.
I remember doing that.
Yeah.
Thing is, I only had a Morris Marina 1.3 automatic, and I just couldn't get anywhere at all. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, but it was just brilliant. I remember watching it. I remember obviously being introduced to people like Barry. You know what I mean? So it's like I remember having a photo taken with him being a kid, and it's like, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to be a top fuel driver.
Yeah. Did you ever think that dream would come true? Even you obviously had a passion for it back then, but did you ever think that you would do it?
No, I mean, even when I'm watching it now, like during the winter and stuff, you're watching the NHRA and like after our season's finished or before it started, and I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, God, I'll do that. You know what I mean? Not quite as quick, you know what I mean? But it's like, not quite as professionally. But
Now, if memory serves me right, you started in Super Pro, didn't you?
Yeah.
With the nitrous dragster.
Yeah, it was. So I bought the car off Pat Talbot.
That's right.
It had the Mopar engine in it. Most people obviously go Chevy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it had a 604 cubic inch Mopar block in it, one stage of nitrous, and I think she'd been down into the 6.8s or 6.9s of it, and then we blew that up.
I do remember your early journeys down the drag strip, and there was this Liam Jones name appeared, and we thought, who's this? And we didn't really know anything about you.
No.
And you joined in, and you just were going quicker and quicker, and we thought, oh, this bloke's all right, actually. And then obviously the personality came out, and we all got to know you.
Yeah.
But it's almost like goes down in folklore, your early journey, and then all of a sudden, he's in top fuel. What? He's in top fuel?
Yeah.
But no, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, if a story flies around, done it about me and Rob having a
Rob
beer,
Stanley,
as usual.
yeah.
And it was literally off the back of a bet. We didn't really know where we were going Super Pro anymore, and as much as I did like the class, we couldn't master it. I mean, we'd overshot with regards to the motor that we'd put in the car, and And then I was just like, do you know what? Should we just do top fuel? And then Rob's obviously, you don't do that. But yes, I do.
Yeah.
And
what was the bet? Or was it just literally in a pub discussion?
There was no money.
Right.
I think it's a beer, you know what I mean? So he still owes me one if he's listening now. Rob.
It's a brilliant story, Liam. It really is. And it's never kept you away. Even, when you're taking a few years out, you're here at every event.
Yeah.
You spend so much time mingling with the fans on the bank. Oh, you're a drag racing fan if you're not a racer, aren't you?
Love it. Absolutely love the sport. Yeah. And like you say, it's not even, like you were saying before, Cole, it's not even just the racing, is it? Do you know what I mean? Like,
It's the people.
Yeah.
100% is the people.
It is. Yeah, 100%.
And, pretty much everybody's got everybody else's back here.
Yeah.
They really, really have.
Yeah.
I've never seen a family that support each other so much as the drag racing family. It's absolutely immense. And I have made so many friends over the years. I try and turn them into enemies, but they sort of just keep them as friends. You
just can't do it, can you?
No,
I've
you
tried
can't.
many a time, Cole.
You can't. Okay, so India Urbacher then, the Monster Energy top fuel car from Switzerland, is just being pulled round to go underneath the tower, and she'll be going into the Kestrel beer lane. She went a 398 in qualifying to open her account. Mind you, it hasn't been plain sailing for any of the top fuel teams this weekend. But the great news, I think, for everybody here, that Colin Miller's licence was signed off yesterday, and he's in competition. An awesome addition to the class. It
Brilliant.
really is.
You couldn't get a bigger character, could you, Dan?
Well,
so
you
it's going to be a
could,
bit rivalry.
but he's up here.
I was going to say, yeah. So when we do eventually race together, God, it's going to be good fun.
Oh, I bet.
Big time.
I bet. Okay, we're getting very close. Darryl is now just walking out onto the start line, and we'll let Darryl and, of course, Keith have their words before we get everything underway.
No problem at all. Do I have Alvin today or somebody else? I'm just checking. Anyway, so, as if by magic, look at that. We're just going to get set with India ready to go for this round number 1 of FIA Top Fuel Dragster. Beautiful day for it, Mr. B. It could be a little bit cooler, but then it could also be a bit wetter.
Yes, it could be wetter, and I'd be moaning like hell. And now I'm moaning that I'd like it to be 5 degrees cooler. I mean, it is, you mustn't complain when you've got good weather, but the track is just too hot. It's very difficult, and the crew have done a fantastic job this weekend to try and keep the track to a level where all the different classes can operate on it. As you know, you prepare the track quite differently for top fuel as you would pro stock and the sportsman classes. And when it's this hot and the rubber has to be scraped off on a concrete track, the rubber behaves quite differently to on an asphalt track. It's much better when you've got a concrete track, because if the sun went in now, this track would still be hot at 8 o'clock tonight. So that's brilliant. The downside is the sun's not going down and it is getting hotter, and then you've got a different texture of the rubber, and it gets greasy. It's difficult, and I think the teams have done a really good job to even get down the track, and we've seen some great runs, and the track crew, in these difficult conditions, we're doing the best we can for everyone out there.
As we always do, this is not a problem we've really had before, is it, in the UK? It's normally the opposite, which is like howling gales and the odd bit of wet stuff and everything else as well. So at least for now, your track team, though, have had plenty of experience preparing tracks, hot, cold. They also do the track in Hockenheim as well, which can be way hotter than this, actually.
Yeah, when we're in Hockenheim in August, it is usually these temperatures. So, we kind of quite aware of what we've got to do. The difference in Hockenheim, we don't have enough time to prep it. Here, we have the time to do it. So, it's the same for all the teams. So, in fairness, it's a level playing field, to excuse the pun. But it is difficult. And it's difficult for the fans, sitting out in the sun all day. It's not easy. So, thank you. Thank you, all of you. It's difficult to sit out there in the sun. And it's difficult for the teams to sit in their cars. And out of all of it, we just have a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. I'm sure you guys and girls on the bank and in the grandstands would like to thank this man for not only organising the weather, but the racing as well. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I try not to organise the rain anyway.
Good man. Thank you very much indeed, Keith. There we go. Look, round of applause as well. Okay, so I think we are set and ready to go with India's car. So, if you haven't seen one of these cars before, ladies and gentlemen, what you're about to witness is the quickest and fastest accelerating wheel-driven vehicle on the planet. 0 to 300 miles an hour and around about the time it takes to get to those big orange blocks down there. The first run is going to be for a place in the final with India Urbacher. But before we get there, if you could all please stand, if that's okay, if you're not too sweaty, I've never said that before, for the national anthem. Thank you.
Okay then, here we go then. It is FIA Top Fuel Dragster round number 1. It is India Urbacher from Switzerland. For Monster Energy on the bike run into the final. Joined in the tower by Thomas Cookhammer, who's been with me all weekend. Delighted to welcome Liam Jones up here as well. Darryl Bradford down on the start line. And this is going to be awesome. Now then, the fortunate thing here for India is all she needs to do is break the beats, because it's tough conditions out there. Daryl's mentioned it, Keith mentioned it, we all know it's horrible out there for them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I say, it's just too hot for a fuel car at the moment, but these are the air backers, so you can pretty much guarantee we're not going to do things by half.
No,
That's not in the makeup.
They also, their home track is Hockenheim, the track we've been talking about when we compare the weather this weekend. They have data for tracks this hot, not a concrete track this hot, but certainly in these conditions. All eyes watch India as she rolls onto the high side into stage.
And blew the tyres off. That's not entirely unexpected, but there again, they've got data. They know what the car's got now, so they can now tune it for the final.
Yeah. They did have to go for it realistically, because, like you say, needed to find out exactly where they were. Not great conditions, but they went for it. Fair play.
Yeah.
Well, we normally have a great conditions for ducks, not camels, and I think this is a camel type of weekend. But Liam, with regards to data and everything else as well, how much difference is there in servicing the car if you just launch it and go 60 foot so you know it's going to do that, or you take it all the way through? Is it still the same routine? Is it everything still needs to be looked at the same?
Exactly the same protocol. Every time you put any sort of stress on the engine, you basically strip it right down and inspect all the parts. Obviously, the biggest variable is generally the further down the track you go, the more damage you do. That's basically it. It's, just like a contained bomb, basically. And it's
or uncontained sometimes, as you probably know as well. So the
all too often.
So the next pair lining up underneath the tower in the Kestrel lane is going to be Europe's newest top fuel pilot. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof for his first ever top fuel race for Mr. Colin Miller. Come on, give him some love.
Well, actually gave me the thumbs up there. He's watching into the tower. He can hear you.
Well, you believe it or not, you can while you're sat in the car. And he's going up against a tough one in the round one. Defending European champion. That must bring a smile to her face on the helmet as well. Ladies and gentlemen, for Slick Tricks Racing and Sanderboard Raceway, Suzanne Callan, everyone. So, Liam, you did this.
Yep.
Yeah, we both did this, but you did this as a newly licensed driver in your first race.
Yep.
How do you keep your heart from exiting your chest at this moment?
You don't really, to be honest.
You just get on with it.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, the thing is, when you are a sort of newbie to it, it's a weird dynamic, really. It's almost like the pressure's off because nobody really expects anything of you. Do you know what I mean? You've got to do the protocol right, and you've got to do everything right and safe and everything, but you even yourself don't expect to win, or so it's generally the other driver that's under more pressure.
I'm sure Suzanne can handle it, but there we go. These two are also teammates. You race your teammates and Suzanne.
Oh yeah.
Many times before. Yeah. Do all drivers do everything the same as well, or are there, without giving too much away for the future?
Yeah.
Do they have any peculiarities?
I think it's there's slight differences in the protocols. Realistically, it's pretty much the same, but I think some are a bit more chilled than others, some are more robotic. Yeah. Personal taste.
Yeah, and Suzanne's not a driver you want to go up against in conditions like these. She's one of the best at getting the car down the track, especially if it spins or shakes or...
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, she's a lovely woman, but she's absolutely relentless as well, so...
Possibly the shortest burnouts ever. Yeah. I don't think that normally, or on a colder day, you'd want to actually spin the tyres over the start line just to have a warm track of rubber. That's not an issue today.
Yeah, you want to keep the temperature down as much as possible.
Much quicker routine for Suzanne. That's a very, very experienced team behind her there. They've been doing this for a number of years now. Colin Miller's got a fresh team. A couple of experienced members on it.
Mine is a good team.
Colin's struggling to get forward here. Still going backwards. Still going backwards. He's going to struggle here to get the running, I think.
He's going to be given the clock in a second.
No, it's game over. Oh, no, what a shame. So it's going to be a solo for Suzanne. Inches in.
That would have been such a tough run to beat as well. Goes 4.06, 233 miles an hour.
Colin's sitting in the car going, I could have had that. Definitely, I could have had that. Well, fuel racing is hard work at the best of times. It's hard work all of the time. And Liam, we all know the highs. The lows, however, are possibly the lowest, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, generally as well, I mean, what happened to Cole there has happened to loads of drivers. I mean, getting it into forward from reverse and reverse from forward, I mean, it's an absolute pain in the ass, basically. It's the way that the threads are, or the gears, sorry, they're square, so you need to align them perfectly, and if you don't, you can't then not just not get it back into the gear that you're in, you can't get it into reverse or forward as well. So, and then obviously the heat's on, especially when you're down on the start line there, and you just, it takes a very, very big man not to start sort of folding a bit, which Cole didn't. He was very methodical, you could see it, but he just couldn't physically do it, and that's a real shame, that is.
Well, not his first top fuel experience he wants. I'm sure we have many, many more.
Yeah, definitely.
Being the most important thing, and yeah, we've all had it. Yeah. But is that the car you drove last year, by the way, Liam?
Yeah,
I keep meaning to ask that. I thought so. It is, so you know, obviously, where every lever, where everything in that is. So just tell us what Colin was trying to do in the cockpit. So I guess hold the brake, push the clutch in. But where's the reverse lever, and how difficult is it to do?
So the reverse lever's down on the left-hand side just towards the floor. And so it's basically you push it forward for reverse or pull it backwards for forward. But the problem is, like I say, if you don't line it perfectly straight off, it becomes a right chore. And there are ways and means of sort of getting around it. Like you put it back into reverse and then just edge it back half an inch, and then you've got to try and find it again. But like I say, if you don't get it right first time, it just becomes more and more of a task, and then the pressure builds, and yeah, it's...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Colin is still sat in the car, but he's taken his helmet off. He can hear you. Give him a huge round of applause. That's a massive effort to get your license signed off in one of these cars. Not the way he wants to start his FIA career in Top Fuel, but I'm sure he'll have many, many, many more attempts.
Yeah, so thinking of, well, we're on with Top Methanol, actually. A class you completely skipped, Liam.
Yeah, I actually did want to do it, but it had been disbanded at that point in time, so it's I got past the poison chalice of Nitro instead.
Liam, thanks ever so much, mate. Come back up for the final. Come back up.
I will do, mate, definitely. Thank you for having me.
Go and enjoy the rest of the afternoon on the banking with all your team. And yeah, I don't need to call my friends to come and find you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Cheers.
Okay, this is Top Methanol. No burnout for Sandro Bellio.
Well, on most days that would be a bad thing. Today he might get away with it, but I don't think they're going to have time to bring it back and try and warm them up again. So this is Top Methanol, the next class, and you got an injected A fuel car in the Kestrel lane with the only funny car in the class in the Fuel Tech lane. Sandro put in a great 5.50 in qualifying. Again, yeah, it's really hot, but they're still turning world-class numbers. This is the first time also, and Johnny Lag hopefully the only time, you're going to see the stagger on the tree today.
Yeah, some might even say it's an advantage for the funny car because you get to leave as soon as... Oh, it's been clicked off. So...
Well, yeah, there must have been something wrong, which is the reason it didn't do the burnout. Sandro couldn't get it out of reverse. Not the championship, the start to the championship defence they wanted. Johnny Lag will get a bye run in the A fuel car, which is a complete gift because he hasn't got past 60 foot until, well, hopefully now for him. Oh, what a great shame for Sandro.
Well, Stoller then, Johnny Lag. He's not managed to make it down the track yet, so this will be a good test pass for him.
Oh.
But he shuts the car off.
Oh, my goodness. Unless a miracle happens, it means we have no winner of that race, so somebody will be getting a bye in the next round.
Yeah, you can't restart a Nitro car down there, can you?
Especially not after the burnout.
No.
He had to stage it under his own... all he had to do was get another few inches forwards, and if the starter ran the tree, that was it, done.
Oh, dear.
I'm not sure whether the car shut itself off, whether Johnny... Oh, Krista with his head on his... hands on his head. Well... Yeah, we did mention that drag racing is unbelievable sometime. This time last year, it was Tony Brintison's turn. Hopefully not again today. Unbelievable. They're a weekend and a week as well. I'm sure Johnny Lag and the whole team would just soon rather forget. Their trip to England has been absolutely nothing but a complete pain in the backside the whole time. They had an incident on the way over here, I hope you don't mind me saying, with the truck and the trailer. So the trailer itself had to be brought down to the racetrack separately. Didn't get here till very late indeed, which meant they were late getting in for qualifying, and then everything was just, you know, definitely one of those damn and blast weekends. Unbelievable. So, the winner of which race will get a bye, presuming the
Isaac Lag and Tony Brintison race.
So the winner, this is a winner is in the final race.
Yes.
Then. No pressure, fellas. Sorry to say that out loud. Goodness me. Okay. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, and I've been doing this a while, like you guys. So, Johnny Lag, give him a round of applause. Come on, it's a long, long trip home. All that way for that. So that means your numbers 1 and 2 in the championship for 2025 are definitely out in round 1.
Yeah.
And the ironic part of that was they were racing each other, and neither of them won. Unreal.
So no round points, nothing.
No, nothing. I was just going to say, welcome to drag racing. It's extremely cutthroat.
Well, they've both been doing it a long time, but goodness me, unbelievable. Okay, so your next pair will be a pair, hopefully. This is effectively now a race to get to the final round between Tony Brinterson in the Fuel Tech lane with a Bill Sport NGK Team A-Fuel Sweden A-Fuel car, taking on another one of those, Johnny Lag's son, who had a prime row view of what just happened to his dad. This is Isaac Lag in the Kestrel lane. His first ever trip to the UK racing this car. I don't think he's been here, I'm sure he's been here with Dad loads of times, but I don't think he's been here to race before. He used to race in Super Pro very successfully out in Sweden. Now stepping up into the FIA ranks.
Well, there's 2 cars started. There was lots of work going on the front of Tony Brinson's car to get his thing fired up.
Well, at least it fired up today. That's one better than the last qualifying session from yesterday. Isaac Lag hasn't made it past the Christmas tree either this weekend. I'm just a bit lost for words for a change. And no burnout for Tony. Goodness me. Well, we're not even one pair in, and it's got to be the weirdest start to an elimination round for top methanol ever. Tony's tyres did spin slightly. Do you know what I'm standing here smiling at? There's a man standing right down there, Mr. Dave Wilson, who has done this forever, literally. And one thing Dave always used to do was blip the throttle when the wheels came through the burnout box to make sure they were fully wet. I have a feeling we might see a return of that for some of the other drivers. So this for a place in the final round. Both these two from Sweden. Yeah, Tony's tyres are clean and warm. He went in the 5-2. Sorry, go on. You go.
I was going to say, not quite as clean and warm as Isaac. You can actually see the difference from up here. Isaac's have got like a shiny film over them where the heat has come from the burnout. There's no such thing for Tony. Well, both drivers will come into pre-stage. They'll tip the fuel over to the high side. Isaac goes nowhere. Tony's going the whole way down to a 5:41, 269 miles an hour. Isaac wasn't going to let him get off easy. The minute Tony hiccuped, Isaac was going to be there.
Really quickly, sir. That round win actually gets you a place in the final.
Yeah, it is so.
Because the other race, nobody staged. No one got a green light. So that was a win, and, well, subject to confirmation, and a place in the final.
Oh, that we like. Yeah, but it's hard now when it is so hot.
Yeah.
We had hoped to run quicker, but the sun is the...
Not a problem you've ever had in England before.
No, it's always raining, the most of the time.
Yeah, but only at home in Sweden. It never rains in England. Thank you very much.
We get snow.
That's better. That's better. Lars, thank you very much indeed. Booked his place in the final round.
He's still got to do the business in the semi, obviously, but it is a bye run. So
is that the way it's worked?
Yeah,
It definitely works out like that. Okay. So the other side of the ladder. Give them a big round of applause, please. That's Isaac Lag's team and Tony Brinterson's team going up to get them at the top end.
Can I fuel funny car and nostalgia eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Sorry, a fuel funny car and nostalgia invitational. Let's get you into the pairing lanes, please. Well, as I say, we still got Silvio Strauss taking on Tina Host Nedregard. And then, of course, a solo from Timo Habermann. FIA Pro Stock lined up behind them as well.
This is going to be a really good one. Tina's been no quicker than 5.4 in qualifying. Silvio's put down a couple of storming 5.3s. So for the first time in a long while, the Engine Ghost team have a really good stab at going rounds on race day. However, never count out Daniel Yedborn, crew chief and tuner for Tina. They went over to Gainesville and hung out with the one and only Randy Meyer for a few days, and they are on the winning crew that weekend. They know how to do it.
Well, someone is idling extremely high. That changes the instant I mention it as they click the cars into gear and roll them forward. Well, there goes the supercharger for Silvio Strauch.
Yeah, a little bit of fire at the back as well, but that's been extinguished very quickly.
Oh, that's not the way they wanted to end their weekend. They were doing awesome.
Yeah, the burst panel's gone, the chutes have come out.
Well, look at this for Dave Wilson doing the wheelie bar. I actually thought that pop was from Tina's car standing over here, but no such luck. Well, Tina will take a freebie.
Well, the weirdness just carries on in the first round of Top Methanol. Silvio just getting snake bitten at every turn. He finally had a race car beneath him, one that could challenge the A fuel machines, but pops the blower in the burnout. There was a weird sound coming from that car anyway, a really, really high-pitched squeal. But that matters not anymore. Tina Nedregard on a solo. And that's much more like it for the team. 5:44, 269 miles an hour.
Still looks stronger than that, to be honest with you. Knocking on the door of 270. However, being in the semi-finals at the moment is a lot more important than ETs, I think, in this round of racing. Wow, what a way to end the weekend for Silvio Strauch's team. Just tried to kick the tyres loose on the burnout. The burst panel went at the back of the supercharger, and they did have a little bonfire down there, only a little one. But normally, the reason the burst panel goes is with something else in the drivetrain has let go, and that's where the pressure goes out. So it will be a bye run to finish off the semi-finals. This for Timo Habermann. Now, knowing them, I'm pretty sure Timo will leave the line, punch second gear, just to make sure they've got the setup right for the rest of race day.
But the way this session is going, he's got to get that far first. And I know they are the European record holders and your number one qualifiers, but they've only really made one pass down the track.
Yeah, tyre shake a couple of times. That's what I said. He'll probably punch second gear and take it easy after that. Also, that's what a burnout should look like. And that's because, as well, it's much easier to do a burnout in a top methanol car with a supercharger because they're much higher revving, so you can kick the tyres loose a lot easier, although Silvio Strauch might disagree at the moment, than the A fuel cars.
Well, give the Engine Ghost team a round of applause as they come past. It's taken a long way to come here from Germany for that team. They only get to run a few of the scheduled events with Top Methanol. And they were having an awesome weekend up to that point. So the final adjustments made, de-icer sprayed, and the thumbs up given to Timo Habermann. As he makes the final tiniest adjustments with the steering wheel, get himself lined absolutely straight. If he can get this thing into second gear, as Daryl says, he'll probably get off the throttle, but he's got to make it that far. He's into the semis the minute he takes the green light. Keeps the front end down, clicks again. He's not lifted yet. What's the scoreboard going to say this time? 5:35, 268 miles an hour. He's still your European record holder, and a good, clean pass to put him into the semis.
Still the quickest run of the round, even though it's... I was just going to say 5:35 is off pace. That's not off pace at all. I'd like to clarify. However, considering what he ran 2 days ago, that's still pretty unbelievable. Anyway, he will be racing against Tina in the semi-finals, and unbelievably, Tony Brinterson finally has some luck here in the UK, and he'll be out for a bye run in the semi-finals on the other side of the ladder. We're just cleaning the track very quickly just to get ready for FIA Pro Stock round number 1 coming your way. After them, I think we've got the FIM bikes as well for round number 1 to go. And then we've still got...
We should have Pro Modified before then.
That's a very good point. Sorry, yes, just to... actually, I'll wander around and have a look.
Yeah, it's only got Pro Stockers in the lanes at the moment, but you will be joined by Pro Mod. We have actually called the Fuel Funny Cars and the Nostalgia Invitational, then it will be Top Door Slammer. So much stuff to still come at you. Tell you what, whilst Dale's walking round, is he going to... Well, this is the thing. Will he find anybody?
No, there's no one here. They're all... Anyone that's here at the moment, the staging lanes have got Pro Stock cars in it, and that's it. And everyone in a Pro Stock car is in the car. And Tony Betts, look, I saw that little step to get out of the way. I caught you. Yeah, I'm just going to go and check down the Chandler lanes as well, mate, just to keep everybody informed for what they want to see. So they are pushing round the first pair in Pro Stock. It's going to be a pair of Dodges going at it. And for the first time I can remember, actually, I'm sure he'll clip me around the ear and remind me, but the Retro Dodge is going to be the one with the current ET advantage for this round 1 matchup. That doesn't mean anything when it comes to race day. And like Stefan Enrid said to me, you know, his left foot is his best weapon, and that's his clutch foot, for anyone that's wondering. He's not because he's going to kick the other driver in the bits and, you know, try and get away with something. Okay, just looking down the pairing lanes. Yep, here comes everything. I'm just looking down there trying to work out what is, but yeah, we got plenty on the way. I think that is Fuel Funny Car coming down the pairing lane, so don't go anywhere at all. Pro Stockers coming your way.
Yeah, these are qualifiers number 3 and 4. 663 for Simon Ekegren with the Retro Dodge. 667 for Stefan Enrid. That's the VP Fuels machine. Both these drivers from Sweden. Both driving really, really cool looking Dodge Darts. This is what you'd call a silhouette series where you have to run a set number of, should we say, authorized body styles. The Dodge Dart is one of them. It's a little bit outdated now. You don't tend to see them that often anymore in the NHRA. In fact, I don't think you see any of these body styles anymore in the NHRA. Especially when they've made the change over to EFI out there in America, or electronic fuel injection. We still run the carbs because they're cool and we get scooped.
And they've changed their decision to join us again.
They have.
Yeah.
So we were right the whole time. That's all we're
I
saying.
think there are still a few Dodge Darts actually in NHRA Pro Stock, but none as cool as these two.
They certainly don't have a Mercedes.
Yeah, well, you know. Okay, once again, that's because we're cool. So, Stefan Enrid for Enrid Cars. If you check out their website, the most amazing collection of imported American vehicles for sale. Stefan actually got into the sport originally, into Pro Stock originally, as a sponsor for Thomas Lindstrom, if you remember that, many years ago. And like what he saw so much, he went and bought his own car. And he's been here ever since.
Yeah, he got plenty of exposure when Thomas Lindstrom went left, right, left, and then crossed the centre line. Managed to keep it off both walls. It was a proper good driving job. But that video went almost viral across the world as Thomas got out and did a little dance out back of the car, letting everyone know what he'd just done.
I think the thing is, too, that from the outside, it really looked, without any disrespect to Thomas, who's a good friend of mine, that he was kind of hanging on. But when you saw the in-car shot, my goodness me, was he driving. He was doing... Every bit of that save was him. Everything. It was amazing. So, for a place in the semi-finals, There will be a dodge there, but which one? Will it be the retro dodge? Will it be the VP dodge? This is the nervy part.
Lots of tyre shake for Simon Ekengren. He did his absolute damnedest to stay in it. No issues at all for Stefan Enrid. Goes 6.66, improves on his qualifying time actually. But Simon Ekengren bows out with an 8.28. Lots and lots and lots of tyre shake. He drove it through the 60-foot, shaking the tyres, but it was just getting worse and worse.
Just in case. I think that was just in case the same fate befell the guy in the other lane. He thought he'd keep going and keep trying. What were the RTs? Because they're normally pretty good.
07 to Stefan, who got treed by Simon with an 06.
Yeah, I was going to say they must be a bit hot because that's not normally what I'd expect from Simon either. Anyway, tyre shake did him in. Michael Malmgren, Robin Narine, your next pair. A pair of Pontiacs coming your way. This will be the first race ever for Robin with the number 1 on the car.
How cool is that? And how cool is it in the way he won the championship? There's not often that you get a swing for the championship at the final of an event, and there's not often that you do it just down to your driving alone, but it was a whole shot win in the final to win the championship at the European Finals last year.
He's had quite a lot of success here before. I know he's won. He won that event a couple of times actually a few years ago. So he's been very successful indeed here at this racetrack. Has Robin? That's him there in the red and white Pontiac. I think those are GXPs from memory. In the Fuel Tech lane. The reason I say from memory is because they've actually been, believe it or not, even though they're production cars in America, they've been out of production for some time. In fact, Pontiac folded as a brand how many years ago now? I know someone will know, but it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a long while actually. Yeah, Pontiac don't exist anymore, and these guys are still running their cars.
So 500 cubic inches, racing gasoline, very heavily regulated. Basically the touring cars of drag racing. The engine under the hood has to, or bonnet if you're English, has to match the body.
That's it. So luckily these guys are running General Motors bodies, so they can run General Motors engines, which basically mean they're big block Chevrolets. 499 cubic inches apiece. It's the Black Devil in the Kestrel beer lane, and it's the whole shot machine himself, Robin Narine, with the SDS car. Well, he did get the jump on the tree, but the car went nowhere. It's Michael Malmgren going to take the win to a 6.68.
That was weird. Again. In the class that normally produces their closest heads-up races, he jumped there, he dropped the clutch, and the car just went nowhere. So Michael Malmgren moves on with his quickest run of the weekend, actually, a 6.68 only. Is that 202 before I say it out loud?
It wasn't quite his quickest of the weekend. He went 6.68 with a 1. That was 6.68 with a 2.
It wasn't this sort, though.
No. 0.9 light on for him, 0.99 to 60 foot, 4.28 with a 6 to the 8th mile at 164 miles an hour, and then rolled the momentum through to a 6.68, 202.
So that sets up one half of our semi-final. Michael Malmgren against Stefan Enrid. And whoever wins that will be facing one of these two in the final round, because this is 1 and 6. Whoever this one wins this one gets to buy it.
Yeah, Henry's been really, really struggling with the heat.
I see what you did there. He's been really, really struggling with the heat. And you didn't mean to.
No, I didn't actually mean to do that at all. But yeah, that's Henry Real. He's been best of the weekend, 10.67, which is a little off pace. It basically means he's not made a full pass yet. Rattling the tyres. He tends to struggle to get off the line anyway, even in better conditions than this. So he'll be hoping for a pass much, much more representative of what this car can do. It has been in the 60s before.
He definitely has his work cut out against the guy in the other lane, but with lots of people shaking the tyres, Jim has got to be on his A-game, driving-wise.
Well, even if something like what happened to Robin happens.
Or what happened to Simon right in front as well. Although Simon did try and drive through it just in case. So if Jimmy does shake, I'm pretty damn sure he's going to pedal it and try and keep going. By pedal it, I mean get on and off the throttle again, bang through the gears and hope he's put the wind light on.
Oh, they're giving the signal to go forward. Henry Real from Germany with Mercedes. Jimmy Orland from Sweden. The man who's won the most in the Summit racing car. Not who you want in first round. Well, Henry's making a pass. It's his best pass of the weekend, but so's Jimmy. Jimmy's going to get there first with a 664 low ET of the round at 211 miles an hour. If you want to know how much horsepower someone's making, check the speed. And a good run for Henry. 694, 199 for him.
I think that could be one of his best runs ever, actually. They do look very pleased with that indeed. So once Jimmy made it into second gear, Henry's day was pretty much done. But he put up a great fight. Like you said, you can't do more than around about your personal best and your best run of the weekend. So we are lining up Nitro Funny Cars round behind the tower for their round number 1 races. We've also got all of the FIM bikes to get through. We've got round 2 of Pro Modified coming your way as well. That's the round of 8 for them. I'm just going to have a quick mooch over there, see who's hanging around. They're all getting in the cars though, so I won't be able to talk to anybody, which they were delighted about, of course.
Right, the only other thing to point out, the Nostalgia Invitational, when they appear, it will be their final. Unfortunately, Lee Bates totally destroyed an engine, so it will just be the 2 Nostalgia Funny Cars, hopefully, that make it down for that final.
So, the sort of thing you want to do in this weather, get strapped in to a fuel funny car with a 7-layer fire suit. No pedalling today, you. Just, that'll be good. That's Kevin getting suited up for his race against Dale Leakes. And it's going to be Kevin Chapman taking on John Spufford, I do believe.
Yep.
Yeah, we also have, I've got to see Pro Mod in the lanes as well. They are right down here too, so I'm not sure what we're going to run first.
It'll be Funny Car first because the Pro Mods were just a little bit delayed.
Okay, but they're here anyway. They are almost at the head of the lanes. They're at the crossing, if anyone knows what I mean by that. I'm sure you do. We've also got Jason Phelps hanging out at the back as well for an extra run with the One Bad Texan of Rob Elsom. I can see.
Well, bizarrely, Jason is actually an alternate if one of the other 4 don't make it. So
that could be why he's come down.
Yeah.
Well, actually, same Pro Mods here. We've got John Webster. Here comes everyone else. Mark Hartvelt's following down. It must be hard work turning these cars around in this sort of weather anyway.
Yeah, don't forget, of course, bike-wise, we've only seen Super Street Bike and Junior Drag Bike. We haven't seen the others yet. There's still a load more competitors to put in their first races that you haven't seen yet.
They won't be far away.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure they'll be after Pro Mod, actually.
Yeah.
John Spufford probably rethinking his decision to get back in a fuel funny car dressed in a 7-lay fire suit and everything else as well at the moment.
Yeah, amazing pictures from Box Lane, of course, who do take care of all of our live feed.
Absolutely, that. So
just amazing.
You can see a nice up-close shot of the Showtime car. Give us a wave. Going to be taking on Kevin Chapman. Actually, believe it or not, the car that Kevin Chapman is driving is the one that John Spufford used to drive. That was the previous Showtime car that Kevin Chapman purchased off of Bob a few years ago. I bet they never thought they'd be racing each other.
Yeah.
So Kevin and Dale as well. What a race that's going to be. Goodness me.
Well, let's not forget Dale, when he was doing his licensing procedure, did some of his licensing runs in Kevin Kent's car.
He certainly did, yeah, that's right. He was looking to go a bit further down the track in Kevin's car, basically because he just needed as much seat time as possible. And Kent said, yeah, go on then. Pay me money and get in my car.
Well, the other reason, of course, is that when Dale sort of, agreed the deal to drive the car needed the roll cage adjusting. So he couldn't use his own car. So obviously, as you say there, the deal was done. And he did his early licensing runs in the GSI Insurance Mustang down there.
Just very quickly, if the camera can
Mustang.
focus in on Dale Leaks,
Chevy.
just to see how much safety gear he's wearing over there. If you think you're warm, we don't need to see that, thank you. If you think you're warm, can you imagine how warm Dale Leaks is studying all that lot as well? The crash helmet, all the other stuff.
I'm all right. I just put it on. I was a little bit nippy.
You think it's a bit nippy? Yeah, okay. Of course he does. It's nice to see he's relaxed before the first round as well. Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. Going up against one of the quickest funny cars in Europe as well. Kevin's just getting his frock on too. Full fire suit, gloves, everything. It's just the sort of stuff you want to be wearing on a day like today anyway. We've got Pro Modify coming down this way, so I'm going to move out the way because they're going to be taking up the space we're standing in. But we're not going to be much longer before we hear the sound of fuel motors again, not far after that. Pro Mod round 2. So is this going to be the final, did you say, of the nostalgic
It is indeed,
shootout,
yeah.
Okay.
It will be Andy Raw and Tony Betts, basically, and I'm really unfortunately, Lee Bates with the Raptor. The engine detonated, and there was a massive hole at the bottom. The team showed me, towards the back end of the engine, and there was just a massive gaping hole there. And so they have a spare block, but also the team are pretty confident that that block can be repaired. So at least when they come back out, well, they have at least one engine in the car, and possibly, just possibly, a spare one as well. Well, crazy conditions down there. I tell you what, I reckon Steve Ashdown pretty pleased he's not behind the wheel this weekend. I know it's frustrating for him that he's still waiting for parts, but he'll be back. At Bug Jam, I believe, is the target for Steve. And also, another target for Bug Jam will be the debut of the new Mustang body for Kevin Kent. So this is the retirement runs, if you like, for the Monte Carlo body on Kevin Kent's car. Well, the Pro Mod team's checking out the start line. Yeah, it's just hot. Don't really need to any more than that. Absolutely scorching down there. Hottest day of the year so far, without a shadow of a doubt. Never really see temperatures like this in May. And it will cool down a bit as the week progresses, but it's still going to be well into the 20s. Just not well into the 30s that we are experiencing at the moment. Once again, I just cannot reiterate to you all how important it is to stay hydrated out there. Sunblock is one thing, but you've got to stay hydrated. We have a very busy medical team here on site, and sunstroke is very difficult if you get too many people that suffer from it as well. So I know they have had a few instances this weekend. Spare a thought for our track crew as well, actually. They're trying to keep themselves cool. And drivers in the lanes keeping cool as well, throwing blankets over the windows of the cars just to keep the interiors, I'm not saying cool, but just keep the sun off it. It's still extremely warm inside a car as well as on the outside. More of the Pro Mods making their way down into the pairing lanes. Jiri Rantanemi just passing the pod shop. The Voodoo Hemi guys, they are in the lanes pretty much ready to go. So Fuel Funny Car will be up next, and it is, as Darryl says, the semi-finals. The first pair will be Kevin Kent taking on Dale Leaks. And of course, don't forget, this is a round of our Funny Car series. In the lead in the series at the moment is Kevin Kent. He was the one that took the win back at Easter. He was the one that went into the 4-1s at Easter. Fantastic pass. But to say, conditions totally different then to as it is here and now.
I'm so looking forward to this session of Nitro Funny Car.
Pedal Fest?
I'm hoping so. Yeah, Dale Leaks has not really had to drive in anger yet. Well, drive a car that doesn't want to go in anger yet. So his experience is going to be tested. Kevin Kent has done it thousands of times. Main one being his final qualifier yesterday. The car span, he grabbed a handful of brake, got the wheel speed to drop, hit the throttle again and again, dropped almost all of the cylinders, ran all the way through, still ran a 632 to 1,000 foot, which is, that's glacial for these cars, but it was enough to keep him in the show, because if he'd have kept with his 13-second pass that he had on the number before, Jason Phelps would have leapfrogged him.
Yeah. Well, not only that, you've got to take control of the car. You can't let the car control you, especially when you've got 10,000 plus horsepower trying to propel you at ridiculous speeds down the racetrack here at the Santa Pod.
Yeah, and try and propel you not necessarily in the right direction either.
Direction, yeah. Very good afternoon, Mr. Steve Ashdown. Good to see you, buddy. Looking well. Looking very well. Yeah. The car is certainly going to be lighter when you come back, mate. So I'm really looking forward to I'll have a chat with you. I'll give you a bell in the week or something, Steve. We haven't had a catch-up for ages. But real good to see you here this weekend, and good to support Bailey as well in Super Pro. So the cars are coming round, getting themselves into position. It is going to be Kevin Kent. He is going in the Kestrel Beer lane, and massive thanks actually to Kestrel Beer, renewed their sponsorship going forward. I was in touch with Joel McNally very recently. The Flying Kestrel is going to be appearing at shows throughout the year, and you never know, might be going for some more records in the future. An amazing build in conjunction with John Webster at Webster Race Engineering. So massive thanks to Kestrel Beer for your continued support.
Well, lots of movement going on in the pairing lanes. I assume John's trying to get himself out of the way of someone.
Yeah.
Kevin Kent is in position. Team are ready. Starter is attached. Fuel bottle is available. Just waiting for Dale Leakes' team. Well, actually, I should say Mark and Jackie Hawkins' team to come around with Dale at the helm.
Yeah, a very special hi to Mark and Jackie. So the beast from the east. Well, if it's your first time here at Santa Pod today, so apologies if I'm sounding a little bit repetitive, but these really are top-class entertainment vehicles. They are the best race cars on the planet with their top fuel cousins, of course. This is a funny car. The same engine in the top fuel dragster that you saw earlier, but a short wheelbase, and the driver is behind the engine instead of front of the engine, and of course cloaked in a carbon fibre composite body. Capable of going over 300 miles an hour to the 1,000 foot.
Yeah, only one of the cars. I'm not sure we're going to see anything like that today, but you never know. Never say never. I mean, the funny thing is that Suzanne's car was not having a lot of fun getting down the track during qualifying. That first round run, until she clicked it, was absolutely beautiful. That would have been a 300-mile-an-hour run, definitely.
Right. You can also see what's happening now is that Jason Phelps with the One Bad Texan, they are being put into position as the alternate should any of the four cars that we've got coming up has an issue.
Exactly what we were saying yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Put them in the middle. Yeah.
This is how it should be. That's the most awesome car park you'll ever see.
Oh, I've got to get a picture of this from our angle. Really sorry, but this is just awesome. Have we got the camera that's attached to the tower? Or can you swivel that camera around that's on the barn round, Alex, in the barn? So I'm just looking at the live stream at the minute. We're looking down the pairing lanes, and I know that camera, I think it can move. Yeah, currently we've got a funny car park.
So just waiting actually for Jason to get into position. Because if one of these two can't fire, they have to be in a situation where they can actually start the engine to jump in as an alternate. It's only fair. It's not a case of like, well, we'll let these two start up and then Jason's not in position. exactly the right thing to do. Also going to be very interesting if Jason does have to roll forward if one of these two cars don't fire up. It's going to be a negotiating job for Jason to actually get onto the track.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, especially if one of these cars fires up and rolls forwards.
Yeah.
As soon as they've done their burnouts, Jason's too late. There's no way he can fire up and get his routine sorted in time to make the hit. But if one of them has a struggle firing or cannot get it fired, they've got 2 attempts.
Yeah.
After that 2, it's move out the way. Jason's coming through.
Yeah. Actually, the 2 teams down the start line are ready. We're just making sure Jason is ready, just in case.
Well, 1 Chevrolet, 2 Toyotas lined up behind the start line. You've then got a Dodge Charger and a Ford Mustang around the corner ready for their race.
Okay. Good to go. Give them the signal to fire them up. So Dale Leakes then, and Kevin Kent.
That's Dale. That's Kevin. We have no idea what's about to happen, but all we know is it's going to be exciting. None of these cars have made a strong, full pass yet this weekend. Dale's been the closest. He is your number 1 qualifier. But you cannot count out Kevin Kent.
So fuel funny car here at Santa Pod for our 60th anniversary. A lot of people's favourite class. That's once again the tower filled with Nitro. But we love it. We absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to commentate off sound alone because we can't see anything. Our eyes are filling with water. If you ever wonder where we're sat in the commentary booth, we're sat just above the Santa on Santa Pod Raceway, right in the middle. In fact, I'll wave my arm so you can see me on the live stream in a minute. That is an awesome shot from the Christmas tree. Dale Leakes in the fuel tech lane, Kevin Kent in the Kestrel beer lane. Roughly 20,000 horsepower on tap with these 2 cars.
Here we go then.
Well, not trying to give it away, but the crew are a bit concerned under Kevin's car, but they're going to send it anyway. Let's find out how that works out.
Kevin goes straight in, wasting no time. Here comes Dale. Kevin gets the car as sideways as you can get. A full pass of Dale Leakes. 4:49, 288 miles an hour. Their best of the weekend.
That was a thing of beauty from Dale. Cylinders lit all the way down as well. His personal best speed, 288 miles an hour, very, very quickly. Well done, Brett. Shane, don't run away. Where's he gone? Oh, how can I miss you? You're not exactly, easy to trip over. Well, I guess that was what's been coming all weekend, yeah?
Exactly. That's what we was hoping for yesterday afternoon. Obviously, we had a small problem. But yeah, we needed that. We took stepping stones, and that's what we wanted.
So what's all this rubbish about his hard work getting down the track in the heat then?
Don't know. We like the heat.
You're in the final round, buddy. Well done.
Thank you.
No problem at all. That's Shane. Crew chief for Jason. Sorry, not Jason.
Dale.
Thank you. Dale Leakes over there. What a run as well. Unfortunately for Kevin, he got treed and went up in smoke again for the 3rd time. Give the team a massive round of applause. They've tried their hardest this weekend. They were nothing but good at Easter, but nothing but snake bit this weekend, which is it's always a bit rough, unfortunately. However, I'm sure Dale Leakes will be One very excited little beast at the top end.
Oh, yeah. But not only that, it's a championship. And top of the tree in the points has just been eliminated by the Leaks Landscape squad. There they all are. Congratulations into the final round at the main event. We're going to have that truck and the team, and of course, Dale one more time today.
Yeah, the speed as well. That is by far Dale's fastest ever. We have another pair to set up the other half of the final round.
Yeah,
So
they're lined up behind us already.
It won't be an all Kevin final in Kevin Eliminator.
Which we have had before.
And Steve, sorry. We need more Steves, that's the problem. You know, not enough Steves to go around, mate. That's what it is.
Well, the good news is that Kevin's car has just cleared the top end, so the top end is clear of cars.
Well, interestingly for Dale, that was his best run of the weekend by far in terms of speed, but only by 3,000 to the second of time. 4:49 is the benchmark you need to beat if you want lane choice in the final. And unfortunately for Jason Phelps, both cars are started.
So, John Spuffard racing against his old car. This is also Kevin Chapman's first race in a funny car for many a year, actually.
Yeah.
Well, Spuff the Magic Dragman speeding up his routine. They took a little bit longer firing the car up than they would have liked. But they're back from the start line now. Both cars with the bodies raised.
Those of you that came along to Silverstone Festival over the last 2 years will have seen these two cars, although one of them was dressed differently. Last year we had the Thermareg car, the year before we had that Showtime Dodge, but it was in a different livery. So both of these teams put on a show away from the track, but now they want to put on a show here. This for a spot in the final of the main event in Fuel Funny Car. John Spofford, British Drag Racing Hall of Fame member, alongside Kevin Chapman, the Thermareg Mustang. Who's going to take on Dale Leaks?
Oh, Spuff didn't go anywhere, but he drove round him at the stripe. 475, 291 miles an hour. He got
Funny cars, eh? Goodness me. Well, Kevin Chapman treed John Spufford about a week. Yeah. But Kevin Chapman had a hole out, and John Spufford drove round him. Bob, well, how's your heart rate after that one?
Well, that was only on 7 cylinders. Why did we get it going on 8 cylinders?
Right.
Well, it's go on, Colin, quickly.
I need to explain this.
Yeah, just a second.
Because you said Kevin Chapman treed Spuff to hell.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Spuff went 0-1 off the line, but he had a 1.4 60 foot.
Right.
That run was way quicker than a 475.
Okay, I'm sure that. Thank you, Colin. I'm sure they'll figure that out. It's because the car was creeping.
Yeah.
In fact, it was also incredibly lucky he didn't go red then, by the sounds of that. So if everyone on the Showtime team heard that, he creeped the beams. The 60-foot time was 1.4.
Yeah.
That was way quicker than a 475. Thank you, Colin.
Yeah, 291 at the stripe, the fastest run we've seen.
Oh, that was 290. Sorry, it does look like 251 from here. Yeah, that was storming. I should think the half-track speed wasn't bad either. Give the Thermareg team a round of applause, please. Great to see Kevin Chapman back in funny car competition.
So after a quick bit of maths, if John went 0.88 60 foot, which is pretty standard for that style of run, that was a 423.
Yeah.
It's probably about what it was, actually, to be honest with you. Although, Bob did reckon it was only on 7 cylinders. However, the 291, maybe. We'll see.
It's 250 mile an hour at the 8th. 391, but then obviously we've got to adjust the maths for the rolling beams.
Okay, well, unfortunately for him, Jason Phelps with the one bad Texan didn't get to put in a run that time, but he is under the towel now to do it right this second. Funny cars, eh? Whoa.
Love them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I'm in total agreement. That was lively, to say the least, that first round.
Don't forget, we got potentially 6 of them at Bug Jam. And really wish all the best to Steve Ashdown on his return this year.
So, just waiting for the word to fire Jason and Rob. I think Ian with the tractor is getting ready to go just to sweep the dust off the track before we get going with round number 2 of FIA Pro Modified.
Yeah, we do have one of the funny cars in the shutdown area, so obviously that needs to be cleared as well. Well, as Darryl says, we got FIA Pro Modified in the lanes round 2. We've also got the Nostalgia Invitational Final coming up between Tony Betts and Andy Raw, the 2 Nostalgia funny cars, but 2 different body styles that you'll ever see. And then, of course, it's not far away from all of our bike classes as well. So much to still come at you today. Our last day of the main event, the 2026 edition, and of course celebrating our 60th anniversary. We'll see all sorts of 60th anniversary merchandise and reflections all over the place. And the queue in the pod shop that I've seen each time I went there, everybody just clamouring for the gear. I've mentioned it before, I will mention it again, but just check out the labels on the inside of the garments and the polos, the hoodies, the jackets. You know, there's so much thought gone into it this year, and it's all embroidered as well, isn't there not? You know, just stickers put on shirts. You know, these are beautifully embroidered garments. Pretty special indeed. And if you haven't got it, it's a great memento, and it's only £3, the race weekend program, if there's still any left. So you really do need to get one of those. A great, and you actually flick through it, you go, oh yeah, I remember seeing that, or whatever. But yeah, make sure you do get hold of one of those. Got 3 pod shops on site. The main one is in the pits, just opposite half track. We've got a secondary unit next to catering area, and the third one past live action arena. You can get hold of all sorts of goodies in there. Also, please visit our traders. They come here to support us with all sorts of things. Sunglasses, t-shirts, hats, models, you name it. Absolutely everything.
Right, that's Jason Phelps with one bad Texan fired up behind the start line. Rob Elsom, the owner of the car. Well, car sounded like it was struggling to get down off the burnout. Yeah, still doing some weird stuff with the throttle. As they get back from the burnout, so the team swarm the car, the body's going to get lifted. Parachute pins pulled out, wheelie bar set to the right height. As we ask FIM, top your bike into the pairing lanes, please. FIM, top your bike into the pairing lanes. As the body gets lowered over Jason. Thumbs up given from the back. And the gaffer himself, Rob Elsom, guides him up to stage.
Well, don't forget, this is Jason's second pass in the car. That's all he's ever done behind the wheel of this one. He knows what to do. He's just adjusting to this car.
He knows exactly what to do. All the way to 330 foot where he clicks the throttle. That definitely seemed planned. The crowd are absolutely loving it. The short numbers, 0.96 to 60 foot, 2.57. Sorry, 2.457 to 330 foot. And that's when he clicked off the throttle, rolls through with a 501, 167 miles an hour.
Well
and
done.
for the first time ever, after a run, Steve Ashdown gets to hug Dave. Because he's normally up there.
Oh, fantastic. Right, our attention is turned to the pairing lanes. All sorts of vehicles down there. We've got the two-seater down there. We've got the Nostalgia Invitational Final. And we've got round 2 of FIA Pro Modified. All lined up down there. Well, Daryl's just arrived back in the tower from amazing Sterling duty down on the start line. Thank you. That's all I can say is I'm glad you didn't send me out there. I know it's your domain down there, but I really, really appreciate it.
So give the crew a massive round of applause. That's a huge effort to get that car out for this event. So many changes to that car. And for it to go out and do that on its second attempt at the track. It's first time ever getting off the start line with the driver team and combination that's in it now. Monumental effort from the One Bad Texan team. And if your name is Kevin, Dale, or John, that's just scared the living daylights out of you because you've got bump spot racing to do for the rest of the season. We still have the Nostalgia Funny Cars around the back of the tower and Pro Modified. So I wouldn't be going anywhere if I was you. We've also got... that's Top Door Slammer into the pairing lanes for their first round of eliminations.
Yeah, they're on the schedule. Let's not forget that. I think you all know this already, but I'll tell you. Officially today is the hottest May day ever. Temperature in the country has reached 33.5 degrees and likely to climb as the day progresses. It is the hottest May day ever.
Wow. So glad all the Swedes that come over say it rains all the time. Otherwise this wouldn't be possible, would it?
Two-seater dragster. Now, interesting passenger in the back of this one. I'll just let Paul do the burnout. This is Jack Rea from London, and he's a reporter from the Daily Telegraph, and he's writing a story on the 60th anniversary of Santa Pod Raceway. So what a way, and what a report that's going to be.
Yeah, it's quick.
You thought he was just coming to cover the history of Santa Pod. I don't know if that was pre-planned or not, but to have a reporter for a national newspaper going out in the two-seater dragster, that's going to make his story even better.
I hope it's a written rather than a transcript.
Yeah, it normally is.
Well, because otherwise you're just going to get screaming the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want it to be an audio report, do you? Well, you suppose you do.
So, Jack from the Daily Telegraph. Are we about to see the world's fastest reporter?
Short answer is no. I know some that have been quicker.
Well, all the way through, we're going to have a low 8-second reporter though. 8:09, 164.
Okay, so it is FIA Pro Modified, round number 2. John Webster with the Fast Company Mustang. Going to be taken on Mark Hartfeld with the Voodoo Hemi. know about combinations and everything, this is totally different. You've got a supercharged version here for Mark Hartfeld with the Voodoo Hemi. And of course, that's the Roadrunner making its trip over here from the Netherlands. And John Webster, the Turbo. And it is the car based just outside the gates here at Santa Pod Raceway. Round number 1, John Webster went 5.95. Mark Hartfeld went 5.84. It's one thing running ETs, but it's getting to the top end first. It's more important, isn't it?
John has ran 3 5.95s in a row.
Uber consistent.
We always talk about Bruno Barda killing them with consistency. Well, John Webster's proven that you can do it with a turbo car. Mark Hartfeld has been consistently quicker, though, in every round. 5.80s are the order of the day for the Voodoo Hemi machine from the Netherlands.
Well, they're both into pre-stage, no messing around. John Webster's just going to build up the boost. He's going to bump into stage.
But issues for Mark Hartfeld, no trans brake for him.
John Webster's through. 6.35, 247, but yeah, Mark Hartfeld just couldn't hold it on the line. As you say, I think he went for the trans brake. The car just went forward.
That was a weird one too, because John's 60 foot was a 140.
Which it wasn't.
Speed, look at that. That's knocking on no matter what. That was a weird one. What's a little bit bizarre was the green light didn't come on in John's lane.
That's because he went red. He reacted to Mark going.
Yeah.
And he nearly did the same.
He nearly DQ'd himself as well. Oh. Yeah, I mean, what we're saying by nearly DQ'd, the light on a tree is 0.4. You know, if you go sooner than 0.4, that's it. You know, it won't register. He went 0.397.
Oh.
Oh. But John Webster is through. Mark Hartfeld, his weekend is done. But thank you ever so much indeed for making the trip. Number 1 qualifier as well. They've got a car that's working well. It just didn't come true in that round. FIM, the Super Twins into the pairing lanes, please. Super Twin Top Fuel into the pairing lanes.
Right, a rematch then from the Doorslammers last week. David Vector, Andy Robinson. Yeah, Andy Robinson was the victor last week. If I remember correctly, this was the round 2 matchup.
Correct, yep.
1 week ago. Andy Robinson took the win against David. It was a cracking side-by-side race. And I was speaking to Andy just before it happened, and he says he doesn't mind who wins because he built the chassis under both cars, so he wins either way. Either way, it's a cracking advert for his company, Robinson Race Cars.
Well, also, David's is still the quickest of the Robinson-built cars. Any of them, in fact, actually. Both with the same or similar supercharged combinations in there. Superchargers are slightly different. They both got Noonan Hemis under the hood. I keep saying hood, it's a bonnet. But yeah, Andy went 5.87 in round 1. David went 5.85. If they reproduce those numbers, it's all on the tree. Now, Andy is normally lightning quick on the line. He is also prone to the occasional cherry. David, we'll wait and see. Dick, if you're watching this from the airport, have a safe trip home, my friend. But I bet you are glued to your phone right now.
Right, choose your Camaro, 67 or 69, Netherlands or the UK. Andy Robinson gets the jump there, both pedaling the throttle. Andy Robinson's got about a couple of car lengths as David's car goes quiet, goes 591, 245 mile an hour.
Andy Robinson did a terrible job of red lighting. 002 green, but
wow.
It doesn't matter because it was green.
Can't believe, well, I'm delighted to announce this, that we are guaranteed a Brit in the final of Pro Modified this weekend.
John Webster versus Andy Robinson then in the semi-finals. We'll have a member of the UK Pro Mod gang in the final round. Just will it be a turbo car or a blown car? This is kind of the day we've been waiting for some time for.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. That was a really nice run for Andy as well, especially in the heat. 591, 245. No sign of shake whatsoever. And when I say a bad job of red lighting, 002.
That's quick.
David was much quicker to 60 foot, 0.95, but it was shaking just after that. So his weekend comes to an end. Give that team a massive round of applause as well, please. We only have one car for the next race. So that means we have no Michel Turenne again, unfortunately. It will be Andres Arnova. This is what we were talking about earlier with Dick, was that the turnaround actually has been a few hours. I mean, it's now 1:45. What time was first round? Like 10:30, something like that. Even if it was 11 o'clock, that's still a good few hours.
Ooh.
But whatever the issue was for Michel and the team, it was obviously just that bit too much to overcome in the amount of time they had to get back down for this round of racing. What a shame.
Well, the last thing you want to do is give Andres Arnova a chance to swing for it.
Yeah, I think the biggest shock of the weekend was he only went 594 in qualifying.
Well, he rattled the tyres for the first 3 attempts. This really is one of the baddest door cars in Europe at the minute. Used to be owned by Ken Cortuccio out in the States where it ran in Radial versus the World, but converted to run legal Pro Mod.
And the car he bought from Ricky Smith. That was Ricky Smith's turbo car, when Ricky Smith decided to forget nitrous for all of 3 seconds.
Andrew's going to go a bit further. There we go.
Just a little bit too much shake for him to drive through. That was a tense moment because he couldn't bump in. Give the Robinson gang a massive round of applause, please. From being sick as a pig to in the semi-finals. How's that work? Sorry. You need a bigger horn, though. You need a bigger horn. Have a word with Ben Mace.
Yeah, shame he's not here this weekend.
Okay, we have 3 of our 4 Pro Mod semi-finalists. Stian Rusanis with the car that's going to have a new name, and it would be a swear word after this weekend if it does not go down the track after this one. I remember John Price asking, just wait till they've done this. I remember John Price years ago chatting to Gary Page, and he said, do you love your car? He said, yeah. He said, do you talk to it? And he said, no. I swear at it a hell of a lot.
You have a one-sided argument with it, that's
exactly, that's what I mean. So, let's see if the crew chief and the chassis builder are on the same page for this one for Stian, because it's the same guy, Max Bragg, directing him back behind the starting line. Max is an incredibly accomplished chassis builder who builds some beautiful stuff. And he's an incredibly accomplished tuner of these cars as well. So if this is giving Max fits, you know. Thing is, like a lot of cars, once they find the sweet spot, forget it. You know, anyone they line up against is in big trouble. However, they do have the small matter of the European champion in the other lane.
Yeah, they put a post on Facebook this morning saying sleep is for losers. They were up to the really early hours of the morning, changing all kinds of stuff.
Well, because they found, like, I saw it just as I was going to sleep and it was in a million bits, because they found something in the sump they didn't really want to be there. So that take everything apart and find out where it came from. So Norway versus Finland, blown car against turbo.
Paul Steen. He's got back in it. Yeri's going to get there first with a 5.86, killing them with consistency once again. Steen's car's smoking quite a bit through the top end, but that's cleared now.
Yeah, that does. I think Dick said there the other day that's tyre rub, although the massive bulges on the back of that. I'm surprised it reaches. Yari's car, though, only 1.01 to 60 foot. That doesn't matter. He runs the quickest winning elapsed time of the round. Colin, semi-final matchups are...
Well, we know John and Andy, and of course it is Andre and Yeri.
Rematch of round one of the door slammers from last weekend.
But what you've got is 3 turbo cars.
And 1 blown car?
And 1 blown car, yeah.
Goodness me. Well, I've just got to say, a massive well done for Stian Rissanis. Mats Bragg down there on the start line as well. Well done. It's been a tremendous effort. Just not quite the results that they wanted. Pesky race cars, eh? Pesky race cars. Right. Well, they could have had many more runs, but anyway, go on, Colin.
Yeah. Right, this is the final of the Nostalgia Invitational. We did start the weekend with 3, but unfortunately, Lee Bates, the engine it doesn't run on the Windows upgrade, and big hole in the bottom of the block. So
that's a Windows downgrade.
Yes, it is a serious downgraded version. So it is going to be Andy Raw, a 5.8 second Nostalgia Funny car, alongside another 5.8 second Nostalgia Funny car from Tony Betts.
The Nitro bug's struggling to fire. We've had 2 coughs. They were screaming the starter motor over, but it just will not cough the line. Tony Betts is underneath the tower right now, that's who you can hear.
Going to give it one more go, or Jamie's going to spin it over once more.
No, that's it. Game over.
Actually, he's going to nick Venom's starter motor.
No, it's the battery. Oh, it's awesome that the team are helping so much.
It's the starter not giving the battery not giving the starter enough juice.
Well, they're going to have to hurry up. Venom's coming back from his burnout. Awesome quick thinking from the team, and awesome for the Venom team of letting them use the batteries.
I've never seen Jamie move that fast, ever.
Well, they're spinning it over to clear the plugs, so they're then going to feed the fuel in.
Still not doing it.
Still not doing it.
Well, they tried everything they possibly could with the time that they had, yeah. That was Chris going over and saying, no, it's too late no matter what now, unfortunately. What a huge save for Andy Raw. He still leaves with the quickest Nostalgia Nitro funny car in Europe. FIM closed up by the Bs for round 1 into the lanes. So, kind of by default, last man standing, Tony Betts with Venom.
Well, it's a small matter then for Tony Betts. I know the conditions aren't right, but they weren't right yesterday either. Can he get that record back? 584 with a 7. This is
That's a quick one.
576! Oh my goodness me, he's got the record back. 237 miles an hour. A phenomenal pass from Tony Betts.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof. That's the quickest pass in Europe for a Nostalgia funny car.
I think I peed him off when I said the quickest Nostalgia Nitro funny car in Europe being behind the tower. It's not now. It's that one going round the top end.
Watch the replay. This thing is a thing of beauty. The thing is arrow straight the whole way. Not big on speed, only 237 mile an hour, but that does not matter. Minuscule as he runs 576.
I think personal bests all round.
Oh, huge, huge.
Well, Dragstalgia is going to be fun. Although there they've got to be consistent. Tim Garlick, if you're watching, you picked the right year to take a year off.
Leslie, right, I hope you've remembered to come and see me, by the way. So, but yeah, well done to the Venom team. There they go. Look, give a huge, huge cheer. Absolutely awesome.
That was outstanding, and with a brand new combination as well.
Do you think it works?
I think John might be slightly happier with it than he was earlier. Let's put it. I had a quick chat with him down there, and he said, "Yeah, like this, that's not quite right. This isn't quite right. Tony didn't do this, and they didn't do that." And I think everyone did it right that time.
Yeah, it all went right that time. Yeah, definitely. That car has been over 250 miles an hour. There's a reason why I said only 237. It's not often that you lose 13 miles an hour out of basically nowhere. But I think it was one of those, it went too quick to gain any speed.
I don't think they care. It's really weird, though, is because when you lift, you don't lose momentum, but you lose speed, which is a bizarre thing because they should be the same thing. But so if you see a lower speed, the ET would have been 1,000th or 2,000th difference if you'd have kept it all the way through. But that was as good as all the way through anyway. Big shame as well. The only real shame about that, it wasn't a race with Andy Raw, because that would have been the quickest ever on the planet. Also, I just thought about it. So there's a few of the Swedish nostalgia teams coming over here for Dragstalgia. Just watch that and gone, ooh, probably. No, they'll be all right. They know what they're doing. I am only kidding, of course.
Short numbers then for the Venom. It was only 102 to 60 foot, 2.57 to 330, 3.80 at 204 miles an hour to the 8th mile, which means it was less than 2 seconds in the back half, where it went through 5.76, new European record.
I'll tell you what, either a match race with the Pro Mod or a top door slammer is on the cards if I can swing it. I don't know how,
do it.
Be great. Yeah, I don't know how we go about sorting these things out. FIM Super Street Bike, please, into the pairing lanes. I do believe that will be for round 2.
And here comes the Nitro Bug team. That was a monumental effort. They tried everything they could to get that car to fire, but these things are temperamental at the best of times.
Yeah, even Jamie face planting, unfortunately. But yeah, don't laugh. Don't laugh. No, that was. I've never seen him move that fast either. But that was just a real shame, because if Andy had run what he did yesterday, that would have been a hell of a race. Absolute hell of a race. Nostalgia Nitro funny cars in Europe, back on the map. And he can console himself with being the quickest Beetle on the planet.
By about
some margin.
Some margin,
Well,
yeah.
actually, that was half a second quicker than he'd ever been before, and he was the quickest one before that, I'm pretty sure, anyway. Okay, top door slammer, round number 1 of racing.
Whoa, check this out. Anders Ed taking on Len Lindell.
Well, the thing with this is, what's a bit bizarre is you wouldn't normally expect this in round 1, but Anders had a pretty rubbish time in qualifying with the blue Camaro. So, top door slammer runs to the 8th mile. So you see where the orange Watsits are? That's actually half of the quarter mile, 8th mile, and that's where they race to. Len Lindell was your number 1 qualifier with another. See, this is what I'm talking about with regards to track and weather conditions. Yeah, it's hot and sticky out there, but Len Lindell made his quickest run ever yesterday in these sort of conditions. Pretty outstanding.
Which probably means now Anders is going to do the same thing, because it's against the quickest guy.
Yeah, knowing him. Anders' quickest ever is down in the low 380s, I think. Prior to that, it was that full quarter mile run he made a couple of years ago at the Door Slammers. Anders is very proudly does everything himself with his team, does everything on a budget, but does it so well indeed. He was the winner of Top Door Slammer at the Door Slammers. A class almost made for it, really, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. However, Len Lindell, on his first run of the season, set a new personal best. So, no matter what happens, hopefully they've had a really good couple of weeks here at Europe's favourite drag strip. Let's just hope for a good race. Let's hope all of the gremlins for Anders Ed have gone, and this will be a good race. To the 8th mile, where the orange blocks are. Both from Sweden.
Anders goes nowhere. Len Lindell, what's the scoreboard going to say?
Nothing.
3.
Sorry.
82.
198 miles an hour, deadly consistent all the way through. What a shame for Anders and the team. The car's actually kind of bunny hopped to a stop out there before half track, unfortunately. Now starts the long trip home, sadly. But he still had a good time, hopefully.
Yeah, the quad's coming out from the top end.
Come and retrieve Anders off the track.
Come and collect. Right, well, I've got a quiet second.
Just one.
Just one. I'm going to give a shout out to Ginna's wife, Sue. I know you're out there on the banking somewhere today. Retired now, freshly retired, which means she's got to spend all of her time with Ginna, which he's looking forward to, and I can't imagine that Sue is.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Thank you very much, Dick. You know, I said Dick would be watching at the airport. Mm-hmm. Well, he isn't at the airport. He's driving to the airport, and he pulled into a petrol station to watch. Right. However, even though he's pulled into a petrol station, he's very kindly sent me some notes. Sadly, Michelle didn't make that because he kicked 2 rods out on that first round run, and that was his second engine of the weekend he destroyed. So what a shame. Dick, thank you very much for your time. I hope Yvonne and the girls, I'm sure the Yvonne and the girls will be pleased to see you when you get home this weekend. But yeah, we just need to retrieve Anders.
Well, next matchup's going to be Stephanie. As you can see there on the big screen. In fact, Anders is actually out the car. I think he's advising them on where to put the tow rope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a job he didn't want to have.
But they're underway now. Well, as Anders gets towed off the track, give him a round of applause. He's halfway out the car. He can hear you. That's come a long, long way to entertain you guys this weekend. And in fact, last weekend, he's got a bit of pocket money for his way home.
Yeah, from the Door Slammers last weekend, and possibly for this, hopefully. Just very quickly, while Anders gets towed off the track, I know, Amanda, thank you again for the notes. Martin Ekstead, Andreas Groening, John Clausen, Marie Anderson Holland, Daniel Enberg as well, who we've seen for the last couple of weeks too. So just a big thank you to everybody who has helped Anders on his trip over here with that door car over the last couple of weeks. We do hope they've all enjoyed themselves and they'll be back again. We've still got more Top Door Slammer racing coming your way, though. We still have White Stripe, the Crazy Frog. It sounds like some sort of game show, doesn't it? I don't know. What does that? What does it sound? What does that actually sound like? Kids' game show, like White Stripe, the Crazy Frog. I'm sure someone will come up with something very quickly. I'm sure my phone will ping in about 10 seconds. So yeah, Anders' car is being taken off of the scrutineer and exit as the next pair given the signal to fire it up. Stefan Janssen taking on Frederick Lind.
So, Scribbler takes onward.
So, a couple of amazingly good runs yesterday for Frederick Lind with the Chevelle over there. That car has got a screw-blown Hemi, the Whipple on top of it. Don't see many of those anymore. The simple reason of recertifying them, because they have to be certified to be safe. Not many of them about anymore. Jonas Gustafsson, who I got to interview yesterday, and very kindly nearly broke my back the day before. That team has set a couple of personal bests while they've been here. They're now hoping for round wins. Going alongside Stefan Janssen, who did actually make it to the final round of Top Door Slammer last weekend at the Door Slammers, but couldn't make the final round due to breakage, unfortunately. Gets another shot at it here. This replaced with the semi-finals to the 8th mile once again.
Well, if Frederick does that, he's got no home. What's the score? We're going to say 384, 197 mile an hour. Lots of smoke for Stefan Janssen in the other lane.
That was it's still a good run for Stefan. 4.11, 184 miles an hour, but there was no stopping Frederick Lind. A great 0.2 reaction time and a 3.84. They've got themselves a low 3.8 second bracket car. Well done, Jonas. Well done, team. That's the way to do it. Just checking out Stefan's lane just to make sure everything is okay. That is the end of his racing trip to the UK for this time round. But yeah, Frederick Lind with a great looking run that time. Give him a round of applause. That quad out the front there, going up to get Frederick Lind. Marches on to a semi-final date with one of the next two. Yeah, whatever that was from Stefan's car. The track crew do have to do a little bit of clearing. And also to Stefan Janssen's team as well, going to get them. They've been here for 2 weekends. Please give them a round of applause. Said it many times, it's a monumental effort to get all the way here from Sweden. It's an especially tough trip going home again, because when you're on the way, it's fun. When you have to drive home, like, I mean, Hockenheim's round the corner compared to how far they have to go. Have you driven there yet?
To Sweden?
To Germany.
Oh,
to
yeah.
It's on the way, it goes quite quickly. On the way home, it drags forever, doesn't it? Sorry, Colin.
No, I just wanted to give somebody a shout out, actually, before he disappears completely. Gary, I wonder if you can hear me. He's down there. Gary Keep has, and of course Kirsty, from Fueled and Framed. You need to check out their website. That's the first thing to do, fueledandframed.com. Gary's based in Bristol. He's the photojournalist just hopping. No, he's sat on the wall now. He's going to listen to all the good things I'm going to say about him now. But we've been messaging each other a little bit over the last few weeks, and he came up today and has showed me one of the most amazing picture frames that I think I have ever seen.
Okay.
And first thing was, you would need to strengthen your walls at home to support these, because they are so heavy. But it's machined, beautifully presented, and it does 3 different sizes of them. As I say, you need to go onto the website. I'm just scrolling through the website at the moment. To say 3 different sizes: a steel frame or an aluminium frame. You have a choice, but the design is amazing. Go onto his website. Now, the reason I'm saying all of this is that Gary has bought one up, and he's donated one for us to raise money for charity. And without a shadow of a doubt, there is only one charity that we would want to raise funds for, and that is the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Leslie Wright has been up as chair of the Hall of Fame and has just basically looked at it and gone, wow, like we all have. And so that will be an item that we put into the Dragstalgia auction coming up at the end of next month. We've got some amazing items that have been donated, but this is off the scale. And all of the money raised goes directly to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. This is the fund that's been set up to look after the racing family in the moment of need. It doesn't fix cars, but it helps fix people. It's from the racing family for the racing family. Go on to Facebook, social media, BDRHOF Benevolent Fund. Nikki Marshall in Nitro FM is the main person behind the scenes that looks after it. I sell stickers to all the races, 2 for a £5, but we rely on the Dragstalgia auction and donated items to raise funds to look after our racing family. And Gary all I can say is a humongous thank you, mate. It really does mean so much that the racing family supports the racing family. And, yeah, you will get all the publicity you deserve from supporting us. Thank you, Gary.
And he's going to get some cracking pictures from this race.
Oh, as they all are.
Roger Nilsson, Nicholas Södergren. Streetcar versus Crazy Frog.
So Nicholas Södergren finally, after 2 weeks of trying, nailed the run, almost nailed the run he'd been looking for. However, it was storming. It's the first time the car really got to 60 foot without any tyre shake, and man, did it go. I can't say enough about how much we've enjoyed having the top door slammer races here, and these two are a perfect example of that. Now, believe it or not, favourite in this matchup is the Crazy Frog, based on elapsed time. Roger Nilsson's street car, yes, that's a street car, in the Kestrel lane. Just kind of coming and joining the top door slammers for fun. He knows he's outgunned. Doesn't stop him trying anyway. Outgunned by a supercharged BMW. How does that work, eh?
Well, Roger's going to stay over competing street weekend in 2 weeks' time.
Definitely a good time to have a holiday.
Oh, yeah.
If you're interested, there's a lake at the top end.
Oh dear, don't visit it now.
Good luck to both of them.
Quick pedal from Nick.
Oh, even quicker. 4:07 for the Crazy Frog, 186 miles an hour. They finally nailed it. They don't look happy about it, but they have finally nailed it. That is their quickest run of the last, well, actually ever with that car. Just for context, that would be like a 6.1 second quarter mile elapsed time for that thing. Wow. My goodness me. Roger Nilsson bows out with a 4:51 at 1:52. Not his quickest, however, he has set an 8th mile personal best in the last couple of weeks. And he's not going home either, unlike the others. He's sticking around. I love that frog. Something I thought I'd never say, but there we go. It also went 186 miles an hour. I don't know if you caught when on the live stream yesterday when I was showing everyone the front end of it. It's a wedge, but pointing upwards. Yeah? Which is totally counterintuitive to anything you would normally do.
Yeah.
For aerodynamics, isn't it?
But it's what BMW did back then. Obviously, you can't take it away from the original design.
Round of applause for the Crazy Frog team. They'll be back for the semi-finals against, I think, Frederick.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's against Frederick Lund, I think, because Len Lindell won the round. Yeah, he did. He gets the bye run. And Frederick is going to be against that Crazy Frog.
FIA Top Methanol, FIA Pro Modified, and FIA Pro Stock 60-minute warning for you. So that tells all of our spectators we'll see them in an hour's time.
So, FIM Europe top fuel bikes around behind the tower, suit and booted and ready to go. Do we have a ladder for them, Colin?
I do. I have ladders for everything.
I know you do.
So
it's just a finding it thing.
No, I even put them in order before we came up here today. So Ricard Gustafsson as Yuri Lukes. Glenn Borg taking on René van der Berg. We haven't seen a huge amount of runs from René. Luke Ferrugia taking on Thomas Pettersson, and Neil Midgley against that awesome Michael Smith with the funny bike. So we got a good mix of funny bikes and top fuel bikes.
Really good. The one big shocker, really, talking about funny bikes, Europe's quickest one didn't make the show. That would be Stu Crane. He did not get down the track in qualifying, unfortunately.
Well, he is down here, and he's... you can see he's down there with his crash helmet on.
As alternate?
So as an alternate, yes, because he did qualify, but he was in the number 9 spot.
He's pulling into the burnout box.
Ah, right, so he's in.
He's in.
And he's going against...
That's Glenn Borg.
Glenn Borg.
So who's missing?
René van der Berg. Well, we did say we haven't
Yeah.
seen him for a little bit, and so that answers it then. So Stu Crane in for René.
I love that. Glenn Borg. Yeah, I qualified really well. Who have I got round 1? Europe's quickest. Oh.
Maybe that's why he didn't make the final round yesterday, knowing René was out.
Ooh. Could be.
Looking over, we keep seeing bikes flying above the spectator banking. That is actually live action arena show going on at the moment. So if you look behind the spectator banking at the top end, you'll see a lot more people congregated up there. That is the live action arena, their final show of the weekend taking place at the moment. So Monster Truck, there we go. That was a lot higher than yesterday, actually. They've obviously adjusted the ramp or hitting it with faster speed. But yesterday we were just clearing the top of the heads of the spectators. Now they are way above. So live action arena, another area that you can go and visit of the Santa Pod facility.
I think we're all waiting to see a bike again, aren't we?
Here we are. I just saw quite a few. That might have been the end of that routine.
So the orange markers have gone. That means we're back to quarter mile drag racing with our FIM bike classes. Another interesting update as well. Thank you to say that if Dale Leaks wins the final, he takes the points lead in the Funny Car Cup.
Just like to say before we get on to FIM competition, big thanks to dragbike.com for covering a lot of stuff here at Santa Pod Raceway. We're constantly getting updates on your social pages. They cover all sorts of motorbike racing all over the world. And as if you can see here, it's all Santa Pod all the time recently on this page.
That's because some of the quickest bikes on the planet are in action right here, you lucky people.
Right, this time last year, and it literally was around about 2:15 this time last year. And Graham has just messaged me. Graham Smith had that top end fireball with Grimhild.
That's right.
This day last year. The rebuild is coming on immensely well. And hopefully, they might be out by the end of the year, but more than likely out next year. He just wanted to say big congratulations to everybody that's running PBs and just going on great work. But he can't wait to be back. Track crew and medics saved my life. Huge shout out to them, please. Graham, consider that done, mate. And we do look forward to seeing Grimhild back in Street Eliminator as bikes fire beneath us.
Yeah, we will be another one missing, unfortunately, only because I read the update from 2 minutes ago. We'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
So, Glenn Borg, Stu Crane, two of the quickest fighting bikes on the planet. These style bikes run over the quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. They run over the 8th mile in the XDA series. Only because the style of track prep that they run at XDA is for what we'd call a radial prep. This is very, very sticky and it destroys the big slicks on the back of these style of bike.
At higher speeds.
At higher speeds.
Yeah,
Well, he does it over the 8th anyway.
Does it? Goodness me. Well, I know that it's... So, okay, can I ask a really stupid question then? Why do they prep it like that?
Because whereas this weekend, it's all slicks all the time with a couple of radial classes, like 2.
All just radials.
It's all radials.
Okay.
These are just an add-on.
Why not prep it not quite as sticky and even for just radials, but then everyone has to get used to it, but it's a lot safer? Stupid question. Don't worry about it.
I don't have an answer for that one.
Glenn Borg, Stu Crane.
Issues again for Glenn, but he's riding through it. Stu Crane like he's never left, but missing gears. Glenn Borg's going to ride back past, go 7:23. His worst run of the weekend is enough to get the win.
Well, Stu was out in front much quicker, 60 foot, and he was way in front at 3:30, but then gearbox issues. The Maltese moves on.
I love the way Thomas was saying he drove that car. That was the name of the car. General Lee is actually a bike. But we'll let you off that one. Oh dear.
No, we're allowed as many as we want, but he's not. He's new. he shouldn't be jaded by 18 years of doing it.
Oh no.
Actually, it's 19 now. Yeah, he's 9. This is the 19th year, mate. Deary me. Almost as long as you've been here. Not here, but you know, around.
I was 4.
Breathing. Yeah. Okay, next pair underneath the tower. Luke Ferrugia.
Yep, still the one to watch. As soon as this bike goes from one end to the other.
Up against Mark Smith. Now, the only problem is it's had a real habit of dying just before he moves forward. No Mark Smith yet, so there we go.
That's Thomas Pettersson.
Oh, sorry, Thomas Pettersson, thank you. See, that's what I mean. I've had 19 years' experience of screwing up. You got no excuse. Oh, well, Luke will not be making round one. Stuff leaking. Who's cleaning his shoes for him? Obviously, something has gone popping, a burnout for Luke Ferrugia. That's the end of his weekend. Thomas Pettersson finally... Oh, dear, that's a big slick down there, and I don't mean the tyre. Okay. So, Thomas Pettersson, after years of dragging his stuff from Stockholm to the UK, finally not only gets in the show, but gets a break in round one. And I'm not being happy for anyone not being able to make the race, but Thomas just so deserves it because he's been constant.
Oh, shakes the tyre. Rides through, bounces off the limiter as he tries to click into fourth gear. Rolls off, goes 765. So these funny bikes have a really bad habit of popping the oil filter off.
Oh.
Which I think that may be. That's the only way I think you can get that much oil out of one of those things and it still be running. They make that much boost, they make that much crankcase pressure, it does literally pop the oil filter off.
Well, it's going to take a few moments to clean up. Massive commiserations to Luke and the whole of the team from Malta, especially because they really had a bike for everyone else to contend with this weekend. However, yeah, that's rough. No matter which way you look at it, it's rough. But there is going to be, at least it happened there, and not when he dumped the clutch. So Neil Midgley will be against Mark Smith, and the final race should have been Jiri Lukes against Ricard. Unfortunately, no Jiri. He just had to pull out of line. Jiri, if you're hearing this, you might have an extra 5 or 10 minutes longer than you thought to fix it, if it's fixable in that amount of time, because we're going to have a little bit of downtime while we clear up what happened with Luke's machine down here on the starting line. All the rest of the FIM bikes around there. I think Super Street Bike are probably round there for round number 2 as well. We've still got a full program of our sportsman races to get to. Almost all of our sportsman classes are down to the rounds of 8. After we're done with the bikes here, they will be on their semi-finals. So we will move through the rest of the day pretty speedily. We've already got some of our FIA, some of our FIA finalists set anyway. We've got the Top Fuel final set. We've got one half of the methanol final set, provided he stages, and exactly the same for Pro Stock as well.
Yep, this is the exact opposite of what you need if you are currently dressed head to toe in leather.
Well, they have been just given the signal to say how long it will be, so they're going to take this stuff off and then get redressed again. It still shouldn't be that long, folks, so don't worry about it. Well, for the first time today, we are going to hand back to the radio station. Doesn't normally happen on race day very often, but you guys and girls out there, don't forget, please stay hydrated, please stay, I was going to say warm, sorry, cool as much as you possibly can. And we'll be back with you as soon as we possibly can. This won't actually take that long because of where the cleanup is and the fact it's only just down there. Sorry, and scraping it off as well, yeah, because it's got to come off. But at least it's only one bit that isn't on the actual racing surface itself. So Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, and we'll be back ASAP. Thank you.
All eyes watch India as she rolls onto the high side into stage.
And blew the tyres off. That's not entirely unexpected. but there again, they've got data. They know what the car's got now, so they can now tune it for the final.
Yeah. They did have to go for it realistically because, like you say, needed to find out exactly where they were. Not great conditions, but they went for it. Fair play.
Yeah.
Well, we normally have a great conditions for ducks, not camels, and I think
Inches in.
That would have been such a tough run to beat as well. Goes 4.06, 233 miles an hour.
Colin's sitting in the car going, I could have had that. Definitely.
Isaac goes nowhere. Tony's going the whole way down to a 5.41, 269 miles an hour. Isaac wasn't going to let him get off easy. The minute Tony... And that's much more like it for the team. Keeps the front end down, clicks again. He's not lifted yet. What's the scoreboard going to say this time? 5.35, 268 miles an hour. He's still your European record holder and a good, clean pass to put him into the semis.
Still.
Well, Henry's making a pass. It's his best pass of the weekend, but so's Jimmy. Jimmy's going to get there first with a 6.64 low ET of the round at 211 miles an hour. If you want to know how much horsepower someone's making, check the speed. Kevin goes straight in, wasting no time. Here comes Dale. Kevin gets the car as sideways as you can get. A full pass of Dale leaks. 4.49, 288 miles an hour. There. Sparf didn't go anywhere, but he drove round him at the stripe. 4.75, 291 miles an hour. He got
funny cars, eh? Goodness me. Well, Kevin Chapman treed John Sparf about a week.
He knows what to do. He's just adjusting to this car.
He knows exactly what to do. All the way to 330 foot where he clicks the throttle. That definitely.
Short answer is no. I know some of them have been quicker.
Well, all the way through, we're going to have a low 8-second report though. 8.09, 164.
Around, John Webster just going to build up the boost. He's going to bump into stage.
But issues for Mark Hartwell. No trans brake for him.
John Webster's through. 6.35, 247, but yeah, Mark Hart.
7 on 69, Netherlands or the UK. Andy Robinson gets the jump there, both pedaling the throttle. Andy Robinson's got about a couple of car lengths as David's car goes quiet, goes 5.91, 245 mile an hour.
Andy Robinson.
He's doing a bit further, there we go.
Just a little bit too much shake for him to drive through. That was a tense moment because he couldn't bump in. Give the Robinson gang a massive round of applause, please. From being sick as a pig to in the semi-finals. How's that work? Sorry. Horrid
tyre shake once again for Steen. He's got back in it. Yerry's going to get there first with a 5.86, killing them with consistency once again. Steen's car's smooth.
Looking run this is for Toby.
A quick one.
5.76! Oh my goodness me, he's got the record back. 237 miles an hour. A phenomenal pass from Tony Betts.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof. That's the quickest pass in Europe. Anders goes nowhere. Len Lindell, what's the scoreboard going to say?
Nothing.
82.
198 miles an hour, deadly consistent all the way through. What a shame for Anders and the team.
Well, if Frederick does that, he's got no home. What's the scoreboard going to say? 384, 197 mile an hour. Lots of smoke for Stefan Janssen in the other lane.
That was it's still a good run for Stefan. 4.11, 184 miles an hour. But quick
pedal from Nick.
Oh, even quicker. 1:07 for the Crazy Frog, 186 miles an hour. They finally nailed it.
Issues again for Glenn, but he's riding through it. Stu Crane like he's never left, but missing gears. Glenn Bob's got a ride back pass, goes 7:23. His worst run of the weekend is enough to get the win.
Well, Stu was out in front.
Peter Wackers go block button down the middle of the track, but Steven's locked on to a 593, 238 miles an hour. Your first pair, and it's already in the 5. Can he be number 1 qualifier here? Well, they're going to be side by side at the finish line. Pick and choose and check the boards. 581 for Mark Hartwell.
Even quicker for Mark Hartwell. 581 very quickly.
Well, they're going to be side by side the whole way, as Pro Stock always is. Check the boards to see who's number 1. It's going to go to Simon Eckengren.
665 only two. Right, Michael.
If you want to know what the track can take, these boys are going to show you.
I was on the verge of rattling the tires for Robin.
657, your new number 1 qualifier, Jimmy Orland, at 209 miles an hour. 661, great first runs of the season for both.
And India's going as far as she physically can, takes it to the 8th mile, takes number 1 as well with a 4:25, but only a 214. She was doing 254 at the 8th. Well, straight into stage, not messing about at all, drifting over towards the wall, but he's going to go under power all the way to a 685, 203 miles an hour.
I do believe that's his quickest run ever. He hung on to that really well off the starting line, but I don't think they can care at the moment. So over 200 miles an hour, 685.
I ask you,
117 to 60 foot.
Oh, wow.
All the way through to the 180 at the 8th at the stripe. 657! 221 miles an hour. That's the first ever 6.5.
One, go! He's out of steam. He's now coasting to a 5:45. Another record, 195.45. But wow, 5:45, new record numbers for.
Just needs to keep the candle lit all the way through, which he does. 575, 276 miles an hour. There he goes.
I'll never get bored of that. I enjoy it.
And it's like he's never left. Check the wheel stand from Timo Habermann. What's the scoreboard saying? 519! 280 miles an hour. They should... handle whatever it was that happened on the start line. Well, there's the answer. The answer is yes. 368 to the 8th, but shuts off early. Still coasts to 584 at 167 miles an hour. The giveaway there was he was doing 208 at the on the tree. But if he makes it to 1,000 foot under power and no shoots, nothing. Watch the scoreboard. Little bit of tyre shape, takes it to the 8th. He goes 385. That's tame for him. Goes through 592. Good A to B pass and a 594. Exactly what the doctor ordered for both cars. Well, extremely meaningful pass. He's getting over towards the blocks. He's going to move away. He does. Goes 645, 216 miles an hour. Deep stage and tyre shape for Kev. No issues at all for Marcus Hill. Could it be a PB? Close.
That's nice. It's a good step. There were some transmission issues.
Well, we are back and bikes fired up beneath us as we continue with our FIM bike classes.
Yep, this is Top Your Bike, Neil Midgley, Mark Smith. Mark Smith for Warp Speed on the funny bike in the Kestrel beer lane. Neil Midgley for Canon Engineering.
I'm actually really deep. Please, Dave Fulton gave us that peg because it works really well. It's excellent. Found a use for it on our blind. So, Neil Midgley and Mark Smith. That was thankfully a short delay.
Yeah, much shorter than we were actually expecting.
Well, like I said, it was behind the line, not on the racing surface, and just in the burnout box and in front of it.
So for the first time in anger, funny bike taking on Top Fuel bike. Anything in the low 4s is a good number to the 8th mile for the funny bike. Anything in the 3s is a good number for the fuel bike.
Yeah. However, the fuel bike may have a tendency in this weather to overpower the track. Mark Smith cannot get the bike into gear, trying desperately to win one of the weirdest first rounds we've ever had across just about every class. Neil Midgley by run now into the semis. That's a lot more like it and a lot further as well. Up to about 1,000 foot, 638, 165. One flat to 60 foot, he was 3.96, 195 miles an hour to the 8th mile. And commiserations to Mark Smith. Well, the majority of the funny bikes just not having a great round one.
Well, one pair to come, but I think, as you said, one's missing, so it's going to be another solo.
Unfortunately, Jerry Luke's not making it down for this round one race. It's a bye run for Rickard. So that sets our semi-final pairings, which will be Ricard going to be up against Glenn Borg, and Thomas Pettersson against Neil Midgley. Thank you, Colin.
So 2 fuel bike versus funny bike semis.
Well, ironically, it was Ricard, the one who used to be on the pesky funny bike for many years. That was a very purposeful burnout for Ricard. So yeah, he will have the funny bike, provided he stages under his own power, of Glenn Borg in the semi-finals. I still remember the weirdest final round ever was when it was raining and they just staged up. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
So Ricard, his quickest run, 5.82 this weekend. I think he was in the 5.9s as well. Everything turned down due to the weather. A safe 5.82. How does that work, eh? So, not sure whether Ricard is going to blast it all the way through. He has Santa Pod Raceway all to himself for about the next 6 seconds. So it's up to him if he does. Maybe they're going to try and see what the track will take. We'll find out very shortly.
Oh, monstrous wiggle once again all the way through to a 5.86. He's got his speed back, 240 miles an hour. That's actually 20 miles an hour off his PB.
Interestingly as well, that's, sorry, 5.89 at 240, mate. 3.90 to the 8th mile. That was not far off what Neil Midgley ran as well, actually.
No.
Yeah. Very soft, 105 to 60 foot. Okay, semi-final set for Top Fuel Bike. We're about to set the final round, I think, in Fuel Harleys. Or Super Twin, as it shouldn't be known, sorry.
Well, this is Marcus Christensen on the solo.
Yeah, he's going to be taking it easy. I just, again, thank you, Facebook, for the post. Just to make sure, no burnout. Have you noticed the side skirts as well? Look at that, the whole ground effects
It's
thing.
the whole floor.
Built by his dad in his basement, which is why it's called Basement Performance. Just a quick tree reset. There we go, it's coming back on very shortly. Now, one thing I did read that was really interesting, not only that they were going to take it easy, just to stage up and make sure they're in the final round. The other thing was that they had an issue with, I think they have an issue with the ECU and everything. But what they did say was it was their quickest ever 60 foot, which proves, for now, exactly what they wanted, which was it sucks the bike to the track.
Yeah, an incredible piece of engineering. And it's just people thinking about what they're doing and just trying absolutely anything they can
to improve the quickest bike on the planet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that.
It rocked up last year with 2 coffee tins hanging off the edge of each exhaust with the idea of sucking air out of the cylinders. And this year rocks up with, well, a hole through the bike. I've only just noticed as well, the 2 intakes on the front of the bike, they're not there for looks. They are actually going into the cylinders.
Yeah, he had that. He's had that for a couple of years now, where it takes air from the front of the bike instead of catches it on the side.
Well, Anders Jensen, Roman Sixter. Anders ran at a 7.39 in his last qualifying attempt. Roman Sixter ran a 7.07 earlier on in the weekend. But that means absolutely nothing now. Whoever gets to the finish line first will be the winner. And Roman 6 is going nowhere.
Well, Anders Jensen runs out of steam just before the finish line again. Goes 7:37 at 1:47, but he will book his place in the final round on his first ever trip to the UK. Can we have competition eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp eliminator, please, into the lanes. It has to be said as well, there are a couple more super twins here this weekend, but they did not make it as far as eliminations or to round one. I think Super Street Bike is next. The track will just have a little sweep. That is a big shame for Roman Sixter as well, because that is a massive trip again to do that in round one, but that's what racing is, isn't it? Just the way it goes.
Yeah, nobody goes into this sort of racing without knowing exactly how tough it can be, and you don't make the journey without knowing it could be a long, long trip home.
So it's the Super Streeters, and we got some amazing pairings. That round one was
odd.
Well, it was but some amazing performances, considering they've struggled for the last few days.
Well, I mean, Casper went 6:67.
In this weather.
Yeah,
again.
Jake Michelle went 6:71. Alan Morrison, 6:82.
Danny was in the 6.5s
Simon
again.
Gormania was 6:78. But Daniel, 6:58. Just
But he's got to do it four
biblical.
times in a row on race day. Actually, it's Pro Stock Bike coming round now. I do
was gonna say,
apologise.
well, that was next on my ladder. Even the timing crew jumped the gun as well.
So Jérôme Rougemont from France, wandering behind his bike.
So is this Pro Stock Bike?
Yep.
Yeah. Is that a 4-bike ladder?
4-bike ladder, yeah. Martin Newbury as the alternate there.
Well, he should be taking on Martin Bishop, who is there, just not underneath the tower yet.
He's just coming. He's just getting his gloves on. I think they may have been late to the lanes, and they're being called round. They do, whatever happens, they do need to get a move on. Because when they say give them the signal to fire him up, you cannot not be ready. So much so, his crew guy is pushing the bike round, and Martin is getting himself dressed while the bike is moving with him on it. There we go. He's got his gloves on. He's ready to go. So we've got our final set in Super Twin, semi-finals in Top Fuel Bike. This is to set the final round, a Pro Stock Bike.
Well, they're both there now. So England versus France.
Woohoo!
Martin Bishop versus Jérôme Rougemont. Suzuki's on both sides of different vintages. Actually, different size engines as well. The bigger of the two goes to Martin Bishop, 1755cc. That thing's massive. Versus Jérôme Rougemont's 1640, which is still really big. So 1.7 litres versus 1.6 litres. Naturally aspirated, they run on race fuel. They rev to a tick over 10,000 RPM. And they are so highly strung. Some of the hardest hitting bikes you see on two wheels. It's not uncommon to see things go low 1 second to 60 foot. In other parts of the world, they've been 0.9 to 60 foot.
It's a very good job they got sculpted bodies on the bike so that the riders don't just slide off the back.
Well, both riders are in pre-stage. No one moving forwards.
Mark's got the ET advantage in qualifying. That doesn't matter now. Normally on the tree.
Jérôme goes nowhere. Martin Bishop clipping the rev limiter as he goes through 7:58. his best run of the weekend at 173 miles an hour.
And just cruising, unfortunately, in the other lane. Just didn't seem to go anywhere when he let the clutch out. Got to 1,000 foot now. So, David Simon versus Jorg Lemont on the other side of the ladder. France against Germany, I think, for this one. Then we got the round 2, not semi-finals yet, of Super Street Bike. We've still got all of our next round of our sportsman races to run. It's nice to see Ketilratio has posted on Facebook. Thank you, sir. But to say 3, like you said, Colin, I think 3 out of 4 of the cars in the semi-finals in Pro Mod are turbo cars.
Right, we're just waiting for Jerome to clear the track. Now, this is some awesome engineering from the Centerpod team. They actually have a bike trailer that will come out. It's got almost like a paddock stand style attachment on the trailer that will hold the front wheel and let it be towed off the track. It sits so low to the track as well, because obviously when you've got a bike with wheelie bars on the back, you can't pick the front wheel up. See if we can get a clip of that on the big screen. That trailer's really, really, really cool. And it's an incredibly good idea as well for stuck motorcycles. Jerome is out there. Oh, you can't quite see it because it's...
That's a monster truck doing a donut, isn't it?
It is, but I showed the trailer off and it's too low to see below the wall.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, you can see the bike going on it anyway. Yeah, that's the live action arena in full swing.
Yeah, you can hear loads of engines revving, but you can't see anything. But that's because it's the other side of the banking. Live action arena monster trucks. FIA top methanol, 30-minute warning for you.
Yep, we won't be too long at all, as Jerome Rougemont is underway again, still sat on the motorbike. Yeah, you have to ride the bike still, even when it's being towed, because you've got to hold the front brake on. So your next matchup, David Simon versus Jorg Lemont. David from France with the awesome looking retro styled Pro Stock GSXR in the Fuel Tech lane. Taking on the Buell of Jorg. In the Kestrel beer lane. Jorg all the way from Germany to race with us this weekend. He was your #1 qualifier, the only one really to make a good representative full A to B pass. 7.28 was his number, which was an incredible number in this heat. But David got into the sevens, went 7.82. You can really hear the difference in engine notes. The thunderous V-twin taking on the screaming banshee of the 4-cylinder GSXR. Both of these bikes can run down into the sevens. Although it is that Buell with quite a big performance advantage.
Quite a big cubic inch advantage as well, but not overall because it's only 2 cylinders as opposed to 4, obviously.
So Jorg ready and waiting. Here comes David. But David jumps the lights. He actually set York off as well, but York's going to get the time. 7:53, 185 miles an hour.
Well, both of the semi-final winners in the 7.5s. Okay, Super Street Bike Round 2. Possibly the toughest of the FIA or FIM classes in the whole of Europe. I think you said 10 nationalities, yeah?
Yeah.
22 bikes, something like that. You mean overall? There's a lot.
Well, there is a lot. I think 10 was Promon.
I was just going to say, we didn't have...
Right, first up then, Daniel Lenks, 6:58 on his previous pass, but Simon Goldmania, we know he's extremely happy looking at what he's
just
sending around the place at the moment. 6:78, 229 mile an hour pass.
9 nationalities.
9 nationalities in Super Street Bike. How cool is that? 2 of them here in the UK. Malta versus Hungary in the UK. Let's hope they both get off the line well. It's getting hotter out there. Simon Goldmania with a bit of tight slip off the line. That'll be the end of that. Danny Lentz once again with us. Oh, goodness me. 6:58 at 226 miles an hour. That would have been pretty much the quickest run in Europe 2 days ago. He's now done it in the heat of the day again. Simon Goldmania did have a few hundredths off the line, but that was the end of that. Danny Lentz is 60 foots though.
Unmatched. That was a 1:16 that time.
Thing is, everybody's round the back of the tower and they can see that happen, and they're just thinking,
they're just waiting for him to slip, and it just isn't. This is Al Morrison Jr. from the UK taking on Yanis Markzalis from Greece. Yanis into the 6.7s once again.
it's that number, that magic 6-7 number.
And so was Alan. So this is a pick and choose 'em kind of race.
Experience goes to Alan on the European stage, but none of that matters now.
Yanis gets the jump on the tree. Al's going to try and run him down, but has to roll off the throttle as he gets close to the centre line. Yanis goes through with a 6.74, 223 miles an hour. Talk about setting a personal best in the heat of the day.
That was immense. They were both 1.17 and 1.18 to 60.
Al was pulling him back, goes 304 to 330 foot to Yanis' 306.
How good is it to see, though, the Greek guys coming all the way over here, going rounds? Really is.
All right, choose your black booster.
We either have a retrieval job or a track check, one of the two up there after, I think it's Al Morrison. Oh yeah, he stopped over by the wall, that's why, in the shutdown area. Obviously couldn't, unfortunately, make it to turn 1.
Well, once again, Jake Michelle sat underneath the tower. Rudy's also the other side. Luckily, they are sat in the shade. The shade has moved back slightly to cover the burnout box. Rudy's actually moved himself out of the way. Off to one side. In fact, both are moving off to one side. I can only imagine that they were going to get the tractor coming through in a second.
No, I mean, looks relaxed. That's always a good sign. I think it's just because Alan Morrison Jr. has just pulled over to the wall. He just needs, yeah, you can see on the big screen and on the live stream as well. He's between exits. I think that's the problem. Yeah, he hasn't quite made. He's gone past scrutineering. He's not quite made turn 1.
Good news, he is only 100 feet from turn 1, thanks to the signboards on the banking. I can only imagine what's going to happen now is Rudy and Jake, depending on how long we have before Al is vacated from the track, might let Casper and Carl go first.
Can they do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, only because they'd fired up and were clicked off.
Well, Carl Thomas has had quite a journey. He was in 950 bike only a couple of years ago, and here he is on the European stage in round 2. The crew are checking the track. It doesn't appear to be anything on it other than Al Morrison. Is anyone else out there melting? You really are a hardy bunch out there this weekend. We normally do have to brave some serious weather in the UK. If you want. It is faded up as well, if you want to... You all right?
Hello.
There you go.
Awesome. Right. I'm just going to steal this microphone a second, and I'm going to come down onto the start line to show you some of these bikes. These things really are a masterpiece of engineering. I'm going to try and steal someone with a camera as well, if they don't mind. As you're going to hear the door click. Ooh. Right. I'm just walking down the back of the tower now to go show you some of these awesome machinery. A lot of Suzuki Hayabusa-based machines. Hello. Okay, so what I'm going to show you here is some of the super street bikes you're watching go down the track. Now, the main thing with these bikes is they're regulated in two areas. You've got the wheelbase, which for a bike like this with a stock frame, this is Casper, 6.6 second bike, by the way. A stock frame is 69-inch wheelbase, so from the middle of the front wheel to the middle of the back wheel is 69 inches. That's it. In the States, these bikes can go well over 70 inches, sometimes even touching 80 inches in the Pro Street class. The other thing is the tyre. You have to run a street tyre. Now, this is a Dunlop Drag Max, pretty much the standard, as he's given the signal to roll forwards. A contact patch about the same size as the palm of your hand. And they can go 0 to 60 foot, which is the VP sign you can see out there, in 1.17 seconds. In fact, Casper's the best at it. He does 1.14 as these two are being told to fire up. Right, Colin and Daryl, if you're still up there, we're going again. Right, we're being called forward. This is Casper versus Carl Thomas.
Sorry about that. We had a very inconveniently timed lemon drizzle break. There is such a thing now. Sarah, it's your fault. Yeah, you didn't hear that, but we were just in the middle of a lemon drizzle break, which is a thing now.
Okay, Carl Thomas versus Casper. Casper, the friendly ghost from Greece. He is the best to the 60 foot. He can go 1.14, which, as I said, contact patch, the same size as the palm of your hand. And no wheelbase at all, really, to stop them from wheeling. Taking on Carl Thomas, career best this weekend. Down into the 7.0s.
Like I said, Carl, in 950. Someone was a bit long on first gear.
This is all Casper all the way through to a 666. Carl Thomas wasn't giving it to him, goes 708 at 212 miles an hour.
How on earth do they do that with those little engines? Engineering.
That's it, that's how they do it. And pushing every component to the absolute limit. 666, 215 miles an hour. As we do see, Rudy Zorzi versus Jake Michelle. If we had a little bit more time, I'd show you some of the engineering on this JKE machine. Because I said the stock frames are allowed 69-inch wheelbase. Jake's bike has a custom frame. He built himself. It's space frame chassis on that thing. He's only allowed 68-inch. These are two 6-second bikes. But Rudy goes red. It's a freebie for Jake Michelle. And his best run of the weekend, arrow straight all the way through. Clicks the bike early, goes 7 flat, and a 691 bows Rudy out. It was an 03 red. He had to use all of that as well. And look at the short numbers. Just to give you an idea, Rudy ran a 691. He went 462 to the 8th. Jake Michelle, 447 to the 8th. And he had 10 mile an hour on him.
Can we please have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So just quickly, Cole, what are the pairings for the next round of Super Street Bike?
Oh, Super Street, sorry. Right, okay. You have Daniel taking on Yanis, and then Jake taking on Casper.
Oh, well,
So the two Casper bikes. Yeah.
yeah, 2 Greeks, 1 Hungarian and 1 Brit in the semis.
Why not be in the final?
Right. Harry Isaac, Alia Lester. We're into junior drag bike now. Harry looking for a 9.59, Ali at 9.18. Harry's going to get there first and judges it perfectly. He was 0.5 on the tree. He runs 9.59 with a 7 on the 9.59 dial-in and bows out the reigning European champion.
Oh.
Okay, Liam Morrison. On a bye run, dials her standard 8 flat. This was a predetermined bye run. Lane choice in this class is decided by how close you get to your number. And Leah does a very good job of running the exact number she dialed in last time, which was an 8.05, but 8 flat that time. Tell you what, look at Nuke's bike in the sunshine. That's awesome. You can really see the glittery paint job.
As we worked out earlier, they've all actually got glittery paint jobs, and we've just never seen them.
Taking on Holly King. Holly looking for an 8.43. And Nuke looking for 8.44.
A little bit of concern around there, but no, okay.
Well, 100th difference on the tree. Essentially a heads-up race. Yeah, sorry, I sneezed.
Where it came from.
Well, reaction time advantage goes to Holly King, but missing gears. Anouk Bergering is out in front. Not looked over her shoulder yet, as long as she doesn't break out, but she does.
Oh.
Holly King gets away with one there.
That's going to hurt.
Okay. Coming underneath the tower. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3.
Right, Daryl, can I just see that really quick?
No.
Yeah, Martin Hill, Fire Force 3, the fastest jet funny car in the world. I'd love to know how much the heat affects the jets, because we know how much wind affects them. They actually prefer a headwind. It's like a natural supercharger for these things.
I don't know whether it's a density altitude thing as well with them. However, if you think about it, they're used to flying at whatever altitude, aren't they? Yeah, all of it.
Yeah, but it's colder up there, though, isn't it?
Yeah, good point. Can we just move the track up about a few hundred foot then? That's the idea.
Yeah. Run a jet car at 65,000 feet just to see what it does.
Well, actually, funny you should say that, because that's kind of what they do when they run in places. Okay, they don't run there at the moment, but like Denver or something like that, like altitude tracks. It's exactly the same thing.
Well, they have the Mile High Nationals, don't they?
They do. However, it was always used to be stinking hot. That's the only racetrack, I don't know if you know about this, the only racetrack in the world where what they did was they used to have a cooling system for the starting line. So what they did was they had like these massive air conditioners and they had, when they built the track, underneath it from the start line to about 3:30, they had all of these. So if you imagine what underfloor heating's like, it's exactly the same as that, but the opposite. And on really, really super hot days, which they used to get when they ran the event there, so that the start line didn't degrade and so everyone could have a chance of getting down it, they used to run those, like, again, like air conditioners, if you like, or a reverse underfloor heating, underfloor cooling, just to bring the start line temperature down to something they had a chance of getting to.
That's cool.
Well, it was till they shut the track, but yes, exactly that. Yeah, the Paul Vandermeer family spent a fortune on that system, and yeah, it's not there anymore. But yeah, the heat, I mean, even, like I said, mile-high heat was so bad when they used to go there in the summer that they had to do that to have any chance of running I don't want to say finishing the event, but to run an event where the fuel cars would actually get roughly from one end to the other.
Well, this is Martin Hill with Fire Force 3. Don't forget, after this, Graham Sykes with the Steam Rocket Bike. We asked a question of ourselves yesterday.
Once again, spot the BRBs out and see. Carry on.
No chance. Okay, so Martin Hill debuted this car back at Flame and Thunder in 2004. But it was the Easter Thunderball the following.
Cool, blimey. Actually in threat to blow the windows out, I think.
Yeah, it's super violent.
There goes the rag off the starting line. Someone's lost the rag. 5.81, 258 miles an hour. I'm glad no one heard that. See that? It went absolutely flying off out that way. Great run once again for Martin Hill with Fire Force.
Yeah, just remind people that this is the world record-setting car. It was back at the Easter Thunderball in 2005 where Martin caught a huge gulp of air at the top end. 579 was the ET, but it was the speed that astonished everybody, 336.1 miles an hour.
It was not supposed to go that fast.
All right. Okay, it is up next. Graham Sykes, the Force of Nature Steam Rocket Bike. It's his, well, just mind-boggling what this bike does. Graham has done some major upgrades on the bike. As in, he's basically rebuilt it. Has a new pressure vessel. The old one only gave him 1.9 seconds of thrust. But this time it's bigger. And he can get nearly 3 seconds of actual thrust. Thrust comes from the pressurized vessel underneath there, which is basically boiled water, but at 250 degrees, which takes the pressure in there up to 40 bar, or for those of you who understand PSI, 580. He's got new nozzles on for this weekend, and with a pursuit of performance. But the water exit out the nozzles is at Mach 1.1, and you can hear a miniature sonic boom as basically the air going faster than the speed of sound. So it's twin rocket nozzles. It's 14 years of development of the Force of Nature build, and the whole bike basically built, designed, and manufactured by Graham. At Graham Sykes Performance Engineering. The only thing that he hasn't made himself are the tyres, the pressure vessel itself, and the operating valves. Everything else, Graham has made himself. Coming in to this year, his record numbers was 0.723 seconds to 60 foot. That's quicker than a top fuel dragster. It's quicker than anything. At the 8th mile, 3.17 seconds. And the quarter mile record was 5.51. But he's already gone quicker than that. He's been 5:45 this weekend. The goal is to get a 2-point-something 8th mile.
Which is the territory reserved for only top fuel dragsters.
Yeah.
So far.
Yeah, as I say, for the 8th mile, it's just insane.
On a bike.
Yeah. Well, the bike has just been lowered off the mothership now. Graham, Diane and the team. Just phenomenal showman.
Yeah, just to say how incredible those, like you said, incredible those numbers are, Colin.
Yeah.
He would possibly win a match race with the top fuel car to the 8th mile.
Yeah.
That's how quick it is.
But the other crazy fact about this, he's only under power for 3 seconds. And yet, at the quarter mile, he is the 2nd quickest bike in the world. Only Eric Tabul has been quicker. And yet, he is out of power after 3 seconds. He's coasting the rest of the way. In a moment, the bike will come forward. In actual fact, here it comes now. And Graham will walk up behind it. I want, ladies and gentlemen, a huge Santa Pod reception for one and only Mr. Graham Sykes. What this man achieves on this machine is just mind-boggling. With basically boiled water. And that is being rude to boiled water, because what comes out of the back is steam, and it just deposits the racetrack, and it obviously turns to water very quickly.
I still think it's a Yorkshire thing with jets and rockets, and probably looked at the kettle boiling one day and thought, you know what?
Well, unfortunately, that kettle down there takes about 2.5 to 3 hours to boil, but that takes it up to 250 degrees.
Yeah, the whole idea came around because he wanted to go something quicker than the bikes he's ever run before, but he lives very, he has done that. Well, but he also lives very, very close to an RAF base, so he can't get Nitro.
Yeah. Okay, so Graham is now getting into position. I want you all to join in with me when we do the traditional countdown. It'll be the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Now, what Graham will do, he'll crouch in position when he's low, and then he gives us the nod. Join in with me and count him down, and let's just watch Graham disappear up the top end. He's getting low. He's getting ready for the nod. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Absolutely insane. 3.22 to the 8th mile. But look at the speed. 212 miles an hour. That is his fastest ever run. 5.44 and 194. That is his quickest ever quarter mile. 2 records in one go there. Congratulations, Graham. 0.82 to 60 foot. The new nozzles are working, but they're working differently. He's not getting off the line as quick, but his top-end charge is improved.
Well, the other thing is, I was just going to say, by adding a bigger vessel, bear in mind that means it holds more water.
Yes.
More water equals more weight, which is one of the reasons it probably, Graham will confirm because he's all over this sort of thing, that is more than likely the reason it doesn't quite... I mean, it still goes 0.82 to 60 foot. It's not exactly hanging around, is it?
Yeah. But that is a 10th off where he used to run with the old nozzles.
Yeah.
But he's going faster at the top end.
Trying to get a more controlled release of the pressure for a longer period of time.
But the great thing is now Graham has got a couple of runs under his belt for this weekend. He will now analyse the data, because Graham and numbers are his thing. And his engineering. There we go. There goes Diane and the team to go and collect Graham from the top end. More world best numbers once again. His fastest ever at the 8th, 212.07. His quickest ever quarter mile, 5.44. Huge congratulations to Graham Sykes and the Force of Nature steam rocket bike.
Can I just to float an idea? You know when they used to run jets over a mile, when they used to try and set world speed records, land speed records, they always had a little thruster on the back to give them that extra bit of oomph. Maybe a tiny little rocket thruster on the back when the steam runs out, just to keep it going for that bit longer, and he would be the quickest on the planet.
Because he wouldn't be environmentally friendly anymore.
Okay. I look at Graham and I see an environmental type bloke.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that is the force of nature, of course.
Exactly.
But well done, Graham. Absolutely love it.
So the track will take the least time ever to be repaired again after that.
I think it's dry already.
I think it is.
Can we please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, let's have you into the pairing lanes for more eliminations. That is where we get you down from 8 to 4.
So Comp Eliminator and Street
Eliminator, yeah, that's what should be coming up.
Round there at the moment.
Lots of sports racing to come. Obviously, lots of pro classes to come as well. But Comp Eliminator, the field of 8, let's whittle them down to 4. Street Eliminator have made their way down as well. But there is your first pair, head of the lanes in Comp Eliminator. Look at the big screen, look at the live feed. That's Nick Williams with that beautiful Chevy Nova. Built in-house at Williams Brothers Racing, just the other side of the M1 over at Floor. And as Darryl said many a time, Europe's first door slammer, Europe's first pro mod, wasn't it, into the 60s.
Yeah, door slammer of any variety whatsoever that was. Tony Rose and Ice Automotive way back in 1993.
33 years old, that car. Mind you, Nick's car's even older, but it's a lot newer as well.
What was a bit crazy about that as well at the time is if you think about that number now, that wouldn't even qualify you in pro stock. And that was with the big inch nitrous engine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they've been given the signal to come round.
Oh, you got street cars doing that?
Yeah. So Nick Williams with the Williams Brothers Nova. It's Dad's car, actually. It belongs to Keith. Keith down there on the start line.
Do they ever drive their own?
Well, Keith has a habit of building cars, and then the boys steal them.
Well, actually, both of these two races in this round, well, this pair, I should say, have borrowed their dad's cars.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah. Let's have a think. Dan Williams' Nova is in America.
Okay.
They will probably, hopefully, go over and race at the US Nationals. Nick's green 69.
Yep.
Remember that car? That should be completed end of this year, if not early part of next year. That'll be coming back. Dan's second gen Camaro is obviously now Lara Bartlett's car. The Cherry Bomb 55 is now Jason Pickett's car.
They're doing very well at populating the classes with their stuff, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, we got another car coming out of the Williams Brothers, well, reappearing from the Williams Brothers stable a little bit later on this year. And we're looking forward to seeing that coming back.
So 11.20, the index for the Nova in the Fuel Tech lane. 7.99 for the Super Modified. Now, both of these cars can run under their respective indexes. The tree will be staggered to give the Nova a head start of a few seconds, actually. But then it's up to the Cutlass to try and run him down.
Yeah, this Nova really has turned Nick into like an amateur astronomer. Literally makes him face the sky on every pass.
He's probably going to get blinded if he does that today. Lloyd was a little bit late on the tree. Nick's going to get there first. 7.45 though for Lloyd Perkins, a great run. Oh no, it was a 95, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I'm trying to look at the screen as well.
Yeah, it's very difficult. It's so bright, we can't see.
Okay, yeah, that was a 7.95, sorry, for Lloyd. And 10.69 win for Nick. Actually, that was just over half a second under his index.
All right, Dan Williams and Amir Akram Ashad.
Another pair of cars that could quite easily do a lot of damage to their index.
Yeah.
Depending on how they run. I think Amir is the last of The front-wheel drive racers left in competition.
Indeed.
Everyone knows they're here, though.
Well, went 8.64 in qualifying. Doesn't look like an 8-second car. It's crazy. But not only that, it's heading towards 180 miles an hour.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. So does Gordon Darby, who's standing right there watching. So the big American door car will get the head start. Then it's up to the little front-wheel drive to try and run him down.
Well, no one stage him first. Dan starts to move. It's a green light drag race.
Very polite reaction time that time from Dan. Amir was a bit closer. Oh, Amir just ran out of room. Put on in a great effort. 8.64, 174, but he got beaten by 10.14. I think he might have taken a... No, he hasn't quite taken a swipe of his index winning that one. That was probably a lot closer than he wanted.
Dan's looking around thinking, oh, damn it, I can't live.
Well, that was Amir's best run of the weekend.
Right, Reuben Dawson taking on Robin Orthodoxu. Well, we got Dan and Nick racing each other in the semis. Exploded oil filter, is it?
Yeah, it was. Got the oil filter on.
So the Honey Wasp appears from underneath the tower in the Kestrel beer lane. Reuben Dawson was your number 2 qualifier this weekend, going alongside number 6.
Not for the minute, they're not. They've just been told to kick off.
So that probably means that there is a bit more fluid on the track than they thought from Amir's car.
There's no spotters on the track, only down the very, very tippy top. No tractors are moving.
Yeah, but we have got a couple of bodies around at the top end, so...
Well, no one is leaking. It's not these two that are the issue.
Yeah, unfortunate timing, actually, because they've both just done their burnouts, and both of these cars are so highly strung. 632 cubic inches of basically outlaw natural aspirated big block for the altered you can see there with the Chaos Bros. And a really, really highly strung 350 supercharged Chevrolet engine in the Copo. The biggest thing for Reuben now is now he's done his burnout and everything's warm, all of the ice in his intercooler is going to start melting.
Just looking at the Golf buggy going up there, if I've got this right, is Bullseye Jeremy the 6th. Which is the Williams brothers' latest addition to their squad. Dan and Nick racing each other in the semi-finals of comp.
That'll be a good one. They don't usually... You'd expect a family team to sort of pull their punches a little bit when they race each other, but Dan and Nick very rarely ever do.
There's a story there, but yeah.
Okay. I'll close that can of worms before I open it.
Yeah.
Well, a quick sled of the track. I assume it's something like there's a film of oil or some sort of other fluid along the track that just needs a quick sweep and a quick sled just to get off the surface in the left-hand lane.
Okay, so this is Comp Eliminator. Got 2 pairs to go, and then it will be Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, round number 2. The matchups. Joe Baxter has got James Murray. Tony Higgs has got Jack Petley. Andy Bond has got a bye. Rob Carter has got Jill Medley. Al Mack has got Rob Slater. And Bill McDermott has Hazel Carter.
That sounds like a lot of round 2 matchups.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of racing.
Is that was a 32 car ladder?
It was.
That why?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. The clean-up appears to be done. We will be back on with racing very shortly indeed. No concern about the cars cooling down.
just want to get an outside temperature at the moment. We know it's scorchingly hot.
No, we don't need to know.
It's 30-something.
It is, in fact.
Clean the tyres off again, but put heat back in the, just put a bit of heat back in the tyres. Clean them, I think, is the only thing they really need to do in this weather. They don't want any more heat in the engines.
Doing the hippie shakes there for Robin Orthodox. He must have felt that. In actual fact, he's still got the shakes, and he falls over to the left there a bit. That was violent.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that hurts your wrists.
Oh, he's got it fired up again.
That's all right. He will be okay. The thing is, that's not a steering failure. It's just they get a bit of a wobble on, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
And Robin is an absolute maniac when he gets behind the wheel of this thing.
Well, they are the Chaos Brothers, aren't they?
Yeah, they do live up to their name quite a lot. There's not many times, unless he's actively in the other lane or can reach out and touch the wall, that he'll actually ever get off the throttle.
Yeah, there have been many runs where he's bounced his way down the track and shook and gone sideways.
Yeah, most of which was just this weekend.
However, he has been in the 7-0s. If he runs this now, or runs anything like that now, Reuben Dawson really has his work cut out for him with the Honey Wasp. I do get that Reuben can run a lot further under his index, but he won't want to. And
I'm not certain with the heat of the intercooler, the heat of the engine, the heat of the transmission and the Copo, it will be able to run that much under his index in the heat of the day. Well, that's just speculation. Reuben will be leaving about a second first. Lots of wheel spin and a bog for Robin Orthodox, who, as he bounces his way down the track.
He might get him. He doesn't. 7:24 for Robin at 190. Reuben, 8.12 at 143 miles an hour. Nothing in it on the tree. He only took the stripe, I say only, by 0.3.
Yeah, I'd say Reuben got away with one there a little bit, because he obviously lifted off the throttle to not hurt his index too much. And he
Robin nearly caught him, yeah.
Nearly got it wrong. There's no way that you're judging 47 miles an hour at the finish line.
Well, a pair of Tri-Chevys going at it here. One super modified. The last super modified car left in Elimination. Alongside Rene Erschmann with the original 55 Chevy, or one of them anyway, in European drag racing, the original 55 Chevy in Pro Modified.
I'm surprised that car never got turned into a super mod car.
Yeah.
Or did it leave the UK before?
It did. It went to Henry Houston over in Holland and then ended up in the very capable hands of Rene Erschmann. However, right, someone's going to correct me if I'm wrong or not, but I do not think it ever ran in the 60s when it was in the hands of Tim Cook. And I think the 7-0s that Rene has run are some of, if not his best runs ever. So he could have run the quickest ever ET with the car. Maybe Henry Houston got into the 60s actually thinking about it. He might have got into the 680s or 690s when he was in Prime Model. Doesn't matter now because he went red. It will be Rob in the semi-finals. Rob's going to get there first too. Yep, 761, nicely done. 707 at 193 for Rene Erschmann. Thank you for making the trip from Switzerland once again, and for the entertainment over the last 2 weeks.
Well, we have JC Graham back down with the Porsche.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, I had a quick chat with the team a couple of members on it, mainly Andrew Wright and Gary Gooding. They've told me why it's not legal for Comp Eliminator. It's got a lock-up clutch. You're not allowed that in Comp Eliminator. That's it.
That's easy. Change the clutch then.
Yeah, well, they said they can absolutely do it. The reason why they're not is because they're having to slip the clutch that hard that if they didn't have the lock-up, it would slip the whole way. So they've got to try and basically find a way for it to lock up and pull through the top end. They don't think they can go any quicker than 6.4s at the minute. Their goal is to go run Outlaw vs Extreme at the World Cup Finals. And to be legal for that, you have to have run quicker than a 6.09. Okay, so just a quick bit of downtime. Unfortunately, the ambulance has had to go off from the pad. So we've got no medical cover on the track at the minute, and there's no way we're sending racers down the track with no medical cover. So we will just be on a pause for a moment. I'll hand back over to Nitro FM while we gather our thoughts and find a plan on what to do next. So thank you very much, Nitro FM. And India's going as far as she physically can, takes it to the 8th mile, takes number 1 as well with a 4.25, but only a 214. She was doing 254 at the 8th. Right, Nicholas Södergren. With lots of tyre shake, spin and a whole shebang, still underpowered, and lots of smoke for him, goes 469, that's a lot of smoke.
381. I think he's happy about that. You probably heard that. Jonas.
Well, straight into stage, not messing about at all, drifting over towards the wall, but he's going to go under power all the way to a 6.85, 203 miles an hour.
I do believe that's his quickest run ever. He hung on to that really well off the starting line, but I don't think they can care at the moment. So over 200 miles an hour, 6.85.
I ask you,
117 to 60 foot.
Oh, wow.
All the way through to 180 at the 8th at the stripe. 657! 221 miles an hour. That's the first ever 6.5.
Go! He's out of steam. He's now coasting to a 5.45. Another record, 195.45. But wow, 5.45 new record numbers for one. Go! He's out of steam. He's now coasting to a 5.45. Another record, 195.45. But wow, 5.45 new record numbers for...
Just needs to keep the candle lit all the way through, which he does. 5.75, 276 miles an hour. There he goes.
I'll never get bored of that. I enjoy it.
And it's like he's never left. Check the wheel stand from Timo Habermann. What's the scoreboard saying? 5.19! 280 miles an hour.
Wow. Whatever it was that happened on the start line.
Well, there's the answer. The answer is yes. 368 to the 8th, but shuts off early. Still coasts to 584 at 167 miles an hour. The giveaway there was he was doing 208 at the on the tree. But if he makes it to 1,000 foot under power and no shoots, nothing. Watch the scoreboard. Little bit of tyre shake, takes it to the 8th. He goes 385. That's 10 for him. Go through 5.92, good A to B pass, and a 5.94, exactly what the doctor ordered for both cars. Well, extremely meaningful pass. He's getting over towards the blocks, he's going to move away, he does. Go 6.45, 216 miles an hour. Deep stage and tyre shake for Kev. No issues at all for Marcus Hilt. Could it be a PB? Close.
That's nice. Good step. There were some transmission on the
Also appreciate the investment in the new parachutes as well.
No tyre shake at all. Arrow straight from the finish missile. What's he got on the scoreboard? Same absolute numbers again. Difference 1/1000th of a second to what he did this morning. He went 5.85.
Hold on tight, folks, because here we... This one is all... Oh, it was all Suzanne, but 0.85 to 60 foot. She was 350, but only 165 at the 8th. 503, 142. India Erbacher straight up in smoke, and even better hourglass figures on the start line there. Those tyres. Hold on tight, folks, because here we... This one is all... Oh, it was all Suzanne, but 0.85 to 60 foot. She was 350, but only 165 at the 8th. 503, 140.
Well, he's going as far as he could. That was 330 foot before he had to lift. That was nothing to do with the track. It was just driving him towards the centre line. He lifted at the latest possible moment that he could. You could see it was still drifting towards the 8th mile.
Martin cruises and still gets there first. 463, 218 miles an hour. Julian, check out the speed, 240 miles an hour. I'm not entirely sure Thomas Cam is something we need, though. Really not.
Well, he's... More than one set of medics. One of them has had to disappear off site, but luckily the other set of medics are available too. So that's why we can start up again. But if we do get another break, then we will do the quiz.
And here comes JC Grant.
In exhibition.
Yep, he doesn't reckon he can go any quicker than he's done already. He's here purely just to get more and more data and get more and more passes down the track.
What a phenomenal car it is, though. JC, to be fair, although he spends all his time, effort, money, you name it, in this car, he also dedicates a lot of his time to the sport of drag racing and does take this car to quite a few of the shows and lets people see this car. And that's one of the reasons why he's got a good sponsorship. I'm not saying budget, but he's got a lot of people that help him. And, you know, to be involved with a complete engineering masterpiece that this car is, you know, you've got to have support, you've got to have help to do it.
Well, I mean, when you've got people like Victor Alvarez watching you, all the way from the States, shout out to Vic if you're watching this right now.
Yeah, and I'll be back at Bradenton next year, if not the year after. Had a fabulous time 2 years ago when I came over.
But JC's got goals bigger than anything we could possibly imagine when he was starting to build this car. He wants to go race Outlaw Bus Extreme at World Cup Finals, which is a massive showcase for import and domestic racing. This car is the quickest and fastest six-cylinder vehicle here at Sanapod Raceway. As he does an awesome pedal and driving job, he's going to go through the stripe to a 6.666 at 216 miles an hour. That was an awesome driving job. And he is the quickest and fastest import at Sanapod Raceway.
Top Fuel FIA and FIM Super Street Bike got 60-minute warning there. Here we go. Right, Street Eliminator, round number 2, your first pair. She's Hazel Carter with the Passat taking on Bill McDermott, the BMF Bentley. Well, they've all had a bit of a battle this weekend. I mean, even Hazel with the Passat had a CO2 bottle experience that doesn't really want to be repeated. And Bill McDermott had a lot of issues before the event, actually, but managed to get all the parts in time to do the repair on the seal on the turbo.
Do you know anyone who runs an automotive company?
Yeah. Oh, Bill blazing the tyres. I think he should be able to hook up and get past Hazel, and indeed he does.
Well, Hazel didn't make a representative pass for her, because I think if she had have run it maybe just a little bit quicker, she can go down to like 12.4.
Look at Bill's speed, 196 miles an hour.
I think the longest thing with the turnaround with those cars at the moment is packing the chutes again each time.
Yeah.
It really is, though. It takes a while. They're going to be on a hustle to come round for round 3 after this, whoever gets through.
Yeah. Andy Bond on a predetermined solo. So he had a bye in round 1. He's got another bye here.
So
well, it wasn't a predetermined bye in round 1. He should have had Jason Weir, but Jason unable to make the call, and here he is, a bye run into round 3. Yeah, the track will hold that much.
That one's going in the bin. The tune-up, I mean.
Yeah, we know. All right, next up, the Ford Capri of Tony Higgs. Going to be going alongside a very, very happy Jack Petley, knocking on the door of the 7s.
Yeah, sorry for all the stoppages, folks. The track at the minute is so hot. It's requiring lots and lots and lots of grooming. It's the reason why you can see even like halfway through sessions, the tractor's going out and doing a quick little bit.
It's when they spin the tyres instantly, it does actually take the rubber off the surface. It's very much the same. One thing I always notice, you'll notice, and I've said this when they come round, like the pro stockers, when they start their burnouts back here, it takes all the rubber off of the start line, which is really really unfortunate. That's why they do their burnouts behind. That's sorry, nothing against them. But when something goes up in smoke instantly on the starting line, that's what happens over there too.
Well, the absolutely gorgeous Malibu's down there. And
Hi, Elliot.
Yeah. And, of course, Tony Higgs with Triggers Broom. All one-piece carbon fibre front end now on the Capri. Just Tony making the car lighter and lighter and lighter literally every time he appears. His last one, though, a little bit entertaining. The parachutes came out very early, ended up towing them all the way up the racetrack.
Still made it through?
He did, yeah.
Even though the box didn't enjoy it.
And then lined up behind them. That's a good matchup, isn't it? Rob Slater and Al Mack.
Well, Al's actually got a bonnet on the car, I think.
He has, yeah.
Whether it's the one that flew off. It looked like it flew off in one piece. So they've obviously managed to reattach it somehow. And then is it Joe Baxter against James Murray? Is that the plan?
Yep.
We're getting the top end shots as well with Bill McDermott. With Dermid winding the chutes up on the Bentley.
And then obviously tucked around the last pair, you have Rob Carter taking on Jill Medley. Gary Petley down there. A bit warm, Gary. You can hear me. You're a bit warm there, Gary. Yeah, I thought so. No, don't do that.
Is that the universal sign for being warm, showing your stomach? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Well, looking over that, I tell you, all these. The thing is, though, all of the street eliminator drivers are strapped in their cars, ready to go. I mean, Trudy, how's Rob in there? Is he all right? Boy, oh boy, oh boy. The other interesting thing is when they went out on the street eliminator cruise, obviously it was so hot for them, they were coming up with ideas of trying to get air moving inside the car, putting like cups and gaffer tape on the window ports, just trying to get air inside.
Yeah, on a hot day anyway, but with A, no aircon, B, hot transmission tunnels and everything else as well running through the cars.
I think they all wanted to jump out their cars and jump in the back of Jill Medley's Jeep Cherokee, because at least they had aircon. But none of the others did. That I know of, anyway. So the gorgeous Maliboost of Jack Petley. And of course, it is the Triggers Broom car of Tony Higgs.
What's he got for Tony?
Well, Tony we know can run in the sevens pretty regularly. Jack is knocking on the door of the sevens. He's been 8-0. To be honest, I don't think he was expecting the car to go that quick this early in the season. But it's all come good.
Well, let's see what he's got for the very low 7-second Capri in the other lane. Well, the answer is tyre slip. Tony Higgs goes for a little bit of a wander. 7:58, 188 miles an hour. Yep, he does pull the chutes. That's the end of the weekend, unfortunately for the Petleys, but still an amazing effort
from them. Awesome.
I think that might be the kind of thing it takes to get it done today. 7 5s from Tony Higgs.
Rob Slater and Al Mack. And I better say this now. Occasionally, as in quite a few times this weekend, I have called Rob Slater Rob Carter. I just get my tongue tied, and I do apologise. It's definitely Rob Slater.
Do you know what? If you mix their two names up, they're still Slater and Carter. As in bits of both.
Yeah.
Right, 2 turbo cars down there at the moment. Al Mack has been wise because he staged off of where Jack Petley just launched. Let's hope he can get it to stick. Let's hope they both can.
Oh. Rob Slater with a jump, but no traction whatsoever. Al Mack. Is it a mid-7?
The bonnet again.
Oh, not again. Oh, he's gone on to no man's land on the right-hand side this time.
Yeah, almost exactly the same point of the track on the other side, and it lands almost exactly the same point next to the gantry on the other side. You could clearly see that time it was the bonnet.
Yeah. So I think obviously got parachutes on the back of the car. I think they need a junior dragster parachute fixed to the bonnet, so when it flies up, it can float down gently.
Floats down gently to earth. I'm amazed they got it back on as well. I mean, he has run without the bonnet a number of times. And my fear earlier obviously didn't happen where it doinked the bonnet. Let's have a quick look again on the screen.
Yep, here it goes.
Here's the replay. You see it fly through the air exactly through slow motion. Exactly the same point.
It is.
Right just there. There it goes. And it sails through the air and lands next to the gantry.
Unbelievable.
Joe Baxter and James Murray. 7 versus a 9-second car. .123 still to 60 foot for Joe Baxter. He's cruising at the top end with the brakes on. 8:19, 129. He's going to make it back for round number 3. 10:01 though. James Murray's best run of the weekend. Rob Carter is on his own. Who is he due to race?
Jill Medley.
No, Jill Medley.
Oh no, Jill's there.
Oh, sorry. Just I do apologise because I was watching the live stream to see who was in the other lane and they did shut and I couldn't see. My fault.
So the pairings for round 3. Joe Baxter has got Tony Higgs. Al Mack has got Bill McDermott. And Andy Bond will get the winner of this one.
Fairly serious heavyweight matchups going on there. So Percy building the boost. Expert pedal job off the line. And into the distance.
Yeah. Rob Carter takes the win with a 9:34, and we're not going to get a repeat of the Andy Bond Jill medley race from a few years back.
Sadly. Jill goes 12:43. It's so good as well to see cars like that in the class. You've got to love it.
Right, Pro ET.
I just have to say as well, really quickly, if they're running a 32-car elimination ladder, that's an awful lot of points.
It is.
From this weekend.
Massive.
For whoever
Massive.
goes the furthest, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know it sounds like a daft thing to say, but it really is.
So Pro ET elimination round number 3. This is where we whittle them down from 8 to 4, but just a little bit of track attention out there, and a retrieval of Al Max bonnet. I'm sure that's already taken place, but if not, that will take place now. So Pro ET eliminations, your pairings for this one. Reuven Dawson is going to be taking on Jordan Cowley. Brett Featherstone taking on Bjorn Cizenda. Kiwi has got Mark Huxley, and Alfie Ratton has got Jason Pickett. So those are your pairings.
Yeah, that was the race director telling us something we'd just been explaining, which means we were right, which is good, is that the rubber is just really soft in the heat, and every time when they spin on it, it's moving it about. Mark Huxley, Stu Thompson, this replacing the semis, I think. Is that right, Colin?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay. So Kiwi with the duster, nothing in it on dial-ins. One dial's 83, one dial's 84.
And the Huxleys, well, Darren messaged in and said, can we say a very happy birthday to their mum from yesterday when Mark comes round. Thank you for putting up with all the petrol heads in the family. We love you. That's our Brian, Lee, Darren, Mark, Eva and Logan, but not forgetting our sister Ruth. All right. Mark Huxley is going to go into the semi-finals. Kiwi goes red.
Yeah, 0-2 light for Mark. No dice for Stu with an 0-8 red. And he runs pretty much bang on his number as well.
So Mark Huxley into the semis, and he will get the winner of this pairing, Jason Pickett with the gorgeous Cherry Bomb. Again, a former Keith Williams car. I can actually say I did help him a little bit build this car, but Keith did 99.9% of it. I just held things and passed him spanners and stuff. Going alongside Alfie Ratton with Midjulie. Alfie dials 9.19. Jason Pickett 9.96. So Jason goes into pre-stage. I don't think they're going to hang around because it's so hot out there. They just want to get it done. There we go, both in together. Jason Pickett goes red. So it's Alfie Ratton that advances. It's only an 05 red, but it's enough to take Jason out of contention. Alfie Ratton goes through. 997 on a 96 dial in for Jason as well, but the Cherry ended his journey.
Yeah, once again, just to explain why the tractor is out there again every other pass is when the cars leave the line, it's actually moving the rubber about because it's that hot, and it's becoming a bit of a task to make sure it stays where it's supposed to be. It still looks in pristine condition. As we bring round our next pair, there we go, that was very brief. We also have the semi-final round for, I think, a lot of our FIA classes that haven't already run. So the methanol class, I'm sure Pro Stock isn't far away. I'm sure Pro Modified isn't far away either. to set up all of our final rounds, and I'm pretty sure the bikes won't be far behind either.
Yeah, it's an interesting problem to have with the track being too hot. Just like everything, there is an operating window. You can have too much or too little of everything. And I mean, we've got too much sun, which is a bizarre problem to have.
Well, even if the sun went in for a bit, that would help. However,
it's not gonna.
Nah, we normally spend ages cloud spotting, and now I'm looking for one. In fact, I have been looking for one for the last 3 days, but there we are. So, Bjorn Schedzina in the fuel tech lane, 9.50, 9.48 for Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia, previous UK Pro ET champion. Well, Bjorn has actually already double bulked.
He does that a lot.
I don't think you're allowed to do that in sportsman racing.
Well, it's up to your opponent whether you accept it or you force them back.
It didn't help him, though.
Well, I don't know. Oh, not quite.
The car fell off a long way to 9.74 and a 50. 9.62 for Brett Featherstone. Yeah, I beg your pardon, he did. It was because he slithered off the line as opposed to launched.
All right, Brett will get the winner of this pair. Jordan Cowley, Reuben Dawson.
Hang on. It's all right, specific one. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
So Jordan looking for an 887, Reuben looking for an 886. If you can spot the difference on the tree, you're a wizard.
First time I've ever eaten an opal fruit that I could just pour into my mouth.
What? The 09 red ends the race before it began there.
Oh, an 886. Look at that for Reuben as well.
Yeah, 886 for 3 on an 886 dial, and his opponent had already gone red.
Okay, we're just getting the semi-finalists for Pro Modified and Top Methanol strapped into their race cars. We are going to take a momentary break, as the track crew do as well. Thank you very much indeed for bearing with us. Are they scraping the start line? They are, by the looks of it.
I wonder if we can do the quiz.
I think we can.
I think we can do the quiz. Please let us do the quiz. Well, the reason I say that because it's been lined up for so long. For a moment to, waiting for a moment to do it. But yeah, the start line crew having to scrape. Ah, right, there it is. You've got the QR code on the big screen. Scan yourselves in.
Oh, Colin, look at this. I've got a QR code for you, look. I've got you a special one.
What's that really? The one, it's got the answers?
It is, and it's also like added notes and stuff, so you can give us answers if you want it. Or would you rather play along?
I'll play along.
Awesome, that sounds like more fun to me as well.
So look at the big screen. 1 minute 40 to the start of the quiz. Now, we have not got a clue what the questions are, but we will read them out.
Just let you know as well, as soon as you scan the QR code, your phone becomes the screen. So other people who are sat around you can also scan the QR code. This is open to everybody on site who can see the big screen. It's also open to everyone watching on the live stream. You have 1 minute and 15 seconds to join. Right, everybody who scanned in, let's see how many love hearts we can add. We're already up to 560.
Really?
Well, 750 now.
Struth.
Oh, that's 1,000. Oh. That's 2,000.
Unbelievable. Oh, no, don't tell us we're going to start racing now. We're just about to do the quiz.
That's 3,000. Oh, no, that's fine. We've decided that we want to play. Colin, have you seen any love hearts we've added already?
Are these for me on my fan page? Yeah, over 5,500. Okay, 13 seconds to go.
Right, keep going. Can we get to 10,000 love hearts before we start?
There must be people around the world doing this. Wow. Over 7,000 now. Okay. I think we're pretty much there or thereabouts to start the quiz.
Come on, we're nearly there. That's 9,500. Yay! 10,000. Woohoo!
The big mini Santa Pod quiz. Question number 1 coming up. Submit your answers faster for more points. Oh, it's a drag racing question. General knowledge. Oh, enter your name. The question will start soon. Look at all those names in there. Now, we get to see a leaderboard, I believe, in here.
I think it was...
I know Harley Coulsell did quite well at one of these, didn't he?
I was winning it for ages, if you remember, but I think it was Lee.
Lee Taylor.
Lee Taylor.
That's right, I remember. Yeah. It's the only thing he's ever won. Very good afternoon to you, Lee.
Okay, to prove the cars in Street Eliminator are street legal, they must
run 200 miles an hour.
Yes. I like Daryl's answer.
I can't see the answer.
The options: have a cup holder, drive to a petrol station and fill up, or do the school run. Correct answer is drive to a petrol station and fill up. 14 of you said have a cup holder. I think most of them actually probably do.
I'm 124th.
Well, at the minute, I'm actually 22nd. That's where I am.
Yeah, it takes me longer to read because my brain isn't as good. So, Mikey is number 1 at the moment. Here we go. Second question. How fast can a top fuel dragster reach? Oh, sorry. How fast can a top fuel dragster reach 100 mile an hour?
One, 2, or 3 seconds. No, it's
Depends
less than
who's driving.
It's less than one of them. If Daryl is driving, it's probably about 2.5 seconds.
Oh, 44 said 3.
I think we might need to fact check that answer actually.
Yeah.
It's less than 2 seconds. It's definitely less than. I think it's just under 1 second.
Oh dear.
Well, congratulations to everybody got that one wrong and right. Oh, I've dropped to 87th now because of that. Right. Question number 3. Oh. Or question number 1. Oh, we're skipping through again.
I think it's a bit of a reset. So Tamsin is head of the lanes with Holly, Tom. All right, here comes question 3. Who won the round 1 of the first ever series of the Carl Cox Motorsport Series this week?
Kev Slyfield. Woo! No, it wasn't. I wish it was Kev. Only because I was crewing for him that weekend. Not that I'm biased.
Yeah. Jerry Rantanami, Carl Cox, or Andy Robinson?
Well, one of these people wasn't even there.
Yeah, but his car was. He was in the final.
Yeah, exactly. But the winner was Jerry Rantanami.
Yeah.
Andy Robinson did extremely well. He got to the B final. Carl Cox was watching on from...
Brighton.
Brighton, was it?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Watching on from Brighton. His car
South Coast.
Mikey Reese got to the final, but red lit in the final. Oh, I'm just behind Chloe Wilkins. Ahead of Gemma Hale. There you go. It's a strange place to be.
Which of these statements is true?
It's not true.
Oh, not true. Whoops.
They used to race the other way down the Centerpod strip. Star Wars recorded sound effects from the jet cars here at Centerpod. And Top Fuel Drags launch at full power. I accidentally clicked the wrong answer. I misread it. But the one that is not true is Top Fuel Drags do not launch at full power. They launch at probably about 10% power and then just ramp it right the way in. They're only actually under full power for the last little bit. About 3 seconds into the run, they engage the clutch all the way. I believe so. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Well, Rob is leading from Holly. Oh, Rob's got a good lead. He's rocking the longest streak there. Well done, Rob. Holly second. Question number 5. What is the largest ocean in the world? Is it the Arctic, Antarctic, or Pacific?
That's a good drag racing question.
I think it's, at the minute it's most people's backs with how sweaty everyone is.
Time's up. The answer is the Pacific. Most people got that one right. Well done. And it's still Rob leading from Holly. Tamlot is third. Natasha is fourth. Quiz question 6. If you held a drag race on the moon, what would happen? Well, you normally shoot for it. Anyway, you would launch quicker, you would drift off into space, or the race would be completely silent.
Well, in theory, the race would be completely silent. You need atmosphere to make sound, and it has none.
Yeah. Oh, Tamlot goes into the lead from Rob. Nathan third, Luke fourth.
I'm back up to 28th.
Question number 7. What is a whole shot win?
I don't know. I've never had one.
I've never had one. Winning a bracket race by a whole car length, winning by a better reaction time advantage, or crossing the finishing line first with a slower reaction time. Of course, winning by a reaction time advantage.
A lot of you knew that. That's quite impressive, actually. That's definitely a drag racing only term, a whole shot. I suppose a couple of other motorsports have, you can have a whole shot, but it's not necessarily the same thing.
Okay, it is Luke in the lead from Bob. And Team Shotgun. Oh, mind you, they ain't got a lot to do up the top end there now, have they? Oh, no, Brett's still in. Holly is fourth.
I'm just saying who's in 25th. It's just Pro Mods Go Vroom. It's their name.
Question 8. Pedaling, it means letting off the throttle to regain traction, nudging up to the start line, or holding down the pedal. Or if it's Darryl Bradford, heading up to his caravan in between rounds. Okay, most of you got that one right. 355 of you. And in the lead, Luke is in the lead, but Bob is rocking the longest streak and is in second place.
Oh.
Team Shotgun third, Holly fourth.
Freddy's Revenge is in 7th.
Question 9, we've got 3 answers left. Which animal has the strongest bite ever recorded?
It's Colin on Lemon Drizzle Cake.
A great white shark, a saltwater crocodile, or a hippo?
Yes, I got that one right.
It was a hippo.
It wasn't. It was a saltwater crocodile.
Oh, was it? Oh, sorry, saltwater crocodile. I thought it was hippo. And there we go, I got that wrong. Mind you, having said that, I don't think I want to be bitten by any of them.
No, it's a good point.
Have you seen when they do these like nature programs? You put a melon in a hippo's mouth. It just oh dear.
Oh, Harley from Nitro FM is in 10th. Well,
Freddy's Revenge up to 3, but it's Luke in the lead now. Got a good lead as well.
I'm in 5th, by the way. I'm just letting everyone know.
2 to go. What's the fastest marine animal? Sailfish, dolphin, or tuna?
I think it's John Turner and his Barracuda.
Could be. It's a greenfish.
Daryl, you know,
I think it's a sailfish, but I don't know.
You know my microphone works and they can hear you.
Yeah, it is a sailfish. Dolphin and tuna were wrong. Mind you, the tuna is the fastest fish if I'm doing a sandwich.
True. Look who's in third.
Oh, look who's in the lead. Freddie's Revenge.
Yeah, I've got to apologise to Fred's Revenge because I told them that they were Mr. Consistency all weekend, the Nostalgias, and they blame me for all their tyre shake, so I apologise for that.
Thomas Cook Abbott is number 3. Double points, bonus question.
Ooh, it's not you. This is going to be like, what's the name of Barney's cat or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah. Box Lane.
Box Lane's cat. Yeah. Oh, actually, that'd be a good name for it.
If the Starship Super Heavy were to launch sideways on the Santa Pod Strip, what would its elapsed time be? Oh, 5.9, 7.4, or 14.8?
Colin, what's the Starship Super Heavy?
It takes satellites.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Elon Musk's satellite delivery system. And the answer is 7.4 seconds.
Blast.
I think it was a Starship Heavy that took the Tesla into space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Could be wrong. Apologies if I am, but I think you know I was going with that. Okay. Okay, thank you, Julian. What is it? Oh, hang on. It's Correa, 3,797 points.
Well, welcome to Correa.
We don't know where you are.
Correa, are you on site? Are you on the back of the grandstands?
Oh, hang on. The big mini Santa Pod quiz number 2.
Oh, we're going again.
We've got another one.
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, there you go. You can see our start line crew working away down there. All right, we'll just find out if we're doing another quiz or whatever. But in the meantime, keep an eye on the screens. We'll go with the airways back to Nitro FM. Congratulations to Corey for taking the win there in the Santa Pod quiz. Well done, TCA, for being in it for so long, but falling off the face of the planet in the final. And yeah, Nitro FM, you can take the airways. Back with you soon here at the main event. Oh, hang on. No, scrap that. The QR code is back up on screen. We are doing another one. So scan the QR code to join in once again. TCA, come on, you in?
Yep. Right, fingers crossed. It's more... I can do drag racing questions. I think not knowing what the Starship Heavy is probably didn't help me in the last one.
It sounds like I didn't know what it was earlier, and I went to Kennedy Space Center last year.
Right, let's scan that QR code again really quickly.
Oh, is that somebody telling me what it is? I hope so.
Right, so if you haven't already, delete the last page you're on, rescan the QR code, and you'll reload it back in to a different quiz. Once again, let's try and get ourselves to 10,000 love hearts before we start. That's a good fun game, that is. The Santa Pod crew are doing an awesome job down there. They've already scraped one lane. They're just in the process of re-scraping the other one. Well, the QR code has been scanned. We're almost at 10,000 love hearts already. Just waiting for the countdown to engage so we can restart the quiz.
It's interesting as well, 10,000 love hearts, but we didn't have that. We didn't have 10,000 people doing the quiz. Unless we did, I don't know.
No, you can press the button more than once.
Oh, right, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we had about 600 people in that quiz.
Okay.
We may run out of time as the starter crew are quicker than we expect. As Ian runs for the tractor. Do a last little bit of sledding. It's all good taking the rubber up off the start line, but you've got to add it back again in a smaller amount.
Okay, well. Put some glue down on the start line. Ian's got the... Can we pause the quiz when it starts? Hope so.
Well, I'm ready.
So get ready, folks. Looks like the quiz is coming.
546 people are already in the quiz.
Here comes question 1. Don't forget, the quicker you answer it, the more. Which anniversary is Centrepod celebrating this year?
Right, there's no way anybody beat me with that. No way.
Well, we'll soon see. Of course, it's 60 years.
Oh!
You didn't even make the top 5.
I didn't make the top 20.
Question number 2. Answer before the time runs out. Which country invented paper? Greece, China, or Egypt?
I think I got it wrong. I think I know the answer after I click the button.
Well, I know which one I would have gone for, and I would have got it wrong.
Yeah, I went for Egypt, and as soon as I clicked it, I was like, yeah, it's China.
China. Ben Fold in the lead from Sweaty Betty. Question number 3. A top fuel engine is rebuilt every...
Second.
Weekend, day, or run?
Well, to be fair, over time, it has been all of them.
Of course, it's every run.
God, 500 people said run. Oh, Ella from Motor Mouse in the lead. That's Dougie's better half.
What's the equivalent weight of the jet car? Small hatchback, saloon, or van?
1 Martin Hill.
And it's a small hatchback.
Yeah, incredibly light.
And the Motor Mouse still in the lead. Ben Ford in second place as we reach question 5. Which band recorded the album Brothers in Arms? I know that. The Out Here Brothers, Dire Straits, or Oasis? I've actually got this album.
I think this is going to be the last question we get as the tractor parks up. I believe...
It's Dire Straits, of course.
Top Methanol around the corner are going to be up first, as they're all strapped in. And I can see promo drivers walking around, so they're not going to be in first. About the minute.
That's a pause on the quiz.
Ella from Team Motor Mouse is in number 1. Ben Ford 2. Daryl Deep Rose 3. Loch Ness 4. Char 5. Rob 6. Nikki 7. Actually, joint 6th. 8 is Eloise. 9 Owen Morgan. And 10 Matt Fannon. Oh, is that you, Nikki, from Nitro FM? Well, hey.
So it is Top Methanol that are towing around. Semi-finals.
Indeed, it's going to be Tony Brinterson.
On a buy run.
On a buy run, pushing round the corner first.
Possibly the weirdest scenario for a buy run ever. the fact that Johnny Ladd got as far as going into pre-stage before the car quit makes it even more bizarre. So I'm not sure whether they will try and make a full lap here all the way down. I now know at least who... well, Daryl, thank you very much, Dee, for the message, mate. Sorry I didn't say hello over the weekend. Daryl Deep Rose was way up the top. I think everyone's proud of their performance in the quiz.
Indeed.
Yeah, until they got asked real questions, of course. But there we go. So, Daryl, thanks for the message. So, I'm real sorry, I didn't know you were here. I do apologise, otherwise I would have said hi any time for it at the weekend. You know I would, mate. So, hope you're enjoying watching on the line stream and joining in and playing. So, Tony Brinson with the Bill Sport NGK, the big A fuel car. For the finals, yeah. Okay, no, that's no problem. Yeah, these are still only in semi. Yeah, Tony, off the trailer. First run of the season was a 5:25. I did actually watch on YouTube the full main event coverage from 32 years ago when he was here with the top fuel car, and that was his quickest ever run with a blower on top, which was a 5:22. Now running pretty much as quick without one, which in itself is quite unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly. And the car's probably twice the size of the fuel car he used to run all the way back then.
It was the car I drove, mate, and it was just that long. Don't worry.
Oh, was it?
It was. It was a full 300-inch top fuel car, although it had the skinny wheels on it then, the little ones. Now they may run it all the way through to see if the tuning changes they make to compensate for the weather work, because they want to test it out before the final round. That's really bizarre. I can actually see the exhaust, like under the headers on that side. I can see a puff of smoke coming out the bottom, because I think it's either a sensor or the headers cracked at the front. It's not going to stop him running. Well, there's your answer. Yeah, Dave's
running after it.
He's having a good look at some... No?
Oh. Well, that means your next matchup, for all intents and purposes, is going to be the final.
The 2026 main event. The weirdest top methanol elimination event ever.
Well, it's proving quite well to be an elimination, just without ever making passes.
Just a literal elimination. Oh, yeah, there's a little puddle out there. Look.
Oh.
So there was a leak. That's what Dave was following. Oh, goodness me. Tony. He still snake bit at the pod. Unbelievable. I think we had an instance a couple of years ago when he was getting ready for the next round and they had an issue with one of the either one of the valves or one of the heads during the turnaround. So he didn't make it. When I say, right, so you know what we just said, so that makes the next race for the event win. Yeah?
Technically.
Because whoever wins has still got a stage in the final, and that's been the hardest part today.
Yeah.
Yeah, a real battle of attrition in top methanol.
I would say, you say attrition, it's not even attrition, it's just like weirdness.
Okay, battle of voodoo.
Yeah, battle of unbelievable weirdness.
Well, there's one Swedish A fuel car left.
And it's Tina. Unbelievable. It's sort of moments like that with a championship that lasts 4 rounds. Things like that really can add up at the end of the year when we're back here in a few months' time.
Well, I can't remember how the points work, but you have to stage in the round to get the points.
Correct.
You do. If you don't show up, it's... Yeah, exactly. If you don't even stage the car, it's as good as not showing up, even if you're here. Yeah, so we started out with 3 A fuel cars from Sweden in the field. We're down to 1.
Well, we started with 2 supercharged hemi-powered dragsters were down to 1.
Well, ironically, the funny car was first to fall.
But that was only because he was first in the lanes.
Yeah. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, anyway, it's just... I don't think I've ever had a day where I've just been more dumbfounded at stuff happening. It's just been bizarre, to say the least. I don't know whether it's the weather, what it is, but it's just definitely one of those things. So, unfortunately, Tony starts his long journey home down the return road here at Santa Pod. Let's wish him well for the rest of the season. Tony, our whole team, thank you very much indeed for coming, and we hope you have just that bit more racing luck in September. Wow. Super Pro into the lanes, please. I'm guessing for round 3. Is that about right? It is about right, isn't it, I think? We are getting through it. We are getting to set up our finals and semi-finals in most of it, if not all of our classes, actually. We've got all of our pro semi-finalists around there, I think, at the moment. And this is the next of our semi-final races.
Well, the temperature, the weather, and the heat are proving not only challenging for the cars, but for the crews.
Yeah, turning the car around in this weather cannot be a lot of fun.
Well, attempt number 2 for Tina.
No.
I can't say I'm shocked, because everything that's gone on, that's much more like it.
God, Daniel really... he knew what he was doing, and he just caught that at the right moment to get the car fired. That's a nervy moment, but he's got a lot of experience, that lad.
Well, throttle stop in place.
Yeah, that was one of the plugs in the injector just to bring the RPM down so they can turn. There we go. They can take the methanol tank away and turn it onto nitro.
Well, Timo's car started without fault.
Very abbreviated burnout for Tina again, but once again, it's that kind of day. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference whatsoever, does it really? Timo Harberman with the blown car has only put in 2 full runs at this point. Round number 1, 5:35. In qualifying, 5:19. I'd be shocked if anything with a 5:1 came up in this weather. However, never say never.
So it's Swedish engineering taking on German efficiency.
I think Swedish efficiency is pretty good as well, mate.
It is, yeah. And to be fair, so is German engineering.
Yeah. So, Tina, first race with a replacement car. It hasn't run the numbers that they want it to run. However, here we are on the verge of a final round and potentially an event win as well. She got to the final at this event last year. They battled all sorts of gremlins throughout the day. It finally launched right in the semi-final, and they didn't get to run the final, unfortunately. I think they might make that one today, if they get there.
Well, brand new start line for these 2 cars. No one's touched it since it's been scraped. Blower car's in. Tina's got to move. Any second now, the red light's going to come on. It doesn't. Timo gets the jump on the tree. That felt like an eternity he was on the 2-step for. Another 5:39, 271 miles an hour. He had a 10th on the tree and left first by 2/10.
I don't think that was particularly Tina hanging anyone out. The car just wasn't moving. It wasn't even creeping. It was barely moving. So, the Harbermans, where have you been? Give them a round of applause, please. They are back. Sticking it to everybody again on their return to European Top Methanol.
And not only that, they're in the final on a bye run.
That's the way that's the way it works out. Commiserations to Daniel, Tina, Tron, the whole team down there, Dave Wilson too.
That must have been like 6.8, 6.9 seconds
Can
before.
only have been a fraction away from being timed out on the auto start. Only a fraction. Yeah, Tina's car just didn't want to move forwards by the looks of it.
Well, it doesn't surprise me because as soon as they turn them onto the high side, the idle really does drop, and the whole thing starts shaking itself to pieces.
Yeah, but at that point, you've got your foot out the way of the clutch, and the clutch normally would drag you into stage, even if you let off the brake a little bit, but it just wasn't happening that time. So, yeah, it will be Timo in the final, and unbelievably on his own, because Tony couldn't take the tree for the bye in the semi-final. So we've got FIA Pro Stock and Pro Modified round there. I'm not sure who will be next. I can only think it's Pro Mod because the Pro Stockers these days, they bring them round and line them up behind the tower. Jimmy Orland's got a bye run, and the other side of the ladder, it's a race between Stefan Enrid and Michael Malmgren. The big news actually out of this afternoon's racing, Eliminations in Pro Mod, is the matchup, or the fact, sorry, 3 turbo cars in the semi-finals. 3 out of 4. Andy Robinson, the sole remaining blown car. Timo looks delighted again.
I'll go and get my phone, I do, but I just want to make sure it's the right, what I say is right.
Well, drivers are in, but brollies are out for the minute. And there's a quick sweep going on in the fuel tech lane after Timo's run.
We're getting a good shot on the big screen, and everybody at home of 2 of the UK's quickest and fastest door cars.
The 2 quickest and fastest.
In Pro Modified.
In Pro Modified. I don't think there's any door cars quicker based in the UK. Andy is the quickest. John is the fastest. There's no, I don't think there's anyone based in the UK that is quicker or faster.
Yeah, Carl Cox kind of counts.
True. So, oh yeah, he has been. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he went 576.
He did, yeah.
That's not a Pro Modified car, hence I said the Pro Mod thing. Also, Andy Foster's been north of 260 miles an hour in a door car. Right, the brollies are going down, which doesn't mean what it normally does. It means that, exactly, you know, normally that's one thing we look for in the grandstands, and now it's in the staging lanes. It's the cars that are coming round. John Webster taking on Andy Robinson, 2 of the UK's master chassis builders. One of them will be in the final.
Well, we're guaranteed a Brit in the final. It's which one?
John, they've just redone that. I was just going to comment that Andy Robinson's burnout was unbelievably tame by all measures. Also, I think Dick Costa won't be watching this round because he should have boarded the plane and be on his way. So he's going to watch this back as soon as he gets on the plane. So when he does watch it back on the plane...
That's how long Timo was on stage for.
Oh,
6.69 seconds.
That was
just timed it, yeah.
Nearly.
Ooh.
Nearly. Yeah, Dick, you're going to watch this when you get off the plane. Thank you very much again, buddy. Go home, rest up. We really appreciate the help, as always. So, only 4 cars left of the 20 that entered this event, and one of them will be in the final round from the UK. John Webster's run earlier on today, the speed indicated it might have been a tick quicker than the 595 that he keeps running. Andy Robinson went 5.91. Both of these two have been doing this for a long time. In fact, Andy Robinson was around at the inception of UK pro and actually worldwide pro modified back in the 80s in the UK. He's been doing it forever.
Still hitting it with a clutch.
Not only that, hitting the tree as well. Although last round was a little bit very close. Anyway, we'll see how we do. Blower car, turbo car. Come on, Andy, do it for the blower cars. John doesn't think so. Let's just hope for a clean, good race. Andy's in. John will build the boost.
Andy needs to be about car length to find out the half track. Otherwise, the turbo power of John Webster's going to drive around it.
What a great race. It is Andy by the smallest of margins. 592 beats a 594. Andy was 05 on the tree. John was 06. 0.03 of a second at the finish line. And Andy ran pretty much the same speed as John, so he wasn't going to run him down. Check the replay out on the big screen. That is what a drag race looks like. Absolutely fantastic race. It's a Robinson kind of day at an FIA event for the first time in a while. Yeah, like you just said, mate. You're expecting the big charge from the turbo car.
Yeah, it never did.
Just never caught him. Never caught him. Andy's car just sort of, it really did drag it down when he let the clutch out, but it didn't seem to affect it. It still hooked and went.
Well, Andy, to be fair, had a very, very good door slammers, made it to the final. He was in the semi-finals of the Carl Cox Series.
Yeah.
And he's going to the finals here at the main event.
There's so many nips and trips that the Andy Robinson team do.
Well done, guys. That's John Webster's team going to get him. Great effort this weekend.
Yeah, there's so many small things, but they just add up to make a car so consistent and so quick. John Webster's been on career form this weekend. That's his quickest run of the weekend, 594, but only by a couple of thousandths of a second. That's because he's run 595 3 times.
He's still got the Carl Cox bracket tune in it, I think that's what it is. Excellent run, wrong class. No, I'm only joking, of course. Andy would have done the same as well, actually. So, Jari Rantilami with as many finish flags as you can possibly get on a car without having a whole car painted that colour. He's got 1 on the roof, he's got 2 on the back, and 2 parachutes as well. Up against his good buddy, Andres Arnover. This is a repeat of the round 1 matchup from Door Slammers just over a week ago. A week and 8 days ago. My goodness me, it seems like a lifetime. That one was won by Andres. This is what's going to be happening all summer in the European Championship. PM1 on the door for Jari. Trying to defend his championship, trying to do 3 in a row. But the man with the out-and-out performance so far, although not this weekend, Andres Arnover. Jari with the hole shot, a clear, visible hole shot. Will it be enough? The answer is no. Wow. 593 at 249. You wouldn't normally think that would get it done. Jari bows out with a 604. They're thinking, what happened? Well done to the Robinsons. That'll be one happy bunch at the top end. Jari Rantanami was only 101 to 60 foot. The car just fell off in performance at the worst time.
Yeah, Jari chose the wrong time to make his worst run on the weekend.
He had 700s off the starting line, but here comes the Mustang. There you go. 2 incredibly good races in that semi-final round of Pro Modified. It will be Andy Robinson against Andres Arnover. The elapsed times are not the quickest we've ever seen, but my goodness, the racing was super close.
Check the times as well. 592 for Andy Robinson, 593 for Andres Arnover. The Brit goes to the final with lane choice.
And it's a repeat of the Door Slammers final.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It is. This time it's in legal trim, though, because they were both running outlaw
true.
style.
That is very true.
So, Jimmy Orland with the Camaro. Going to be on a buy run. See a bookie's place in the final. Let's hope it's not a repeat of the methanol stuff where no one quite made it that far. And again, I'm not being rude, but with the weirdness we've had today, it would not surprise me.
No, exactly. We're having a 360 camera installed in here. It's quite fun. So, Jimmy Orland, the man who got called to the States to replace Greg Anderson when Greg Anderson couldn't make a meeting a good few years ago now at Charlotte Dragway, and proved he was the right man to answer the call as he took it all the way to the final and took the win.
And that coined the phrase, how sweet it is. Sweet, obviously.
So Jimmy on a solo.
Yeah, we'll see how good the air is or not, as the case may be here, because pro stockers are affected by more than any other car by this kind of thing.
Well, he was 211 mile an hour in the last round.
The speed always tends to remain the same. It's just bit of tyre paddle, 0.99 to 60 foot still, 662, 59. Wow. That is an impressive run in this kind of weather. Very impressive indeed. Same sort of speed again, 200 and as good as 211 miles an hour.
Well, Stefan and Michael both just saw that and went, oh.
Yeah, oops.
Because they've not ran 6.5s this weekend at all, let alone in the heat of the day.
That really, do you know something? Again, with a stocker where they cannot, you know, they can't add anything other than gear ratio changes or anything. In fact, I remember a time a while back, over 20 years ago, when Jimmy Orland was here and he had well, he's always had killer cars, but the car at the time was a Pontiac, and he was really miffed because the weather on the Friday was the best they'd seen for years, as in corrected altitude and everything like that. And that's the run he wanted. Unfortunately, the car broke on the launch.
Sure.
Yeah, he was absolutely... It still doesn't stop him winning, but he wanted the number. He wanted to find what was in the car. So we have a Camaro, the only actual Camaro in Pro Stock, in the final round. We've also got top door slam around the back.
Okay, really sorry for that. Darryl was just doing his piece, and I think they decided they don't want him to talk anymore. They turned all the power off. Yeah.
Doing my piece, is that what it's called? I
well,
like that.
We lost power, but we're back now. Thing is, we didn't just lose power up here for the PA. We lost it for the timing system as well, which runs the Christmas tree. So we can't run the pro stock cars because no one was going to tell him when to go.
Do you know something? This reminds me of something a number of years ago. It was a very, very hot European finals weekend. I mean, that was the one when I had all the windows open in the caravan at midnight, which I haven't had this weekend, bizarrely. And the final round was between Michael Malmgren and the Dodge, driven by Simon and Michael Scherquist. And because it rained so hard, do you remember that was when the blocks got washed down?
Yes.
Washed down the
Yes,
track.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah. And they thought they were done. They thought they were going to go home. So they packed up. They put everything away. They put the awning away. They put the tools away, all the rest of it. And then they were just about to put the car away, and the marshals went, right, let's go, final round. And they both went, because no one had touched the cars.
Yeah.
No one had touched the cars. So all they did was put fuel in them, do the tyre pressures, and bring them straight back.
Yeah.
And they ran the final round. And that was when Simon actually won the final, I think, on a hole shot. It wasn't until afterwards I found out the story, though, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But yeah, just, if nothing else, it goes to prove you don't have to fiddle with things, I suppose, doesn't it, really?
Well, chief starter Dave down there having a good conversation with Stefan Enrid.
Well, because it completely messes their routine, because obviously they run the car for a period of time to build the heat and to line them up, and they like to burn out over the start line to make sure that they line up exactly in the right place.
Well, the Malmgren team asking for a little bit more water in their burnout box, so they're planning on making the run. They're ready. I assume the Enrid Cars team and the VP Racing Fuels team are just wanting maybe even just a couple of minutes to cool the cars down. It really is the worst time to shut these kind of cars off, is after they finish the burnout, they start rolling them back forward again.
The one good thing is they've got the wheelie bars set.
That is true.
Because we had that earlier, didn't we? I can't remember who it was that restarted, but they just went, yeah, that's fine, go.
Was it John Webster?
I think it might have been, actually, yeah. We've got...
because it's John Webster, Kev Slyfield. Kev went all the way out, couldn't come back, so his best friend Kev Shoots came out, and John Dacey just came up to the line and ran.
So we got Top Door Slammer semi-finals around the back of the tower. I'm sure the bikes aren't far away too.
Yeah, we're all good.
Yep, top fuel bike down there.
Yeah, protect everything.
Also got Martin Hill in the lanes.
We've all of our, I think the vast majority of our sportsman semi-finals.
Okay, signal's been given to fire them up.
The only good thing about a situation like this is that you're sat there in your car worried about everything you've just overheated, but the guy next to you's got exactly the same problem.
Well, at least it's, if nothing else, it's fair, because the issue is the same for both.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see Top Fuel Bike down there too. We're going to run all of our pro semi-finals, and it'll be a mad...
Oh, that didn't sound right.
It didn't spin. After waiting like that, unfortunately.
Tyres too dry?
Well, there was he sat in the water box for ages. They put a load of extra water down.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think is he's done it once before. He's already scrubbed the clutch in. That's the thing.
However, if you're ever going to try and get away with it, today's the day to try and get away with it.
Yeah, especially with all the bizarre scenarios.
No, he's gone back to the water box just to do it again very quickly.
Well, he's going to be put on the clock because the Malmgren team have already done it. That's better.
Just to clean the tyres and warm them up, so the team can then go to work, set the wheelie bars. He's pretty much pointed straight down the racetrack already, so there's not going to be too much lining up to do. Yeah.
Yep, that team's not touching their wheelie bars.
Yep.
The Malmgren team did.
Maybe they didn't get a chance, or they're in the process of setting them. Okay. How much stress do you need before a race? Well, I mean, as a driver, it's about as stressful as you can get because it's completely out of routine.
Well, that's it. And then not only to be put out of routine, but when you try and go and do it again, for that to happen, really does rattle you.
So they've got to clear their heads and get on with the job of driving those pro stockers. Jimmy awaits in the final. Well, it was Michael that shook the tyres. No problems at all for Stefan. 675 at 207. I'm sure they won't like the ET too much, but they will love that win light. He was 08 on the tree, Michael was 0.11, and Michael shook the tyres. That's almost exactly a carbon copy of that picture you posted the other day.
Yeah, shook the door open as well on the passenger side. So,
Well, like we said, at least it was fair for both of them because they both had the same thing happen.
Top door slammer up next.
To the 8th mile, you can see the Watsits back out there. So it'll be Stefan against Jimmy. One more time.
I've just noticed Malgram's golf buggy is painted like his car used to be painted.
That's right.
And they've never updated it for the new paint job, which he's had for a while now, to be fair. Well, that's the Edinburgh team going to pick up Stefan. I mean, if there's ever a time to prove that you are one of the coolest cucumbers, cutting an 08 light after all of that is certainly one way of doing it. Top door slammer up next. Well, Len Lindell just scrubbing the tyres.
Yeah, it's a bye run into the final round. Just wants to make sure he can make the turnaround. So he won't be on the limiter, I don't think. Just rolls the car through. That's all he has to do under his own power. And then take it back and get ready for the final round against one of the next two. One of the two Whipple Charge cars in Top Door Slammer. It's the first time Len hasn't nailed it off the line in the last 2 weekends, but needs must when the weather is like this. You need to make sure. He did really well in the Carl Cox event, isn't he, as well? This is their 5th day of racing in a row.
Yeah, Len got all the way to the C final.
So can I just say, note to everybody else around Europe, if you've got a big door car, or mainly illegal pro mod, but if you've got a big door car and you fancy getting loads of runs in over a 5-day period, come here for the European finals, because we're running the same way again, or come here for Door Slammers in the main event again. Next year, this time next year. So the European Finals is another now 5-day event for a lot of the Pro Mod stroke Top Door Slammer races. I don't know whether the TD guys will be back again. Obviously all the Pro Mods will, since it's the final round of the championship. So, 2 Whipple charged Hemi door cars. Yep, you heard that right.
Yeah, it's not very often you see any Whipple supercharged cars anymore.
It's a certification issue, mate. That's what I was talking to Jonas, who owns the white one, and that's always been the issue. They're also not quite as efficient as the PSIs. They're still perfectly good. Well, if this is the last time we see either of these cars, just the biggest thank you for making the trip to both teams. The Crazy Frog has left a lasting impression. He's also run 4:07 at over 4:07 on the 8th mile at over 180 miles an hour. However, he's got a tough one in the other lane. Frederick Lind with the higher gear only White Stripe Chevelle. It does sound like it changes gear. It's not a gear change, it's the lockup. Can Nicholas Sodergren run that magic 3-second run? Go on, Tom, sorry.
I was going to say, they're both barking at each other down there. Nicholas Södergren needs a PB by about a country mile if he wants to challenge the PB of Fredrik Lund.
He wants to get down the track, and then whatever Fredrik does, because Fredrik's not been without his issues over the last couple of weeks at various points. However, let's go. So can the Crazy Frog get a 3? Who's going to take the win? Len Lindell waits in the final round. See, there you go. White Striper into the final, but with a lot of tyre shake. Unfortunately, for Nicholas Södergren, he left before the tree was activated. It will be Len Lindell taking on Fredrik Lind in the final round of Top Door Slammer. Not the way they wanted to win it, of course, but, you know.
Coming up next, Jet Cars. It is Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5 taking on Julian Webb with the Spider-Man jet. And this will be the last appearance of our Jet Cars as a race. May have Fire Force 3 later on to put in a final pass, but at the moment, as I say, the last side-by-side of our jets, and it's Fire Force 5 and Spider-Man.
That's a bit worrying because the photographer down there thought I was blowing a kiss at him. It's not. It's the little girl standing right behind you. So my kids have turned up. That's why.
I hope they had a great day over in Northampton.
I think they did. They've come back here to get roasted again. Give the team a real round of applause, please. That's the Little Frog team from Sweden. We've enjoyed the show tremendously. Thank you all very much indeed. It's hard to believe we only have one, just one, Top Door Slammer race left, possibly for this season at Santapod. They're going to go home and start their tour. In fact, they're racing at Tiepp a lot of them are racing at Tiepp in like a week and a half.
Wow.
They're literally going to get home, stick their clothes in the washer and leave home again.
Unbelievable.
That's just what you've got to do in summer, isn't it? Winter is long, summer is short. Stand on it every chance you get. So, side-by-side Jet Cars, we have semi-finals of the bikes as well, right round there. Also got round 3, I think. Is it a Super Pro? Not semi-finals yet,
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
round 3.
So after this, we're going to rattle through everything at a rate of knots.
Fire Force number 5, Martin Hill. That's who you can see on the live stream and on the big screen. Julian Webb with Spider-Man in the other lane. If things weren't hot enough already. They're certainly warmer now. I'll never get bored of being sat up here for 2 jet cars. Ladies and gentlemen at home, I hope you're having a wonderful day.
Sat in your club cars with the paddling pools and your barbecues and your ice cream, watching the live stream.
I like taking this moment to speak to everyone on the live stream because no one on site can actually hear us at the minute. This is all for you. So 2 jet cars, Spider-Man and Fire Force. Martin Hill's got the reaction time. As Julian Webb got the horsepower.
Did you see Martin build up the boost there?
That was an 0-2 like that time for mine. His best light of the weekend. He goes through with a 4-5-3 and a 5-0-1 for Julian Webb.
That is a jet car equivalent to building up the boost. Sticking the smoke on, bumping it in, hitting it.
What is it you say about how clouds are made?
Yeah, that's it. There's a few pigs in that farm over there going, what the hell? Where's that come from? It was sunny a minute ago.
I think one of them may have just farted and that just caused it.
Could be that.
Okay, so Top Fuel Bike round the back of the tower and Super Pro ET round there too. Two really cool looking door cars at the front of the lane for Super Pro. But I believe it will be the bikes first. The only reason why I say that is because there's a biker down there with his helmet on. You got two Fuel Bike versus Funny Bike matchups. Mark Smith versus Neil Midgley.
Don't fancy this guy's chances much.
The monkey bike.
Yeah.
And Rikard Gustafsson taking on Glenn Borg. However, just as I think I know what I'm talking about.
Super Pro.
It's going to be Super Pro first. I think this is round number 3 for them.
It is indeed, yeah. The matchups then. It is going to be... Oh, Jack Williams came in as an alternate, let's not forget. Taking on Christian Schneebly. You also have Scott Hauser taking on Callum Swinchat. Fabien Dubois taking on Barry Giles. And it will be Pete Walters against Billy Gain. So the first pair will be Christian Schneebly and Jack. And then it will be Pete taking on Billy. And then obviously the other two pairs, Scott and Callum, and then at the back there, Fabian and Barry. So all semi-final bikes are down there as well.
So I've been trying to figure out what that noise is that you guys can hear, but it's this fan.
We need it.
We do need it. That's what I'm going to fix it. I'm not going to turn it off. There we go, and the noise magically disappears. Jake Michelle down there on the start line with Hayden. How's the track? What would you rate it out of 10?
7.
An 8.
8, yeah.
8 out of 10. That's, to be fair, for these conditions, that's not bad. The Saddle crew doing a really, really good job prepping this weekend. There's no tough people, or no easy people left in for Super Street Bike anymore. We'll get more into that when they come back round. I think it's the first time as well in a long, long time that Jake Michelle goes into a round against a faster bike. Well, faster bike for the meeting, we should say. But this is Super Pro. Back to bracket racing for a little while. As Christian Schneebly with Bonnie Blue goes up against Jack Williams with Evil Edna.
Well, Bonnie Blue was in the big bracket at the Door Slammers last weekend. Jack had a go in Pro Door Slammer. And they both had a great time. Actually, Jack went into round number 2. The Door Slammers and had a dream matchup, and obviously came out the losing member, but he got his entry back, but it was against Bruno Barda. And yeah, that's opportunities like that. You don't come along very often. Bonnie Blue, Christian Schneebly got past Christian Noff in round 1, and Stevie Saunders didn't make the call in round number 2, so had a bye there. So this for a spot in the semi-finals. 774, Christian will be leaving first, and it'll be Jack chasing 723. So 0.41 of a second difference on the tree. They're both into stage. Here we go.
Well, tyre shake for the first time for Jack Williams.
74. Oh, perfect. Absolutely perfect ET for Christian Schneebly. 7.7400 on a 7.74. An 0.2 light as well. It doesn't get much better than that. almost went too quick.
I was going to say, he was 1,000th of a second and chucking it all away.
Yeah. A quarter of a second win margin, but 1/10 away from throwing it away.
Oof. Yeah, that. Pete Walters, Billy Gain, he didn't know much. Obviously couldn't see how much of a lead he had and thought he was backing off enough. These two are killer. Billy Gain, bizarrely, even though I can't imagine they're much different age-wise, but he didn't come via the junior dragster route, whereas Pete did. So Billy dialed 8.20. Pete at 7.24, which is still way quicker than usually dials. So that's because the car's running right.
Pete goes red, and he knew he'd gone red.
A quick damn and blast on the throttle as well. Bill will run it all the way through to an 8.23. He was 06 on the tree. Unfortunately, the Peter minus 0.2.
Scott Hauser, Scullum Swinchat up next.
Some Titanic matchups. Absolutely Titanic matchups. I would say comp eliminator into the pairing lanes, please, if I couldn't see them out the window. They're right there. Ready to go for their semi-final rounds. We've got the semi-finals of the bikes as well. We're going to be busy. We've got a whole bunch of our finals already set. Got a few more to go. So, Scott Hauser, 7.38. We're going about a second and a half after. Well, the tree was a second and a half after. The little altered in the Kestrel lane. 8.84 for Callum.
Both in stage, so the tree's going to trot Callum first.
I would have said that was the other way round, but okay.
Yeah, I would as well.
Scott's going to get there and perfectly judged a 41. That was actually a whole shot win. He was further off his dial, but he was 500ths better on the tree. Yeah, what we were just talking about up here. Looked like Callum hit the tree better than Scott did, but not so. Super gas into the lanes, please, as well, if you're not there already. After this pair, we have the bike semi-final.
So, Fabien Dubois and Barry Giles, a pair of dragsters for you. Both of them rear-engined, but a lot of age difference between the two cars. As we know, Barry Giles' car has been around here for a long, long time. The Darlings. Fabien, 7.04. Barry Giles, 7.45. So it's a 0.41 difference on the tree.
Daniel's saying, no, that way, that way, that way. Yeah, so UK against France. I was just going to say number 10 and 17 qualified. What does it matter at this stage? They're in, aren't they? And it was so tight, they were probably still only 0-1 off between them. So Milwaukee, for the Milwaukee gang, the custom gang, I should say, from the beautiful Rhone Alps area of France. Take it on Barry Giles.
Here we go then, both in. Both get a green.
And I'd have said that was the other way around too, but anyway. Fabien, I don't think he's going to get there. He doesn't. That is quite sizable whole shot win, actually. Barry with the 04 on the tree. Fabien was 0.18. The win margin was 04.
Yeah, Barry was off the throttle, only 157 miles an hour.
Top Fuel Bike semi-finals underneath the tower now for FIM Europe. Rikard Gustafsson against Glenn Borg.
Oh, I do apologise. I thought it was Mark Smith versus Neil Midgley earlier. It's not. It's Thomas Pettersson.
Yeah, Thomas got a freebie, didn't he?
He did.
Again, the first time I think he's ever had any racing luck at this track.
Oh, here comes Rikard. On what is most definitely the scariest bike in the class for anyone
to come up against, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Second quickest bike in the world, as well as the second fastest on 2 separate passes, that is. One of the only men over 260 miles an hour on 2 wheels. I think there's actually only 3 of them in the world.
It really is about time all the Americans started coming over here and having a go out at the European riders, because, you know, quarter mile racing, because the top fuel bikes in the States still run over 1,000 foot too. So Glenn Borg with the general lead. They all seem to have fun getting the bike in gear after they do a burnout. Glenn Borg is outgunned. He may well lead past 60 unless Rikard smokes the tyre, but we shall see. If Rikard has any sort of issues, the funny white ball with the air to pounce. It could be a funny bike kind of day due to the weather. Here we go. Sweden versus Malta in England. That's the end of Glenn's weekend. 6:01 at 231 miles an hour. The softest run I've seen that bike make for an awfully long while. Glenn bows out with a 768, 175. If, it's a big if, Rikard had made any sort of mistake. That's the first full run I've seen from Rikard that is not starting with a 5 since I cannot remember when.
First full pass?
Yeah. There's been a couple that haven't been 5s, like this weekend, for instance, but it's the first full run that's been that. Goes to prove you tune your bike for the weather and the racetrack.
And the competitor.
And go out and do your best. Neil Midgley taking on Thomas Pettersson. Top Fuel Bike versus Funny Bike once again. Sweden against the UK. Now, if Neil runs anything like we know he can, and as far as he can down the track, he's going to give Thomas a bit of a headache. But any mistakes at all, Thomas will be ready to pounce. Yeah, Rikard's short numbers for that, 3.99 at the 8th mile, which is a good scarily 3/10 of a second off what that bike can run. So we've got this race and the Super Street Bike semis, and then we've got, and possibly Junior Drag Bike, and we've got all of our bike finalists set.
Well, Neil Midgley has not made any kind of representative pass yet this weekend. He's still running 6.4 to give you any kind of informational guide of what this bike can do. He's probably going to be aiming for something like that again.
He'll probably run it, if it's going straight and everything's okay, he'll probably keep it pinned to about 1,000 feet. The bike went 3.95 to the 8th mile, which is actually quicker than Rikard just ran, but it wasn't quite as hot earlier today when they ran, even though it is 5 o'clock in the evening. Yeah, 5:15 in the evening. So good luck to both of them. Rikard awaits in the final. could say that about every event, though, really.
Well, Thomas Betsu did absolutely everything he needs to.
Oh, Neil with the drift and coast still goes 6:31 at 174. Books his place in the final round. Thomas gave it his best. 6:95, 171. Still his best racing weekend in the UK, I think, ever. Well done, team. Well done to Thomas. However, UK versus Sweden in the final round. The one thing I've got to make a note of, Neil Midgley was significantly quicker than Rickard was to the 8th mile by nearly 1/10 of a second on that. However, we know Rickard can do it.
Right, another quick track sweep and sled.
Yeah.
We have Comp Eliminator semi-finals in the pairing lanes. We have Super Street Bike semi-finals.
Super Street Bike coming round now.
And what a matchup this is.
They both are.
They're both absolutely enormous, aren't they?
I've got to say a huge congratulations to the Casper team. They bring 2 bikes with them over from Greece, and they've made both last to the semi-finals.
A chance of an all-team final as well. That's what you got to mention. My goodness.
Well, this is Casper himself underneath the tower in the Fuel Tech lane, taking on Jake Michel. Jake Michel's usually the one we talk about who's the quickest off the line and quickest to the 8th mile, but he can't touch the numbers that Casper can produce out of this awesome 1000cc bike. Usually when you talk about litre bikes, you're talking about the biggest engine possible, but when you're up against turbocharged methanol boosters, they're the underdog. Yanis Lampropoulos, to give him his real name. Everybody really knows him as Casper.
Yeah, Greece is a heck of a journey as well, isn't it? I was just working it out, and it's something like, I think it's about as far as, it's a good 2,500 kilometres, I think, something like that.
Ooh.
Hell of a long way. Well, it's a 3.5. A lot of Greece is like a 3.5 hour flight, let alone drive. Okay, UK in the Kestrel lane in the form of Jake Michel with the JKE Works bike. Like you said, against Casper.
Yeah, it's not usual that Jake goes into a round as the slower of the 2 bikes from the meeting, but Casper's been quicker. He went 6.67 in the previous round. Jake Michel's hovering around the 6.7 range. He went 6.70. These are your number 2 and 3 qualifiers.
That's the way it's supposed to work.
Jake Michel gets here of the tree but spins the tyre instantly. It's going to be an all Casper show for this one. What's the scoreboard going to say? 6:58!
Oh, wow!
227 miles an hour. That is unbelievable. 6:58. Suddenly, Danny Lentz has to take a breath. Yanis Lampropoulos, take a bow. Casper the Ghost, no one was catching you on that one.
Goodness me. It's the only thing that's a shame about that is it wasn't a proper race because Jake spun instantly. However, 6:58 in this heat with that race, with the racetrack like it is, absolutely outrageous.
1:15, 60 foot. 4:42 and 180 on the 8th.
Well, we do have, as you just said.
Well, Casper, you know, with that 6:58, Daniel round 1, 6:58. Daniel round 2, 6:58. Oh boy.
Well, at the start of the weekend and for most of it until right then, no one was in touching distance of Danny Lentz. No. And could it be an all Casper final round?
Well, 6:74 for his opponent in the previous round.
And that was his personal best.
And he's got the drop off the line as well by about 400s, but here comes that Hungarian horsepower.
Oh, he went back at the stripe. 6:59 for Daniel Lentz.
6:68 for Yanis. That's his new personal best. He set that against Danny. And can I just say, what a job from Danny staying on that bike. If we can get a replay of what that thing did going through the finish line, yeah, we all saw the flash of smoke. Yeah, we all saw the number on the board, a 6:59 from that bike's normal now. But watch the replay. Watch the bike in the fuel tech lane. That's on the right-hand side of your screen. Watch this angle as it goes bang. The bike turned almost completely sideways and nearly kicked Danny off the bike. How he stayed on that thing at 211 miles an hour, I've got no idea.
Well, the speed was down, which kind of gave away that something went wrong. He's been deadly consistent until that point. The number was the same. Do you know something that's really rough about that? He's going to go into the final round having run a 6:59 and not have lane choice.
Look at his 8th mile time.
4:39. Okay. Well, the good news is that it appears that the track is actually clear. Yeah, it is. So whatever that was not the bottom end letting go. Your final round in Super Street is going to be potentially the race of the century. So the UK and Swedish dominance of Super Street bike is way out the window this weekend.
Thank you for the quick message there from Brad. That was actually the head letting go.
Oh. Ouch.
That's big work. They've got plenty of spare motors and they're a cracking team. I'm sure they'll be out for the final.
Well,
it's actually an experimental head that they run. Well, I say experimental, one they build themselves. This is Holly King on a bye run.
I'm sure Danny didn't enjoy that like you said. Goodness me.
.843 was the dial, 8:46 was the run. Now we have a race. Going to be Harry Isaacs taking on Leah Morrison. 9:57 plays 8 flat. This for a spot in the final against Holly King. Both in pre-stage. Both away. So Leah doing the chasing. Harry takes it. Oh, by 0.003. 9:62 under 57. Actually, Leah got there second and broke out. Went too quick, 7.98. Harry Isaacs with a 0.4 light. And it's Harry against Holly in the final of Junior Drag Bike.
Really, really quickly, chaps. That semi-final run by Andrei Arnova and Jari Rantaniemi. They lost because they broke a spark plug and with the wastegate cracked, so there wasn't enough boost. They also ran 6.0 running on only 7 cylinders.
Right, semi-final number 1 of Comp Eliminator. It's the Williams brothers, Dan and Nick.
Yeah, these two have been proper stargazers this weekend.
Yeah, look at Lord and Keith sharing the love. Now, interestingly, there's the money coming out. Keith used to own both of these cars. One of them was stolen by Dan, the other one stolen by Nick.
Now, they've got to be careful not to damage their indexes.
Oh, Dan Williams goes red. It's Nick into the final. It was an 06 red. Oh, Nick was 01 green. You can tell they were racing. Well, they realised that the race was done with Dan's cherry on the tree. It's Nick into the final.
Wow. Sorry, Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. Your next round of racing. Junior Dragster, please, come on down.
Reuben Dawson against Rob Smallworth. Nick awaits the winner.
Well, I hope Lorne's got his money, because he just left.
Indexes 870, plays 799. Super Comp, let's have you into the lanes, please. Super Comp, can we have you into the lanes?
Yeah, 870. I think I just noticed that's not right. The index on the scoreboard for Reuben Dawson, it should not be 8.70 by the looks of it anyway.
It's not far away from 8.70. I think it's something 8.62, I think. They're just going to give it a minute. That's twice now that Reuben's been on the start line and had to be cut off. So it should be 8.54. I assume it's been damaged a little bit.
Well, good sports for actually spotting it as well, because they could have taken that.
So it's a team that spotted it.
It was,
Wow.
yeah. It was crew chief extraordinaire that went, no, that's not right. Take it back. Is Reuben still in Pro ET? I think he is.
Let's double check. I can't remember. I think he is, right? Yes, he is. He's in the semi-final against Brett Featherstone, but luckily it's a different car.
Yeah, so at the start of the day, Reuben Dawson's index was 863. He hurt it a little bit in the first round against Kev Jenkins and has dropped it down to 854. So just a quick timing system update.
Well, I think they run ice in that car. To keep it all cool.
Yeah, they're running with 8.54 index.
Yeah, what a cruel world. He went 0.59 under his index and it dropped I think it's the event index has been dropped by a 10th. Those who know about Comp Eliminator know what I'm talking about. Those who don't worry, it's fine.
Yeah, it's still first to finish line wins. There we go. 854 is the number that was supposed to be there. If you notice, the super mod number's still intact.
Yeah, I think that index has only ever been changed once.
And then it went back again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
one thing they did in the off-season in Sweden years ago was they, just to try and bring more people in and make it more competitive in general, so they put 0.1 on everyone's index. It kind of worked. However, the guys that was quick in the first place are still quick again.
Yeah, I think it was Fred Home ran down into the 7.3, like low 7.3s. Hurt the index because I remember it was always 8 flat. I think the lowest I've seen a Supermod index was 796 at one point. Just back up to 799. Again, if you're not familiar with Comp Eliminator, it's okay. Most people aren't.
So Reuben Dawson with the Honey Wasp 854. He's still well capable of going at least 7/10 under that.
That's more like it for Rob.
Reuben's one of those racers, pretty much in the, I was going to say in the mould of the Williams boys, that's got a racing operation on two different sides of the planet. Has he got another one of these out there, Colin? Is that what he's got?
Yeah, it's Scott Lieberish's place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you reckon Scott notices that it's there?
Sorry?
Do you reckon Scott notices that Reuben's one's there?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
Because I think Scott's got many, many, many of them.
Goodness me. Gone up in my estimations from terrible to not quite so terrible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liam.
Cheers,
Oh,
Liam.
they're
Thanks,
cold
mate.
as well.
Yeah, freezing cold. Thank you, sir.
Rob Smallworth goes red.
I said Walden because I thought that light was a lot better than an 04. It seemed to be running for ages before the green light eventually turned on.
So it will be. I love that camera shot. Just quickly, look, the one facing all the way down the track at the top end. That's a great shot. Nice one, Barney.
Right, so that's comp eliminator final then. Nick Williams and Reuben Dawson as we move on to Super Gas. For Tony Morris carburetors, this will set the semi-final, so there's going to be some hot lapping coming up. Conrad Stanley and Wayne Hiscock.
Literally hot lapping. We got the same thing with Street Eliminator as well. We've still got 3 rounds of racing to go. They're there now, though.
Green on both sides.
Visible advantage.
10:01 for Conrad Stanley. Wayne broke out, got there too quickly, broke out, and then reaction time advantage really, really helping Conrad.
So, in this round of racing, does somebody have a buy in this round of racing?
Martin Kerbishley.
There's going to be 2 buys, but I'll get into that in a second.
Oh.
This is Bob Molden taking on Colin Morris. See, this car's already been called the rental once before.
Many times, actually.
Well, it's been a rental once again.
Still so.
Oh, breakout for the Morris boys, breakout for Bob Holden, but the win goes to Colin Morris. He broke out by the lesser amount.
Okay, we have a warning for all of our FIA finalists. It's a 30-minute one.
Dave Fulton on his own, no Mark Huxley.
Yep, got a message from Mark. He decided that he's beaten Dave enough, so he's going to focus on Pro ET.
Fair dues. Well, that means it's going to be Dave against this gentleman up next with an all-roads to semi-final.
Yeah, it's on days like today when double entering can be pretty rough. Most of the time it's good to get in the extra track time, but when it's this warm, it's extra wear and tear on everything, including the driver.
Okay, it is Martin Kirby. He's going to be taking on Dave Fulton, then it's going to be Conrad Stanley against Colin Morris. Dave Fulton, if he wins and Colin wins, Dave Fulton will be racing his other car. How odd is that?
Also, got to say, a big, just amazing well done to Colin Morris. Completely unfamiliar car, and he's in the semi-finals.
992 with a 0 and his 02 light on a bye run. Well done, Martin.
That's going to be warm in a minute. I'd crack that if I were you quickly.
I'll just put it.
Just put it on your head. Yeah, that's a better idea. That'll warm it up as well. So, top speed automated street eliminator, I do believe is next. I think Super Comp are right behind them.
So you've got 3 races to set 3 semi-finals, and then obviously one of the winners of this pairing will get a bye into the final,
which will be like gold dust. So which?
Yeah, that will be the Al Mack Bill McDermott pairing.
Ooh. So we're still on a collision course for a potential repeat of the final from Easter in the semi-finals, if you follow what I mean.
Yes. Oh, well, there's so much potential coming up here. It's unreal.
Well, here comes some of it. Rob Carter, Andy Bond.
Well, these are all 7-second cars in the in the quarterfinals even. One of them's been in the 6s. And it's this one. Andy Bond taking on Rob Carter.
Oh my days, I've just seen the rest of the matchups.
Yeah, exactly.
They're all 7-second cars.
Oh, you're a bit late on that one.
I know.
Yeah.
I just said that.
Sorry. I've been on a different planet. Oh my word.
So, Andy Bond's first race of the day, bizarrely. However, that's due to qualifying very well. Slight luck of the draw, but qualifying very well tends to do that. So, Rob Carter with Percy the Passat. Andy Bond rolls in first.
Rob Carter goes red. Andy Bond on an easy route to the semi-finals.
003 red for Rob Carter.
761 as well for Rob. Means nothing.
Well, Andy was a bit off his usual pace in that one.
Right, no bonnet this time round for Al Mack. No surprise.
What are the marshals at the top finish line going to do?
Yeah. Also, notice the tape on the sunroof. Normally, he will open that up to get the burnout smoke out of the cabin.
I'm guessing it's all opening it up. That's what's happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he's about to go 190 plus miles an hour with the bonnet off. This is a race to see who's in the final round. So is that right, Colin?
Correct.
Winner of this one gets a bye run in the semi-finals. So all to play for. ET-wise, at the moment, it's with Al Mack. Bonnet-wise, it's with Bill McDermott. Class sponsor as well. We've got to say Bill McDermott. Notice they've staged Bill way off to the side.
Oh, he's gone deep. I thought that might happen. Well, Bill's just going for a monstrous burnout. Al Mack realised what's going on. 10:40 takes the win.
Well, if you're not going to win, be cool. And I think a burnout like that is harking me back to the old Street Eliminator days.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
It's a 3-second 60 foot, but what a nice burnout it was.
He was way offline, though.
Yeah.
If you look where he staged up. Unfortunately, that spinning again, it means the start line needs to be redone for the race with Joe Baxter and
Tony Higgs.
Yeah, look at that. Still find it utterly amazing that low 7 second 200 miles an hour streetcars have become the norm.
Is this the most amount of 7-second cars we've had in Street Eliminator in a field?
It is. So far. There's still plenty more, actually.
There's actually more. There's the 6-second cars
Well,
sat around somewhere.
There were 6 7-second cars in the quarterfinals there. Then let's look at the other ones. You had Rob Slater. You had Davey Murdoch. So that's 8 7-second streetcars. We do have more.
Mark Sheridan.
Yeah, that's 9.
Joe Stevens, it's 10.
Yeah. Jack Petley almost. He's 8-0, 11. Steve Venables.
Well, the car's been in the 7s.
It has, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Joe Baxter has hit the big time. He's got a brolly girl. Potentially 2 if he needs them. Just trying to keep him in the shade while he's waiting down there for his race against Tony Higgs. Well, quickest run of the round was a red light. It's just the way it goes somewhere. Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please, for your, I presume, semi-final. Is that right? Am I still there? Pro ET, please, for your semi-finals, or whatever round of racing it is.
One thing I love about this class as well is there's no 2 cars that are the same. If you look at like Streetcar Challenge or Streetcar events in the States, it's usually full of Fox bodies and more modern style Mustangs, because the Coyote platform is unbelievable at the minute.
Yeah, like staggeringly good compared to the point where they're having a whole bunch of rule changes just to rein them in a bit. Go on, Colin.
No, just catching up on messages.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you had something to read out.
Yeah, I've got something to read out whilst we're just waiting here. Kate News got in touch. If you have a few seconds airwaves, could you please wish my dad, Heath, a very happy 60th birthday from me and my mum, Tracy. There we go. Kate, I finally managed to get that message read out.
So,
sorry.
I was going to say, quick shout out to Lewis, Trey and Kia who are watching. They've been telling me to concentrate harder.
So the quickest car in the class so far this weekend, Joe Baxter, 7 zeros well over 200 miles an hour, going up against the very formidable Tony Higgs with the Capri in the Kestrel lane, in possibly the toughest conditions ever seen for Street Eliminator cars. I think a freezing cold day at Easter probably would be easier than this for them, actually.
Yeah, when cars like these overheat so quick, I'm talking about tyres and transmissions.
Joe with a big job on the starting line. Can he? Oh, Tony!
Oh, he managed to keep it in his lane. How did he manage that?
So did Joe. Joe did a bit of pedaling there as well. Went way over towards the wall. 7:43 at just over 200 miles an hour. Tony Higgs, obviously it spun just before half track. Tony's absolutely fine. I'm not quite so sure Katie is. Is she all right?
Yeah.
I hope so, yeah. Oh, and you as well too, Jenny, of course. Sorry.
Yeah, have a look at the replay, ladies and gentlemen, at home. You'll see exactly what just happened. Or just missed the turn from that camera angle. Well, we could see the side of the car from here, which is not the best.
The only thing that he forgot to do was turn the indicator on. That's the only thing.
So, Joe Baxter takes on Andy Bond in the first semi-final. Al Mack gets a bye. Okay, Super Comp. So I've got three pairs.
I love how you're doing this just from the run order. I'm super impressed. You're just picking up the next one on your list.
Yeah.
You didn't even look at the screen or behind you, did you?
Ronnie Mercer with a predetermined bye. And from that burnout, it's just going to be break the beams. And even Dave gave him a round of applause there, saying, oh, thank you for not making us work harder on the track. That's it. Well done, Ronnie. So he's into the semis. Two races coming up. Can we have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro ET. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please.
So that is one half of the final set. Again, a car. So I have to say again, that Anglia, you would not see that anywhere near Super Comp in America, would you? Or frankly, anywhere.
Well, they did once when Colin Miller went over there.
That's a good point. You are dead right.
It was like 79 dragsters and roadsters and 1 4 pop. And I'll never really forget what Colin Miller said. He was going down into the lanes, and the NHRA marshal said, "Where are you going? Where are you off to?" And Colin, in his typical Scottish accent, "Oh, I'm in Super Comp." And they said, "What are you on about?"
What, in this?
In this. Really great story from Colin.
So in Street Eliminator as well, like Al Mack's got the bye, I'm sure they'll just break the beams. But on the other side of the ladder, it's a rematch of the final from Easter with Andy Bond and Joe Baxter.
Yeah, I wish we didn't actually run at Easter.
Run it 2 days ago, didn't we?
Right, this is an important one. It's Leah Kellett and John Bean. The winner of this gets the bye into the final.
Very poignant for Tracy on the wing of Leah's
very
car.
Much so, very much so.
Heads up, first to finish line wins. We have our Super Gassers actually back at the front of the lanes. Pair of Roadsters going to be first. Oh, John Bean's gone deep.
Leah Kellett's going to be the winner of that round then. You cannot go deep in Super Comp.
Yeah.
That could be just a simple overheating trans brake or something like that. You never know. Is that 84 and 89?
89.
89 with a 7, that is.
Yeah.
Sorry about the bulbs. Okay, we are at the point of the day where it starts thinning out because we're getting right down to the thin end of it.
Yeah.
So
we've got the two Roadsters over there.
We've got to get Kelvin's hat on the live stream at some point. That is awesome.
I apologise. That was only round 3 of Super Comp. They still got 2. Sorry, I thought that set the final.
No,
My apologies.
no, not at all.
This is the last race for... We've also got Junior Dragster down there. So, Dave Fulton.
Interestingly, he's in the Super Gas semi-final as well. Well, no, he hasn't. He's in the Super Gas semi-final. Can he make Super Comp semi-final?
Pick him, choose him at the stripe.
Not a lot in it. There's a lot of whomping going on down there. 8.95 for Dave Fortin at a very low 136 miles an hour. He takes the win by 0.02 of a second. Sets up the semi-finals for Supercomp. Colin?
Yeah, Dave will be taking on Ronnie Mercer, and then you've got Leah Kellett on a bye. Junior Dragster, this to set the semis.
This is Lola Bell versus Molly Openshaw. Round number 3 for them. God, it's been a long old time since these kids have been on track. So 2 young ladies in the first of the quarter-final matchups. Lola looking for 792. Molly looking for an 801. Molly goes in deep like she has done all weekend. However, it's not helped her this time. Lola's already out in front. She just needs to not break out and not let Molly back past, which she doesn't. So Lola Bell into the semis. Neve Devi, Tom Peters.
Winner of this gets Lola.
Oh, it's nice when that happens. When they come round in ladder order. 795 the dial in for Tom. 804 the dial in for Neve.
Well, let's not forget Neve's already taken a win this year. Can she get another one? But she's got to get past Tom here. And then Lola in the semis. There's still a long way to go. Both into stage. 2 green lights on the tree.
Here comes the Wampim.
Neve Devi takes it there. Win margin just 0-1-2 at the stripe there. 809 on 804. Beats an 8 flat on a 790.
In fact, both went through at 78 miles an hour.
Jake Cooper, Ted Sullivan, winner of this, gets a bye run into the final. The Bulldog Dragster in the Kestrel Lane. Almost like the Fenny Racing Junior Dragster. Both in. And the win light goes to Jake Cooper. Ted Sullivan got there first, but went too quick. He broke out. So it's Jake that is going to get the bye in the semis.
Which will be coming up as soon as we can get round again, I think.
Yep.
Is that Pro ET semi-finals or round 3?
That's Pro ET semis.
We're getting there. We've got all of our pro bikes and cars at final rounds. They'll be coming down soon. Just whittling down the last of the sportsman races. Only a couple left at semi-finals, I think. Emily Kuno with a time trial run of 11:35.
In actual fact, all of our sportsman classes are at semi-final stage now. They are all at semi-final stage.
Well,
sorry.
we keep doing this. We keep
right.
saying stuff at the same time. Pro ET, just collecting in the pairing lanes. Drivers not in their cars yet. I can actually still see Mark, and I can still see Alfie at the front of the... Hi, Mark.
Yeah, I tell you what, let's get them gathered up there. Our start line crew have just taken a little bit of shade for a moment. So let's hand the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2. Of course, when we come back, it'll be semi-final time for our sportsman racers here at the main event.
Drive the turn back off, it rattles, it shakes, it moves, you've got to keep your foot in it. If you lift it, watch the scoreboard for Michelle. 583.
Oh, no shoot.
Oh, no shoots. However, for Michelle.
Wow, 6:02 at 2:46 for Andres Arnover with a lot of smoke.
Made the corner.
Massive tyre shake for both cars. David tries to get his foot back in it.
No, David overpowered it. Of course, he left with a lot of wheel spin looking from here.
Well, Stian ended up looking straight at the wall that time. He stayed with
Navy for Finland. Well, they're both on absolute stormers. Check the scoreboard for Yeri. Not quite. He goes 583, misses out on the number 2 qualifying spot by a couple of foul.
A rerun of the final round at the European Finals last year.
Oh, Robin 661, Jimmy 660 dead.
That's it. Keep going. Keep going.
Yep.
No, 202 at the 8th. It was so close.
451 at the stripe. That was his quickest run to the 1,000 foot, only 175, but it was a 0.86 to 60 foot. It really...
But that's in danger right here, all the way to the 8th. That almost was it as well, 407. Suzanne goes back to number 2 at only 228 miles an hour. Needs to turn the stage valve on and hit the throttle. But lights the tyres again. He's doing his damnedest to get into the field, ladies and gentlemen. Is it quicker than a 5? 630. 256 miles an hour. He sits on a bump, but he's lowered the boom. Here we go. Well, there was an 0.3 like that time and a 0.1 for Julian. Martin's going to get there first with another 4.5. He's got a jet bracket car, I think. And a 5.17 at 239 miles an hour for Julian.
This trip to the pod. Oh, wow, even quicker. 376, 197 miles an hour. Roger Nielsen as well, 443. And
416 to the 8th.
644 to 17. Cements him into the number 2 spot.
Running for the Casper team. Also drifting towards centre line, rolls off throttle slightly. Still a 674. 2 go straight. Watch the number because Jake's going to keep his wrist absolutely pinned. Well, it's going straight, but it's on one wheel.
Whoa.
That was a wheelie to the 8th mile. 733, 197 miles an hour. Get that. Depending on how far he takes it.
That was very soft off the line. 131. 762, but the it looks like.
Depending on how far he takes it.
That was very soft off the line. 131. 762, but the it looks like
A lot better than that.
but Emma goes red.
So
and
does
Rene
Rene.
shakes the tyres.
Rene went red as well.
Oh, and Emma almost a perfect 6/10 under. Well, Luke is pointing out something that we... Yeah. No shaking either lane, no problems. Looks like Andy's out front, but not by much. 587. There you go. Look at that from Bruno. I told you he'd get it right. It's the moment he needed to. Switzerland.
Belt came off.
Well, lucky one for Stian. 642 at 235 miles an hour. The car almost instantly spun and shook that time. That's the end of Mikey's weekend. Look at that. 585, 241 miles an hour. Michael Winter bows out with a really good try at 646 at 214, which is, like you said, pretty much all he had.
Yeah, building up the boost now. They're going to go in.
Well, it was Yanis with the jump off the tree. Jack's drifting towards the centre line. Yanis could go all the way through with a 669. His new best of the weekend and his best ever. We have a new 6.6 second bikes, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that one definitely goes to Martin. 451, 270 miles an hour for Martin Hill. 5.10, 240 for Julian Webb. And an 03 light in a jet car. How do you do that? Whoa, I've just seen the short numbers as well for Martin Hill there. 0.96 to 60 foot, 3.59. Isaac goes nowhere. Tony's going the whole way down to a 541, 269 miles an hour. Isaac wasn't going to let him get off easy. The minute keeps the front end down, clicks again. He's not lifted yet. What's the scoreboard going to say this time? 535, 268 miles an hour. He's still your European record holder and a good, clean pass to put him into the semis.
Still.
Well, Henry's making a pass. It's his best pass of the weekend, but so's Jimmy. Jimmy's going to get there first with a 664 low ET of the round at 211 miles an hour. If you want to know how much horsepower someone's making, check the speed. Kevin goes straight in, wasting no time. Here comes Dale. Kevin gets the car as so much as you can get. A full pass of Dale leaks. 449, 288 miles an hour. There. Sparf didn't go anywhere, but he drove round him at the stripe. 475, 291 miles an hour. He got
funny cars, eh? Goodness me. Well, Kevin Chapman treed John Sparf for about a week.
He knows what to do. He's just adjusting to this car.
He knows exactly what to do. All the way to 330 foot where he clicks the throttle. That definitely.
Great looking run this is for
That's
Toby.
a quick one.
576! Oh my goodness me, he's got the record back. 237 miles an hour. A phenomenal pass from Tony Betts.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof. That's the quickest pass in Europe.
2, 1, go! Absolutely insane. 3.22 to the 8th mile. But look at the speed. 212 miles an hour. That is his fastest ever run. 5.44. 2, 1, go! Absolutely insane. 3.22 to the 8th mile. But look at the speed. 212 miles an hour. That is his fastest ever run. 5.44. Rob Slater with a jump, but no traction whatsoever. Al Mack. Is it a mid-7?
The bonnet again.
Oh, not again. Oh, he's gone on to no man's land.
Lower car's in. Tina's got to move. Any second now, the red light's going to come on. It doesn't. Timo gets the jump on the tree. That felt like an eternity. He was on the two-step for. another 5:39, 271 miles an hour. He had a 10th of... And he needs to be about car length to find out the half track. Otherwise, the turbo power of John Webster's going to drive around him.
What a great race. It is Andy by the small...
And we're back with Pro ET. And how cool is this? A pair of Toyota Corollas. Slightly different vintages, but they are still Toyota Corollas. Up against each other in the semi-finals. Alfie Ratton, who didn't think he'd be racing on race day, taking on Mark Huxley, who also didn't think he'd be racing on race day.
To coin an old advertising slogan back in the day, you won't remember this, but there used to be a thing called "The car in front is a Toyota." Seriously, it was an advertising campaign they had.
On the back of Mark Huxley's screen there, it just says rarest ruined Corolla race.
Alfie Rattendahl's 925, but leaving 4, it'll be Mark Huxley 984. Let's not forget that Mark Huxley could go into the final here as being an alternate. He was number 2 alternate.
Yeah, and Alfie Ratton blew up the casing of his gearbox on one of the runs. So he didn't think he was going to make it this far. Neither did Mark. Well, Alfie's on and off the throttle. Mark's long gone in the distance.
Takes it with a 10.02, but a 009 light as well for Mark Huxley. He's into the final where he wasn't even qualified to race. My goodness me. On the side of the ladder, Ruben Dawson and Brett Featherstone. Before Ruben Dawson started racing, got friends with Brett, and Ruben said to Brett, "What do I do if I want to take this drag racing seriously?" And Brett said to him, "Go to America, go to the Frank Hawley School and go through it all there." And he did. That's exactly what Ruben did.
Oh, cool.
And when he came back, he was killer, and the only person he couldn't get around in that year's championship was the year that Brett won it. That was brilliant. Such a story that was. Nova Scotia Dulles 949. The GTM Copo is 886. This for a spot in the final against Mark Huxley. And it is going to be Ruben Dawson as Brett Featherstone goes red. .947 breakout as well. 878 breakout on 86 dial for Ruben. But the cherry on the tree told the story. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Congratulations to Ruben. Commiserations to Brett.
Colin.
Yeah.
Ruben's in 2 finals.
I know.
Well, that's right. Just bring both Copos down.
Thank goodness he's got 2 cars.
Yeah, just bring both down, drive one straight back to the start line, out of that, into the other one, and then race that one. Okay, we still have Super Pro ET. I'll say that. We've got 2 Super Pro ET cars in the pairing lanes. There should be 4.
Yeah, there's still more to come.
Yeah, as Daryl said earlier, we're getting a bit to the stoppy-starty part of the day as we wait for the races in this incredible heat still to turn their cars around and manage to make their way down to the pairing lanes.
Well, we're not far off our pro finals as well, to be honest.
That's a good point, actually.
But to tell you what, we just got a few more cars. And for the time being, let's give the airways back to Nitro FM 96.2. Of course, when we do more racing, we'll be back with you here from the tower at the main event.
So 2 jet dragsters for your viewing pleasure here this weekend. They've been going along inside each other after every pro session for the last 3 days. This is day number 4, don't forget, that they've been doing this. Getting some cracking shots on the big screen and on the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, don't forget to message in on the live chat and let us know where you're watching from. This really is a worldwide broadcast. We love hearing from you guys. As the tower starts smelling of kerosene. They really are rocking the tower. Colin's actually holding the window in. I think that's the most I've felt it rock while I've been up here. Right, who's going to get the jump on the tree this time? Julian Webb with the Spider-Man. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Well, that one definitely goes to Martin. 451, 270 miles an hour for Martin Hill. 5. Well, that one definitely goes to Martin. 451, 270 miles an hour for Martin Hill. 5.10, 240.
Both away well, so although you can see Forrest pulling away, Jasmine's going to close in. And the win light goes to Colin Morris, 994, 130 for the class. And it's Conrad that takes it at 995 to lose at 997. Into the semis, Martin Kerbishley. Here, the front stop there. 991, how well judged was that? There we go.
Yeah, I could see Bill through the rear window. He was fighting with
Dave
something.
Fulton gets one of these two. Oh, breakout for Dave Cherritt, and he was only 111 miles an hour at the stripe. The win light goes to Mark Huxley.
He was actually...
Ronnie goes in, and there we go. Proper fight to get into round number 2. And it's Ronnie Mercer that does it. 892 to lose out, 896. Win margin at the stripe, though.
Powered and a turbo. Watch India as she rolls onto the high side into stage.
and blew the tyres off. That's not entirely unexpected, but there again, they've got data. They know what the car's got now, so they can now tune it for the final.
Yeah. They did have to go for it realistically because, like you say, needed to find out exactly where they were. Not great conditions, but they went for it. Fair play.
Yeah.
Well, we normally have a great conditions for ducks, not camels, and I think
inches in.
That'd have been such a tough run to beat as well. Goes 4.06, 233 miles an hour.
Colin's sitting in the car going, I could have had that. Definitely.
Isaac goes nowhere. Tony's going the whole way down to a 5.41, 269 miles an hour. Isaac wasn't going to let him get off easy. The minute Tony... And that's much more like it for the team. Keeps the front end down, clicks again. He's not lifted yet. What's the scoreboard going to say this time? 5.35, 268 miles an hour. He's still your European record holder, and a good, clean pass to put him into the semis.
Still.
Well, Henry's making a pass. It's his best pass of the weekend, but so's Jimmy. Jimmy's going to get there first with a 6.64 low ET of the round of 200.
Okay, more sportsman semi-finals, and can we start calling our FIA classes into the lanes, please? Top Fuel and Top Methanol, but I think the others will be pretty close behind as well.
By Top Methanol, you mean just Timo Haberman?
Well, yeah. It's still going to come down. And we had the tap, tap, tap as well. There we go. FIA Pro Modified and Pro Stock into the pairing lanes, please. This is Scott Hauser taking on Christian Schneebly. This is the first semi-final in Super Pro ET.
He's also the only European left in Super Pro.
Yeah, we had a perfect ET in the previous round. 7.7400 on a 774 dial.
He also claimed number one off the trailer.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Ended up number 8 in quali.
I was just trying to think what he actually ran up, because I think that was a 772 all the way back on Friday as well.
Here we go then. The final. It's going to be decided here as to who's going to be in it.
Well, Scott's not done himself any favours.
Great count for Scott, and he got there second. Christian Schneebly, 777 on a 72. But Scott, fair to him, was late on that one. Christian, into the final. Going to be Billy Gain and Barry Giles. Going to see who's going to be taking on Bonnie Blue. Well, good to have Billy back. Now the car has run in 760 heads up, but taking it back down into the low 8s now.
Yeah, the car wasn't necessarily comfortable running that quick. It got very, very skittish indeed.
But could do it. Okay, it could do it.
Yeah, and that was with the old style front end as well. If you look on the live stream or on the big screen, you can see the new front end on the Victor. It's also got new headers as well. If you remember, it used to run with zoomies, but to run Pro Street, you have to have collectors. So what they basically did was weld an oval over the zoomies.
It's certainly got new front wheels as well, which means it's probably got new front tyres as well. Those are much lighter than the old ones.
Right, let's explain all of the changes now with the Johnson Hartley car.
Yeah.
No, there isn't any.
It's all original. Darlings, 745 against 821. Both in stage together. Here we go. work to do. Ain't going to do it. 8.23 on a 21 dial and a 007 light for Billy Gain. Gets the job done. Barry Giles hits his dial in, but a 1-1 reaction time was his undoing. So congratulations to Billy Gain. And he'll be taking on Christian Schneebly in the final. And it's an all-door car final in Super Pro.
Well, it's Junior Dragster up next to set their final. This is Jake Cooper taking a bye run. It's quite nice to have a freebie through the final. Obviously, you've got to win 3 rounds of racing first to earn the privilege.
Yeah, that. Sorry, John.
Is that on? I'm sure everyone can hear you anyway.
So Jake Cooper, 792 on the dial-in.
All he's got to do is take the green. Literally nothing else matters, as Metallica said. Perhaps without the literally.
Well, a nice 0.3 reaction time. I can read it out because he's on a solo. 792 the dial, 798 the run. Right, Jake's into the final, but who's his opponent going to be? Is it going to be Lola Belken or is it going to be Neve Deevy? Actually, these two raced in a final already this year.
They did.
They did, didn't they?
Yeah.
And now it's a race for a spot in the final.
I remember as well that event, the semi-finals were locked out by the girls.
So this was the Spring Speed final, wasn't it? That they raced together? Or was it Easter?
I think it was Easter. Lola's car has died, but they're quickly working to get it refired.
And a dollar 790. What's that?
9.
That's it. Set against an 804 for Neve Deevy.
Well, you could have one car colder than they were expecting it to be, and one car warmer. Neve Dahl's 804. These two are good friends around the pits. They've decided that they're going to start their own TikTok together. They've been running around menacing everyone, doing interviews all over the pits.
Oh, Neve goes red. It's Lola Bell into the final. Neve was 0-1 red.
Well, I think that's 1-1 between them now, because I think Lola went red last time. 805, 812. And a massive hug on the start line there.
Yeah. So it's Lola Bell taking on Jake Cooper in the final of Junior Dragster. The Gluebird is getting ready to go out there because we've got Top Fuel Dragster in the lanes. We've still got 3 sportsman semi-finals to run, which is Street Eliminator, Super Gas and Super Comp. That's interesting because in Super Gas and Super Comp, Dave Fulton is in both of them.
We also have 3 fuel cars in the pairing lanes.
I was wondering if I was going to see 3 fuel cars.
Well, I saw Aaron on the start line.
Yeah.
So you got India, Suzanne, and Colin back down. Are you ready for this, Colin? We get to do something that we've not done before. We get to commentate on Daryl. You two have commentated on me.
There we go.
You and him have commentated, or me and him have commentated on you.
Yeah. Well, you've seen Granny Turismo. There is Granddad. There goes. Oh no, he's great. I'm the granddad. But there goes Daryl. There we go. Give him a huge cheer. All your fans out there, Daryl. And he makes his way to the top end.
Oh, we've also got a Liam back.
Oh, excellent. No, he's changed his shirt. It is obviously very, very warm out there.
Well,
it will be the Top Fuel final next, actually. I think there's a man behind you who's going to come and switch a camera on. There we go. That's for the Urbacher team, I understand. For Monster Energy. So yeah, the Bluebird just doing its stuff out there at the moment. 6:25 in the evening here at Santapod, and we are just getting to run our FIA Pro Finals. Top Fuel Dragster are in the lanes. Temperature, oh, scorchio. Hottest May day on record.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that one. I don't think that one needs argument.
But I tell you what, we're going to rest the vocal cords just for a moment as we do gather more competitors in the lanes. And Bluebird is out there, the tractor is out there doing some sledding, so Nitro FM, if you can take it for the moment. Back with you soon for more excitement, of course. The FIA Top Fuel Dragster Final coming up next. Okay, folks, time to get into a viewing position because Top Fuel Dragster are coming underneath the tower, getting themselves into position. Suzanne Kellin going to be taking on India Urbacher. And then we have a bonus for you as Colin Miller has come down to put in a run as well. Liam Jones joins us in the tower once again. Good afternoon to you, Liam.
Thank you.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, warm out there for these guys, isn't it?
It has been.
Well, for everybody.
It's been brutal sat on the bank watching them, so I can't imagine what it's like in a 7 or 8 layer fire suit.
Yeah.
So.
Semi-finals. Right, so Colin Miller, reverser.
Yep.
Broke. Failed.
I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I know it wasn't Colin's fault.
Yeah.
And so it's something to do with reverser either being faulty or jammed or But he did everything he could. You could see that. Do you know what I mean? So it's fair play to him, but it's just unlucky, innit, really?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's gutting for him, but he's back out, and I'm sure he's going to give it everything he can.
Good. Well, he would just like to go A to B under full chat.
Yeah.
And that would really, well, he doesn't need much to fire himself up, but this would be...
I'd be grinning like a Cheshire Cat,
oh, my goodness me, yeah. But first, we do have the final. It is India Urbacher for Monster Energy down there. And she'll be lining up in the Fuel Tech lane, taking on the current FIA European champion, Suzanne Kellin, in the Slick Tricks Dragster. She wears number 1 with pride on the car. So Switzerland against Sweden/UK. I've got to throw that in there, Suzanne. Teams are ready. We've got Daryl at the top end, and we look forward to hopefully hearing from Daryl for some top-end interviews. That's if both cars make it all the way down to track, because sometimes they don't go all the way down to the far end. Those of you tuned into the live stream, I hope you've enjoyed the coverage this weekend. It has been absolutely phenomenal. We thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm pretty sure you are as well. There we go. India giving a shake of the head, just getting herself G'd up.
Well, we have one car started. We have 2 cars started. So they were battling it all last season to see who would take the title. Suzanne took the chance. And did in fact take the title last year. She wears the number 1. And this race is to kick the season off. How every driver dreams. You win at the main event, you take the points lead, you take the momentum through the season.
Well, a huge amount of favour from both sets of points on both cars, especially so for India. Okay, it is down now to the drivers. The teams have done all they can. Suzanne Kellin, India Urbacher. This for the round 1 win of the European Championship. It's a race all the way. What a race this one is. And it is Suzanne Kellin with a 390 at 311 miles an hour. A lose-out run for India Urbacher, 401 at 307. We haven't seen a 300 mile an hour top fuel pass. We got side by side 300s there. Let's have a look at the replay as they head on down to Daryl at the top end. But what a race.
Glued together the whole way. Suzanne just pulls the legs at the top end. She was doing 311 when she crossed the stripe. Only had 4 miles an hour over India, who was doing 307. India went 4.01, but 3.90. Suzanne Kalina for Slick Tricks Racing takes the win.
Well, those of you saying we don't see 300 mile an hour drag racing at this event, you're wrong. We saved it for the final. 307.94 and 311.17. Liam, what do you reckon to that, mate?
My heart's beating about as fast as it would have been if I was in that car, honestly. Palms are sweating, I tell you. Yeah, it was exciting stuff. Well done, both of you.
I don't know if it picked it up on the microphones while they were running then, but they went through the strut then and Liam just went, have it.
I've got to say as well, just quickly, I got a right telling off earlier on. So if Matilda and Betsy are listening, my 2 kids, can you give me a big wave in the tower, please? Hello, Matilda and Betsy.
There we go.
Little urchins. There you go. I've covered my own arsehole.
What a final.
That's what we've been waiting for all weekend. 2 strong side-by-side Nitro passes. Well, now we know that Ruda Field Motorsport has got the tune in the car. Let's just give it to Colin. Come on, give it to Colin.
Colin's seen what's just happened out there. Oh, I do wonder if we can have a go.
We can hear you very, very quietly.
No, Darryl, we could hear you. It's just that there's an engine noise and we couldn't hear you. So, yeah, you are fine. You are fine. Colin Miller, the Flying Fifer. And really good that Darryl is at the top end. He was talking to us, but we couldn't hear him because we had Colin Miller's engine running.
So, once again, everybody who knows Colin, he's doing it for Scotland. He's doing it for all the shaky boys. I'm sure the Ginner Man is watching on from the banking as well.
Of course he is. Can a Kestrel in hand.
Yeah. And this time he does have forward gear after reversing. So come on, Colin, give us a 3. That would be awesome. But he'll just go for it. Ruda steps aside, the team's down behind the car then. The Flying Fifer, your top fuel representative for Scotland. Here he comes.
Go on, Bob.
He's in stage.
Oh, the car quits. It was a strong launch, but didn't even make it 60 foot before something let go.
Oh, did we ever want a pass?
Oh.
For Colin, we really, really did. Just didn't work out there for him. But Darryl, I believe, is at the top end. Well done, mate. Well done. FIM bike classes. Let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. FIM bike classes. Let's have you into the pairing lanes. Well, follow that. Looking over in the lanes, we've got top door slammers, we've got pro mods, we've still got a Fuel Funny Car final to run as well. Liam, I always remember back to the podcasts, and obviously you did that when with Kevin Kent and that. And you said you would have a go in a funny car or something. I mean, we've still got funny cars to come. Still like to have a go at that?
Yeah, definitely like to have a go one. It's exciting stuff now, especially in it. You've got some really good, really quick consistent cars in there.
Yeah.
And it'd be. It's the one. I think it's the class to watch now, don't you?
Yeah.
If you look at the progression of the last.
yet, in a funny sort of way.
It is. Yeah.
You know, it's got to be. It's got to be on your bucket
Just
list.
need to shave my head and put a bit more weight on it.
Just as you've got rid of a load of
I
it.
saw Steve the other day. He looks emaciated. You know what I mean? So I'll say don't tell him I said that, but he'll listen to this, isn't he? So.
Oh, brilliant! Right, Pro Modify. Okay, we have the UK with Andy Robinson taking on, of course, Andre Arnova, or Andres, to give him his correct pronunciation.
And thank you very much, Liam, for joining us for Top Fuel.
And great to see you, Liam. I've just loved seeing you this weekend because it has been fun, and it's always good when we bump into each other. I love it. We'll see you soon, mate.
Okay, so UK taking on Estonia. Well, I say Estonia. If you remember back to last year, this car spent more time in the UK than it did anywhere else. Even after taking a trip to Malta. It's not often, especially in British drag racing, that Andy Robinson is outgunned.
But he had lane choice here. He was 592 to compare to Andre's 593 in the semi-finals. And don't forget, this is a round of the Fuel Tech UK Pro Modified Championship, or Motorsports UK Pro Modified Championship. And Andy really doing himself some favours there.
Yeah, well, Andy usually struggles at these types of events. He always tends to get snake bitten or something goes wrong or something like that, but making it all the way to the final is everything's finally gone the right way for Andy, and he's had to earn it every single step of the way, and he's going to have to earn this one too. Rematch of the Door Slammers final from a week ago where these two are running outlawed trim.
He wants to level the score. Here we go.
Go, Andy, you're going to have to go in. There he is. But goes red. 0-1 cherry on the tree. It's 2-0 to Andres Arnova with a 594, 246 miles an hour.
Yeah, it was a 018 red, a 597, 245, but a 594, 246. The title goes to Estonia. Yeah, well, that's a very strong possibility. Yeah, 018 red.
Yeah, exactly. 0.9 difference between them on the tree. I'm not sure if Andy had issues or something like that, but he was struggling to get the car into stage. Andres went in first on boost. Andy finally got the car in, and it was just a cherry on the tree.
FIA Pro Stock is your next final.
Stefan Enrid taking on Jimmy Orland.
They are underneath the tower. And as Darryl said, we're just waiting for the Mustang to clear the top end. And that's very close indeed as the Pro Stockers get fired up.
So for VP Racing and Enrid Cars, Stefan Enrid in the Kestrel Beer Lane. For Summit Racing and VP Fuels as well, Jimmy Orland in the Fuel Tech lane. Well, it's one for the Chevy and for the Hemi fans. The Hemi hanging out the front end of the Dodge for Stefan Enrid. And you know it's a Hemi because he's written it on the scoop, just to let everybody know.
Well, 6.75 from Stefan Enred in the semi-finals, but it was a 6.59 from Jimmy in that heat. Oof.
Yeah, you can't take the 6.75 from Stefan very, well, you've got to take it with a pinch of salt, should we say, because lots and lots of weirdness going on surrounding that semi-final. He still cut a really good 08 light. To take the win against Michael Malcolm in the previous round. Jimmy had a solo. But it's all up to this. The final, pro stock.
Oh,
Jimmy
massive
goes.
hole shot.
Jimmy basically didn't leave. It was a 0.3 light for Jimmy. He's trying to run him down. He's not going to do it. Stefan Enred is going to take the win with a 6.67. One of his best runs of the weekend. In fact, it was by 003 at 203 miles an hour. The old might of the Camaro chasing him down goes 6.60, but the biggest of hole shots goes to Stefan Enred.
Well, Stefan was bang on time. It's just Jim. I can't even explain it. That was bizarre. Well, there goes the team to go and collect their man who's just taken FIA Pro Stock win. Just heading his way up to the top there. Of course, Stefan Enred taking the win on a hole shot against Jimmy. And they're making their way up to the top end.
We have the final of Top Door Slammer tucked round the corner. We have the final of our Nitro Funny Cars round the corner as well. I would say don't go anywhere, but if you haven't moved yet, you're not going to.
No. You're not going to go home now.
Yeah, you guys really are the tryhards. You guys really are just awesome for sticking around this long and sticking around in this heat as well. And you're being rewarded with some awesome finals. This is Top Door Slammer racing to the Watsits at 8th mile. Len Lindell and Frederick Lund. I've lost count the amount of times that these guys have met. Racing in Sweden. One 3.8 second race car, one 3.7 second race car.
Well, fair to say their trip for the Door Slammers and for the Carl Cox series and for this has just been phenomenal. Don't forget, this is to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. If you're wondering how they're running 3.7, 3.8, you think, well, hang on a minute, that's quicker than a top fuel car. But no, it's to 1,000 foot. Sorry, it's to the 8th mile instead of 1,000 foot for the top fuel cars.
Yeah, Nitro door cars do exist. Just not...
They're mad.
Yeah, just not these two. These two run off screw-blown Hemis. The older style in the Fuel Tech lane for Frederick Lund. The more modern style for Len Lindell. Looking really, really cool in his green paint job. It was grey the last time it came over here. So
So they were number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Well, that doesn't mean anything anymore. It's all about this. This is their final trip down the racetrack here at Santa Pod Raceway on their little vacation to the little island here, the British Isles.
Frederick Lund gets the hit off the line, but the horsepower, the heavy's coming. Pick and choose him at the stripe. Lendendale goes 379, but loses on a whole shot. The win margin, 0.8. The horsepower of the Chevelle kept him in front. They were almost identical in terms of mile an hour, both going 198, but the 60-foot of Lendendale get him the better ET. The reaction time of Frederick Lund got him the win light.
And there we go. 388 beats a 379.
You're going to have to be quick because we've got 2 Nitro funny cars behind the tower. Well, they've just spanned the motors over.
Yeah. Fuel funny cars fired up then, the final. John Spoffard, Dale Leaks.
This is a rematch of the final from the Festival of Power. No, sorry, rematch of round number 1 from the Festival of Power, I believe. Lightning Leaks in the fuel tech lane. Taking on Spuff, the Magic Dragman.
Yeah, Spuff again, wanted to hang open. You could hear John sort of lifting his boot even higher because obviously he has a toe loop. So he's had to bring the throttle back down.
Dale really has been on career form this weekend in the Fuel Funny car. He is actually the favourite to win this. He's the only one who's made good, consistent passes. When he got involved with Mark and Jackie running this team, he said he wanted to transform them. He said he wanted to put in the money this team needs to run. He trusted the people.
Right, Dale Leaks in the semi-final went 449 at a mega 288 mile an hour. Spuff went 475 at 291. Just incredible speeds. Let's see if we get the ETs to match. But more importantly, let's see who gets to the top end first. The final in Fuel Funny car. They're both into pre-stage. No messing about. They're both in. Here we go.
And
the race, it's Spuff all the way to 418 at 300 miles an hour. 443, 275 for Dale Leaks. But John Spoffard, he's at the 300 mile an hour mark. Boy, oh boy, let's look at the replay. Spuff all the way. Somebody, oh dear, oh dear.
That is a 300 mile an hour John Spofford. Dale Leakes is going down the shutdown area with some smoke following him.
Yeah, obviously, as everybody legging it out to the top end there. Okay, sorry. 4:18 at 300 for Spuff. 4:43, 2:75 for Dale. But we got everybody heading up to your way. I don't know if you can see what's going on.
Staffson with me again. I would talk to Frederick. His English isn't great. I tell you what, actually, really quickly, in Swedish, just tell everybody at home how you feel.
Fantastiskt. Vad säger man? Beautiful.
Thank you very much, Johan. Yeah, just like a hard work weekend, but an amazing weekend too.
Yeah. First time at the pod, and we did a final and win and everything. It's amazing.
And personal best.
Yeah, absolutely. 81 is the best, and we have much tuning to go, but we'll learn a lot this weekend.
Thank you so much for all the Top Door Slammer teams making the trip. It's been an absolute pleasure having you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
No problem. Well done to the whole White Stripe team. Well done, Frederick. I'll see you in Salem in December again, yeah? I will be there again. We will be there again.
Okay, well, as I say, we've got all track vehicles at the top end. So if we can just hand it over to Nitro FM, we'll get an update as soon as we possibly can. But Nitro FM, for the time being, take over the airwaves. We have more racing still to come here at the main event.
There we go, Guns N' Roses and Sweet Child of Mine. That was a request from Logan, who would like it played for Brian Huxley, who is on the bank. Next up, we have some Aerosmith for you. This one is Sweet Emotion.
Can I just stop? Oh. If you have, that's awesome, Harley. So it's my fault entirely. I got up to the top end, and the first thing John said to me, or John said to everybody, was, "Wow, these new cars are pretty slow at 300 miles an hour, Mr. Event winner."
Well, it didn't feel that fast, to be honest. So I'm surprised at that. But I mean, we run 291 earlier, so yeah, it probably is about right. So.
But it seemed to be. I reckon, though, if you kept your boot in it all the way through, that was an easy 4-second run over the full quarter-mile distance, which you didn't quite manage to do with the other car. So that's got to have been quicker.
yeah, it is quicker, but I don't know. It just feels natural. Yeah.
So funny cars aren't retirement cars, then, yeah?
Not yet. Not unless I can get them parked in a parking bay.
Is it good to be back?
Yeah, it's good to be back, having fun, doing what we used to do. Got great guys with me, so we can improve on this yet.
For both you and Bob as well, I've got to say this out loud. After what both of you have been through, this is kind of another chance at life. It's another chance to be young again. It's another chance to do what you love, isn't it?
It's exactly that. Well, for me personally, it's exactly that, and same as Bob. We've both had some fairly serious issues, which we both got out the other side of, and it's put a whole different character of life in front of us. And it's, well, if that's what we want to do, why don't we do it?
And here you are, funny car event winner again. John, it's great to have you back, man.
Well, it's been a few years since I won one, but, and I'll tell you what, racing Dale is just so much fun. I've got to watch for that Kevin Kent, though.
You got to watch for all of them, I think, to be honest with you, this year.
Well, I trained them both, didn't I? So I'm in trouble.
You are indeed, buddy. Well done, sir.
Thanks very much.
No problem. Back to you guys. Well done, man.
Absolutely wonderful to hear at the top end there, and a very nice wrap on that interview as well. So Spuff is your winner of your funny car here at the main event. Top end just been cleaned up as we got more cars making their way into the pairing lanes. You've got Timo Haberman down there. Of course, he will be taking the solo for the top methanol crown. And as you can see, track support vehicles at the top end just clean. I can only imagine it's oil that was deposited at the top end. We've got our bike classes all in the lanes as well, and we've got some of our sportsmen semi-finals making their way down. Obviously, they're going to have to hot lap, get back and turn them around for the finals. And then, of course, once everything is finished, it'll be trophy presentations down on the start line once everything is done. So it's going to be a bit of a late one. But, hey, I think is it half-term week this week, Tom?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Well, it is for us anyway.
Yeah. So it's not a school day tomorrow. I know we use that as a loose terminology, but yeah, it's not a school day. So if you... Let's put a different reflection on my weekend, actually. I might stay here tonight and just go straight to work from here tomorrow because I won't have the traffic to contend with that you normally get early doors. But no, it's been a phenomenal event. It's been hot, that is for sure. One of the hottest we've ever had here. Certainly the hottest May event. It's the hottest May on record. So a May bank holiday on record. And my goodness me, the track action has been hot as well. As I say, we've still got a bit of a clean-up at the top end to do, so we're not going to be racing for a few minutes yet. So in the meantime, Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves back, and of course we will be back with you with a continuation of finals in our pro classes and some more semi-finals in our sportsman classes. Okay, so whilst the top end continues, basically we got the top methanol final. Because there's only one car, Timo is literally just going to fire up and break the beams. He's done all he needs to do this weekend, and they just want to give the track crew the least amount of work possible, and obviously themselves as well. So all Timo is going to do is fire up and break the beams under power, which he has to do to take the event win.
Yeah, and the way that Top Methanol's running today, I do not blame him.
Yeah. Got to say, the car looks absolutely fantastic. It really does. And funny, I don't know if it's an optical illusion, but it looks like a shorter wheelbase to the A fuel cars.
They are much.
Yeah.
Yeah, much shorter. Very, very similar to the wheelbase on Silvio's car. But yeah, the screw-blown Hemis do tend to be a very, very, very tiny car indeed compared to the air fuel cars. And just about everything on them is smaller. Slightly smaller rear tyres, slightly smaller wing.
Struggling to start it, though.
There we go.
It has started this time.
Yep, so no burnout.
He doesn't need to. All he's going to do is break the beams. He's probably going to roll about 4 or 5 feet. Timo Habermann for the event win in Top Methanol. It's procedure. And there we go. That's it. Job done. Timo Habermann takes the title in Top Methanol Dragster. Congratulations and welcome back to the Habermans. Huge congratulations to them.
Yeah, what a way to make a return. Set a new European record.
And he's getting out of the car. We're going to see party time from Timo here.
I was going to say, I don't think I'm going to see him down here, am I?
Congratulations, Timo Habermann, your winner in Top Methanol, representing Germany, and of course the Habermann family. Well done. Every time I went up to find them in the pits, the Timo wasn't around. So I'll catch up with him at trophy presentations. That'll be the first time I've seen him since he's been back. But congratulations, Werner. Your boy's done good. Well done. So obviously we're still working away at the top end. I don't know how long that is going to be, but just get that one sorted and done. Nitro FIM, for the time being, if you can take it back, as we've got more sportsman cars making their way down into the lanes. We're not that far away for more action here.
And we're back with Super Street Bike. Now, anybody who follows street tyre bike racing, whether you're out there racing with the XDA, whether you're in Europe racing with the FIM, you better be watching this race right here, right now. Danny Lenz, your European record holder, with a 6:56, I should say, taking on Casper, who is Europe's quickest 1000cc bike with a 6:58. Casper came into this round with lane choice. Danny Lentz came into this round with a new engine because he detonated his one going through the stripe earlier.
I can't believe you just said that. Danny Lentz went 6.59 and didn't get lane choice.
Nope.
Mad. Here we go.
Right. The track falls silent. Everybody's got their eyes on these two riders. They leave absolutely together. A bit of a wheelie from Casper. No issues at all from Danny Lentz. Casper sat up. It's going to be all Danny all the way. 6.54! 224 mile an hour. He rewrites the European record again. Unbelievable showing from both riders. Casper, don't hold your head in shame. You ran Europe's first 6.5 on a 1000cc bike. You ran Europe's second bike in the 6.5s. But it's Danny Lentz all the way there.
He had 100th off the line. He was 200ths quicker to 60 foot was Casper. But that front wheel coming up, that was the end of it, really. Oh, imagine how quick that pairing would have been if that front wheel stayed down and Casper could have stayed on it.
I was going to say, I was going to have that again. Danny, can you do that again? There you go. He doesn't even know what he's run yet, and show him what he ran. Are you ready for another one? Possibly a European. Back to you. I'll get a word with him in a minute, probably.
Really?
No, you've got plenty of time.
We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, a bit of a timing issue up here.
Yeah, no, it's okay. The trouble is, I'm standing away from Danny because I'm at the full range of the mic, and Danny's not quite here. Yet you could still hear him perfectly. Yeah. About, I don't know, 20 foot away, something like that. Danny, can you come here just so we can talk? Is that all right? Sorry, Ange, if you don't mind. Just to come within range of the microphone. Well, they obviously got it. They had an issue with the head in the semi-finals and got it fixed for that final round, and the fix definitely worked. So, did Casper the Ghost scare you in that final round, so you had to run 6.54?
Oh, I'm really happy, and thank you very much, my team and everybody who's helped me, because a lot of people working my bike after my last run, because I have big engine damage, and we change engine, fuel pipe, and grease guys is also thank, because really nice sportsman. He gave me some spare parts and wait me, so respect. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, you weren't the only one in the 650s going into that race as well. And also, you didn't have lane choice in that race, which is amazing, considering this weekend you've been in the 650s just about every single run.
Your mistake, because one time is 661. yes, really, Constance. We find the good balance, I think.
Excellent stuff. Back to you guys in the tower, Danny. Huge congratulations.
Okay, this is Junior Drag Bike, Harry Isaac and Holly King. You got 2 green lights, but a bit of wheel spin and no gears again for Holly King. Harry Isaacs is looking over his shoulder. He's going to sit up just about now and cruise to the win.
Only by 500s. If he'd have gone 500s quicker, he could have broken out there. But well done, Harry. He takes the win in Junior Drag Bike.
Yeah, unfortunately, issues there for Holly. She had issues in the last round as well, but got through on a breakout. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get fixed what they needed to. We still have more finals to go. Super Twin Top Fuel is behind the tower. Top Fuel Bike is behind the tower. And then we've got Super Gas, Super Comp. Whole load of wonderful things. And we've got Pro Stock Bike underneath. That's 2. Getting some cracking shots there of Jorg Lamont's Buell. The only 2-cylinder Pro Stock bike here this weekend. There's a massive fight with NHRA Pro Stock bike between the 2 and the 4 cylinders. Matt Smith is currently doing it for the 2 cylinders, I should say. Ricky Gadsden, Gage Herrera, all the Vance and Hine boys doing it for the 4 cylinders. Whereas this weekend we've got Jorg Lamont doing it for 2, and Martin Bishop doing it for 4 in the final here. I'd like to thank both of our lane sponsors this weekend, Kestrel Beer, firstly for renewing your lane sponsor, and for Fuel Tech for sponsoring the Door Slammers and the main event here at Santa Pod Raceway. Awesome to have such massive brands involved with British drag racing. So just waiting to clear Holly's bike from just past 1,000 foot. As Martin decides that his bike is better off without him on it. Where's he going? There he is, look, on the start line. Just going for a quick check. He's going to have to be a quick one because Holly's bike is moving. There it is. Oh, you can see a better view of the trailer there now as well. Look. So, Holly's bike just about to clear the top end. Jorg and Martin are going to be given the signal to fire any second now. As we just hold on for the next couple of moments.
Yeah, I think it's going to be all of our bike finals. Well, there's only 3 bike finals left, but we will get those done. So, obviously, Pro Stock Bike, and then we've got the Super Twins, and then the last bike final will be the Top Fuel bike. And then we've got lots of sportsman racing to come. We've got some semi-finals to take us into finals, and they begin the nod, and here we go. Pro Stock Bike final.
So Germany versus the UK. Jorg Lamont taking on Martin Bishop. 2 versus 4 cylinders. Buell versus Suzuki. So here we go, Pro Stock Bike, your final. These two were your number 1 and 2 qualifiers. Exactly how things are supposed to work out. Jorg's in, here comes Martin. They leave absolutely together. They're side by side through the 8th mile, but the horsepower of the Buell is pulling away at the top end. 719, 188 mile an hour for the 2-cylinder. Jorg Lamont takes the win for Germany. And as they go through, we ask all finalists to the pairing lanes, please. All finalists to the pairing lanes.
Well, that's good because we've still got some semi-finals to go.
Have we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Got semi-finals in Super Comp, got semi-finals in Super Gas, semi-finals in Street Eliminator.
I think they're all in the lanes anyway.
I think they're all there anyway, so we can get everybody else down, yeah, of course.
Right, it's an all-Danish affair in the final for the Super Twins. Anders Jensen and Marcus Christiansen. Anders on the more traditional style Super Twin Top Fuel bike, or Nitro Harley if you're in the States. Marcus Christiansen on this home-built machine. But it is the best in the world over the quarter mile. The bike in the Kestrel Beer Lane has run down into the 6.1s. He's been 3 seconds to the 8th mile. He just tipped his front wheel into the 3.9s last year. They've had a bit of a rework with the plumbing and the wiring on the machine, with hopes of going even quicker. Anders Jensen still getting used to his bike. He's struggling running out of steam at the top end. But he's still done just enough to get himself to the final. Anders in, here comes Marcus. 0.99, 60 foot for Marcus. 389, what's the scoreboard gonna say? 613, 198 miles an hour for Marcus Christiansen. Wow. His first full pass of the meeting, and it's one of his best ever.
Could you give us the short numbers, please? Because that's what everybody in the V-twin world will be looking at.
Yeah, 0.99 60 foot.
Oh, wow. First time ever under a second to 60 foot for that.
389 at the 8th, 179.
No.
Yeah, 613,
Sorry.
198 at the stride.
That was your... Did you just say 389?
Yes, to the 8th.
Oh, my word. 5-second twin incoming. Got time? Or do you need...
No, next pair 5.
Next pair coming up. I'll be with you in just a second, sorry.
Okay, here comes Stop Your Bike, and it is 2 Nitro machines in the final. And it is the 2 sparring partners of old. Rickard Gustafsson on the world's fastest Indian in the Kestrel beer lane. That is the 2nd quickest machine on the planet. I should say wheel-driven machine. Taking on Neil Midgley. Now Rickard has seen this bike, he's raced it several times, all with loads of different riders.
I was going to say. Yeah, Ian King, Fast Phil, Neil.
And it's been quick with every single one.
Yeah.
580s are the order of the day. The Indian has been into the 560s. In fact, I think they both have. But Neil has never been there. They're both into pre-stage. Tune set, riders set. Ready for the tree to drop. Now. Neil gets the jump off the tree. They both shimmy. They're both under power. Rickard's driven around him. Goes 593, 240 miles an hour. Neil rolled off the throttle at the top end. Goes across the line 6.5 at only 161. But Rickard Gustafsson, your winner at the main event.
So I'm up the top end with a very, very happy Jorg Lamont. 7:19 in that final round race as well. Great weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We are so happy. When we beginning and come here to England, we have so much problem. Truck is broken, ether was gone, so many shit. Then we want fire up our race bike, and we have a new crank become last Sunday, put it in the bike, and the bike has so much vibration we cannot use it. And this bike, we have never make one lap on it. This is brand new. We built it in the winter time, and we have no setups, no information, and say, okay, we have no another opportunity. Jump in the cold water with this new bike, and we think, okay, then we pull the setup and the clutch from the old bike, the new bike, but the main axle from the trainee is 5 millimeter too long, so that we not can use our clutch and have not. We think was gambling. The weather condition and the track was very tricky. Every round it's totally different, and yeah, it's awesome. We are new crew chief, and everything was new. And crazy.
Well, I think he's happy. Back to you guys in the tower. Well done, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that was our great opponent, a great race.
You're still going.
That's happy buddy down there.
Yeah.
That was Martin Kirbishley taking the win in his semi-final in Supergas. That was a really good race as well. 990 beat 991.
He's the other side of the ladder, Colin Morris and Conrad Stanley. 990, the aim of the game here in Tony Morris Carburetor Supergas, and it's a double breakout by the lesser amount. Colin Morris, 977 for Conrad, but 985 for Colin. That puts Colin filling the other final spot. Street Eliminator. Your semi-finals.
No, sorry, I do apologise. That was Dave who won that. You are right.
Okay, thank you. Right, yeah, Dave Fulton with a 990 beat a Martin 991. Now, Dave's going to have to hot lap it because he's going to get back down here for Super Comp semi-final. Right, what a matchup. Joe Baxter, Andy Bond. Nothing between these two. This is just an epic race coming up. Best of luck to both of them. Andy's in. Joe's in. Oh, Andy Bond goes red. It's Joe Baxter into the final. 7:27.206 to a 7:26.185. But it is Joe Baxter into the final.
Just really quickly, I will give it a go to talk to Marcus up the top end. He's not so worried about the event wins. Really nice, but those numbers were amazing.
Yeah, they were. That's all we could hope for. I mean, it seems like this new system is really working.
Considering how it started to now, it's totally different.
It puts a big smile on my face.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Okay, so it's going to be Al on a solo here to book his spot in the final of Street Eliminator. Going to be taking on Joe Baxter. Just taking it easy. So Al books his spot in the final against Joe. That's going to be a great final. Okay, Junior Dragster. Lola Bell Kent taking on Jake Cooper.
Yep, this is their final. Elimination round number 5 for these. Jake dials 795. Lola dials 8 flat.
Actually, this is our first sportsman final.
Just an update on the Dave Fulton Martin Kirbishley thing. Martin Kirbishley definitely took the win. I think their names were the wrong way around on the timing system.
Wow. Okay.
I've just watched it back on the live stream to make because I thought I saw Martin win.
Yeah.
Then I read ET slips and it says Dave, and I've just watched it back on the live feed. And yeah, no, it was definitely Martin.
Okay. Well spotted. 2 green lights. Sort this one out at the 8th mile. Jake Cooper, Lola Bell Kent. And the win light goes to Lola Bell Kent. It's a breakout for Jake Cooper. He went 793 on a 795. 8:05 on an 8-second flat. Lola Bell Kent wins Junior Dragster at the main event.
Oh, Tony's so proud. That's a proud granddad down there.
Why not? Next up, Leah Callet. She has a solo run here into the final of Supercomp. This is semi-final for Supercomp. And then Dave Fulton, if he's made it back down. He has. Wow. Well, his other car is in the final of Super Gas, driven by Colin Morris. That is hottest of hot lapping, isn't it? Do a run, come back.
Well, I don't think he stopped.
He's obviously got the long-range fuel tank fitted today. Just make sure you swap the throttle stop over.
Yeah, especially this way round as well, because you're going to be nowhere if you just leave the gas stop on. This is Leah Kellett taking her solo to the final.
She doesn't want to brew that in the final, otherwise she may lose that. 886 breakout run. A little bit too quick. Right, Dave Fulton again, taking on Ronnie Mercer. It's 890 this time round, not 990.
Two very different ways of doing exactly the same thing. Nitrous, no stop in a Ford Pop for Ronnie Mercer. A little bit more horsepower, no nitrous, and a throttle stop for Dave Fulton.
Well, good news is that Dave's got the right throttle stop. Let's have a look at the top end, and it is a win for, it's Dave Fulton. 889 breakout, 889 breakout for Ronnie Mercer. You have to go to the next digit, and it's a 7 for Fulton. It's a 3 for Ronnie Mercer. Dave Fulton takes that by 0.004 on breakouts. Wow. So Dave Fulton against Leah Kellett in the final of Super Comp. That is it now. It's finals all the way. We have got one guy in 2 finals, but fortunately he's in separate cars, so he doesn't have to cool them down. So we have just got 6 races left of the main event. And we've got some of them in the lanes. Reuben Dawson is down there with the Honey Wasp. He is in the final in that car. Don't forget, 2 cars. He's got Nick Williams with the Williams brothers racing Nova. That car is down in the lanes. Super Pro ET, Billy Gain and Christian Schneebly, and it is Super Pro ET that is going to be next. Approaching 20 to 8 in the evening. It's a glorious evening here. Thankfully, it's finally cooling down a little bit. But here comes Bonnie Blue. Going to be taking on Billy Gain. So let's have a look at the journey that these two have made to get here. Billy Gain got past Alan Didwell in round 1. Then got past Josh Duncan in round number 2, past Pete Walters in round number 3, and then got past Barry Giles in the semi-finals to reach the final.
How many of those are past champions in this class?
Yeah. Christian Schneebly, his journey, got past Claude Knopf in round number 1. Stevie Saunders in round number 2. Got past Jack Williams with a perfect ET in round number 3. And then got past Scott Hauser in the semis. Here we go then, the final of Super Pro ET. The door cars, 821 the dial in for Billy Gain. He's going first. Christian Schneebly, 773 with the 57 Chevy Bel Air. Going to do what he can to chase past but not break out. But first we need a green light race, which we've got. This is going to be so tight at the top end. And the win light goes to Billy Gain, 822 on a 21 dial. Christian Schneebly, 74 on a 73 dial. Win margin 016. Both of them 100th off their dial-in. What a great way to wrap up Super Pro ET with a brilliant, brilliant final. Win margin 0-1-6. Billy Game, welcome back. The final of Comp Eliminator. Nick Williams and Reuven Dawson. Okay, wheelie of the weekend. On 4 wheels, that is, because we've got to give it to Jake for 2. For 4 wheels, for Nick Williams. This car really did stand up. But he's going alongside a real tough customer. They're great mates off track, but when it comes to racing, these are right at the top of their game. Reuven Dawson with a Honey Wasp. Nick Williams for Williams Brothers Racing. 11.19 and 8.54 of the indexes. Don't forget, they will probably and definitely will go way under that. The final of Comp Eliminator. Green light for Nick. Green for Reuven. Reuven is chasing, but Nick looks like he's got out in front, and it is a win for Nick Williams, 10.56 to a loser, 8.08. Nick Williams marches on, and he takes the final win. Congratulations to Williams Brothers Racing.
Yeah, Nick's just taken a big old chunk out of his index as well.
It was the win. That's what he wanted. 0.19 win margin. But congratulations to Nick Williams. That's 2 events he's won this year now. Doing it.
Yeah, I like Nick and Dan's attempt at Comp Eliminator, because what you do is you get a car, you build it, you race it, and then you get a new car, build that, race that.
Yeah, brilliant. Congratulations to the Williams Brothers team. Very happy indeed. Right. Next, we've got 4 races to go, but empty pairing lanes. Still to come. Super Comp. It'll be Dave Fulton taking on Leah Cullett. Super Gas. It's going to be Martin Kirbishley against Colin Morris. Street Eliminator is going to be Joe Baxter against Al Mack. And Pro ET is going to be Reuven again, but with his other car against Mark Huxley. That's all we've got left to go. Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves back, we're going to gather those finalists into the lanes, and we'll be back with you with the conclusion of the main event.
Okay then, I do have a request to read out. Emma has messaged in with a shout out to Olivia from some white snake for you.
Okay, so we're going to get 2 of our 4 finals done here. This is the final of Pro ET. Reuben Dawson taking on Mark Huxley. Well, if Mark takes the win here, he will have done it being second alternate. No. Wow. Exactly that. Reuben Dawson. Reuben Dawson, runner-up in Comp Eliminator in the Honey Wasp. This time he's in the other Copo Camaro. His dial-in is 878. Mark Huxley with a Can-Do 2, the Tribute Corolla has an dial-in of 980. So it will be the little Corolla going first, and then Reuben's tree will run 1.02 seconds later.
Yeah, don't forget, Mark Huxley dropped out of Supergas to focus on Pro ET.
Yeah. Has he made the right decision? Well, he's made it into the final. Reuben, runner-up in the championship last year. Reuben is closing in, closing in, closing in. And it is a breakout for Mark Huxley. Goes 979 on a 980. 880. Reuben Dawson takes the win. He had an 01 light compared to an 04. Mark Huxley took the stripe, but broke out. Reuben Dawson takes the win in Pro ET.
Yeah, took 00, broke out 00.
Yeah. Next up, the final. I was going to say Dave Fulton, but it's not. It's Dave Fulton's car, but it's Colin Morris behind the wheel, taking on Martin Kirbishley. So Martin Kirbishley with the little roadster all the way from Cornwall. Loving life down there. And I tell you what, he's loving life here at the pod this weekend. He's into the final of Tony Morris Carburetors Super Gas, taking on Colin Morris. $9.90, the aim of the game. Colin Morris, of course, the car loaned by Dave Fulton. It's both on the green. What a race this one is. Nothing between them. Colin Morris is ahead, and Colin Morris takes it with a 9.90 to a lose-out 9.91. There was a 100th difference on the tree. The win margin was 0.20. Colin Morris takes the win in Super Gas.
That's just awesome, that is.
Phenomenal. So Dave Fulton's car has taken a win. Now can Dave Fulton take the win in his own car? He's going to be taking on Leah Kellett in the final of Super Comp. And then all we have left after that is Street Eliminator, which would be Joe Baxter and Al Mack. Well, Dave Fulton and Leah Kellett are in the lanes, but they've only just got there. And then, of course, Joe Baxter just getting himself prepared to get into the car, ready to run the final. We're just waiting for Al Mack to make it down as well. And that will be our final of the day. I think Lee Huxley's just summed it up, actually. He's just sent us a message. A shout out to all the Santa Pod staff, especially start line crew, as they're no escaping this weather. True heroes. Totally agree. Totally agree. All right, I'll tell you what, let's take a breather with 2 finals to go. Need to wait for them to get strapped in. So Nitro FIM, if you could just take it, and then we've got 2 finals to go.
Literally, Colin. Let's have it.
2 finals to go. This is
Just 2?
Super Comp.
Okay.
Dave Fulton going to be taking on Leah Kellett.
Just got to ask what Kelvin's got on his head. I've been meaning to ask that all day, and I'm not sure. It's sort of like a hat, but it's a bit of an... I don't know what it is.
It's got a hand.
Is it what it is?
Yeah, and it's to make it look like a peak. That's what it is.
Right. Doesn't look like a peak.
Yeah.
So, Dolly Daydream herself.
There's Dave Fulton sitting there waiting in the burnout box patiently.
Peggy himself.
Different routines.
So, Dragster against Roadster for this penultimate final of the weekend. Again, where they qualified doesn't matter because it's about win lights, and there's only 2 more win lights going to come on in about the next couple of minutes. Good luck to both of them. Whoever wins outlasted, I think, one of the biggest Supercomp fields we've ever had.
Throttle stop for Liz Valia. She's going to be chasing hard. Dave Fulton out in front. And it's Dave Fulton that takes it 8.92 to an 8.94. He had an 0.1 light as well, did Dave. Congratulations to Dave Fulton, who takes the win in Super Comp.
Well, that's good news. Dave and Dave's car.
Yeah.
Both won.
Right. Just one final to go.
Let's hope he didn't have a clause in the borrowing clause that I get the prize money and the trophy if I win, possibly. What can you say about Colin Morris, though? In a completely unfamiliar car, nails it. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and run 9.90 in the final as well.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. So, one race left. Joe Baxter and Al Mack.
The final.
It is.
So, all you lot sitting out there, has anyone been here since Thursday? Anybody been here? You have?
Yeah, legends.
Outstanding. Are you by any chance homeless? Is that why you've been here?
No,
yeah, okay.
This is their home.
Oh, sorry.
You can't say they're homeless. They are home.
Okay. Slip of the tongue.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, absolutely that. Thank you for sticking with us till absolutely the end. Hope you've all enjoyed yourselves tremendously as the sun sets on what will be a very memorable edition of the main event. The one thing I've held off saying till now is we haven't completed this event for 3 years. And this year...
Really? Is that... Oh,
the
my
last
word.
2 have been rained out. The 2 years ago, it rained, and then we tried to run them over the 8th mile and then ran out of time.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Last year, it was on and off all day, and then it rained in the end as well, so we didn't get to finish last year either. This is the first one since 2023 we've actually managed to get done.
Goodness me.
And when this last pair of guys go down the track, it will be a wrap. In some of the most brutal conditions, not only racers, but officials and spectators have ever had to endure here in the UK. We get the occasional scorcher like this at Bug Jam, but that's a different thing, isn't it? It's not like a full-on drag race. Well, it is for funny cars and it is for some of the other cars. Your last race. The mad scientist himself, Mr. Joe Baxter, with a car that he pretty much built himself, tunes himself, runs himself. I had the pleasure of talking to him again last night, and you know he had that issue with the manifold last week?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, well, when he went home, his lovely young lady said, do you know what he did when he went home? We went to bed, and he sat there on his laptop drawing the CAD for the, for a new one, sent it straight off to Ben Mace to get another one made, and here he is in the final round. A true racer. Up against another amazing racer, Al Mack with the Evolution. Can he go 2 for 2, 2 weekends in a row? We've got the winner of the delayed Easter event in the Fuel Tech lane against the winner of Pro Street at the Door Slammers. Your final of Street Eliminator. Joe with another hole shot. That boy's been on the practice tree for a while now. He's not going to be beaten again. 7.22 at 2.01 takes it for the Fox Body. Undefeated in championship events in 2026. Well, you won't worry about him going to bed and designing things anymore, will you, after that? Congratulations to the whole team. Great effort from Al Mack as well with the flying bonnets all day. Still running 7.45 at 1.93 in the final round.
They're all friends at the end of the day, which is really good. Oh, we're done.
Right, hang on. I just have something right here that I need to do that is going to, for the first time ever, signal the end of the event. Right, are you ready? Can you hear this? Right, ready?
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. The main event is done.
That is superb. I like that.
Please give the track crew a massive round of applause. They've been properly put through it this weekend in that heat. They've done so well. And give yourselves a round of applause. You've lasted
as well.
To the bitter end. I'd like to thank Colin and Daryl for being up here and letting me join them all weekend.
And not throwing you out of the tower. Yeah, that's good.
Exactly.
No, Thomas, it's been a pleasure, mate. I know it's an overused phrase, but gentlemen, these are the good old days. This was fantastic.
Yeah.
This was
totally agree.
Definitely one for the record books, one for the memory banks as well. It was sometimes it was a bit of a slog. Yes, it was hot. Yes, it was hard work. But my goodness me, was it worth it?
It was, and not only that, we've had some fun. We've had some laughs up here. We've had a few moments of hysterics. But we've really enjoyed it. We've really enjoyed it. We've had a great time. At the end of the day, we're just three drag racing fans that happen to talk about what goes on out there. And we can only thank everybody that comes along and enjoys the racing, but puts up with us three jabbering away.
Yeah, definitely that.
But I think that's one of the best main events I've ever been part of. The celebrations for our 60th anniversary here will be memorable in so many ways. Yeah, guys, I've loved being with you. Really enjoyed it. But we still got trophies to go.
Prize giving in half an hour's time down on the starting line, possibly quicker. We'll see how we do. But from everybody on this side to everybody on that side, have a safe trip home, and please come and join us to celebrate our winners as well. It's going to be great fun. I normally skedaddle home at this point. That's not happening today.
Yeah, he's hanging around.
Only because I'm going early tomorrow, but anyway. Please come down to the start line. We'll be on with it ASAP. Thank you once again.
Good night.